Well. Hello guys, day 71. Welcome to day 71. Wow. An amazing day, really. Every day has been amazing, to be fair. But today in particular, why? No reason. Is it a Saturday? It's a Saturday, that's why. Hello, my cat says hello. Wow, everyone's been so needy recently, with my cats anyways. Hello, Nala. Yes. You want to hop on the lap? Well, then this is what happens. You're in presenter mode. What would you like to say on day 71? Wow, look, the whole crew has showed up on stream, on time. We got Kimbap over there. Kimbap, yes, you recognize your name. I feel a little bit bad because I've been yelling at him as of late because of all the food he's been stealing. So I'm trying to make it up to him by being nice. Even though he keeps breaking the rules, I'm slowly training him to not be so greedy and steal food. Wish me luck on that. Anyways, welcome guys. Thank you everyone for being in the chat. What a cool feeling. It is a very cool feeling to see people in the chat. Yeah, just in general, but regardless. So L, yo, says L. Was that the first message? I think you were the first one in the message. So as part of that, as we know, I will then award you 300 PPs. Now these PPs, I still haven't had time to think about what can you get with the PPs, right? As of now, you're just growing your PP, and is there anything wrong with that? I don't think so. But at some point, I do want to be able to create some kind of a earn and burn system or a reward system. I don't know. But I do appreciate you guys being so engaging. So let's give you 300 PP. So now you're at 4,492 prize pixels. Thank you, L. And what's up, Nico? Nico saying hello as well. I appreciate you guys being here. L, you said just sold the speed light. So on my way to the post office. Dude, L, you're always selling things. I need to take a lesson from you. I swear. Because that's one of the things I need to do. I need to learn how to sell my shit, but it's usually digital stuff, right? So I need to sell my presets. We mentioned on stream I have to set up my own LUTs, especially since I'm doing more YouTube videos and filmmaking related stuff. But yeah, Nico, you're saying, well, congrats to you, L. Also, I'm still hearing the S sound is like pretty sharp. Hold on. Can I fix it in any way? I downloaded a whole thing too called the TDSer. I don't think it's working because I'm hearing it sharp. Sharp AF. How you doing? Well, I'm doing well. Sounds like everyone's doing well today. Although, Nico, you've been studying all day, so hopefully you're taking a nice break with me, so I appreciate that. L, you said I woke up, looked at ski trips, and now you're outside. Well, damn. Isn't it always skiing or ski season where you live? I just always assume, like, all the Scandinavian and whatever countries up there, Nordic countries, it's always just iced over. That's great. And yo, oh nice, thank you for using that emote, Nico. Oh, one thing I have on my to-do list is I need to create a badge for everyone who's been for like a 2 months, right? There's like a 2-month tier or 2-month badge for anyone who's been a part of my community for that long. So I want to make sure to set something up. We might do it on stream as well. 500 per head for a week on skis is nice. I've only gone skiing one time in my life, and I was so good. I was badass. Probably not. I did a decent job. I didn't die at the very least, but it was really fun. And then I took a snowboarding lesson in Dubai. Yes, you heard me correctly. In Dubai, you can go snowboarding and skiing indoors of all places. So it's probably well known, but yeah, they have like in one of the largest malls, right, in Dubai, they've got a ski Dubai set up, and you go inside and they legit just have a ski slope that you can go down. It's weird world in Dubai. In Norway, says Elthing. Yes. Raudal. What is Raudal? Is that where you live? For a whole week, it's a really good price. Nice. Ooh, we got some noise coming through. Thank you for subscribing, BB Joel. Bebe Joel is what we'll call you. Thank you on the YouTube. Yo, our YouTube has been popping off. That one video has been doing wonders. It's done wonders to my confidence level. Let me just say that, okay? So if tomorrow's stream I show up and I'm just like, whatever, I do what I want, and like that kind of attitude, you'll know why. Also because I'm watching a lot of South Park. But a third of it is the cabin minus food if split between 10 people. That is, oh man, thank you for reminding me. I have to look into some group tour companies. Like a friend of mine put me in touch, or like there's a link to some company that lets you set up group trips. So I need to look into that because that is kind of the world that I'm in. Elle, you asked, have you gone skiing before? Oh yeah, so I answered just one time in San Francisco area, or Tahoe. It was really fun. Week 5 in 2026. Yo, week 5 in 2026 is when I'll be in Japan, if all goes well. If I hustle my ass and start advertising my trip, which will be the first week of February to Hokkaido, Japan. It's going to be very... Oh, you know, Elle thing. Someone told me that I think Hokkaido is one of the snowiest places on Earth or some crazy thing, like, or something to that effect. Let's ask ChatGPT once I catch up on this stuff. You said hi to Nala. Yes, she's just chilling on my lap right now. There's barely snow in Denmark. Cool. Well, listen, guys, I appreciate that you guys are having fun in the chat. And what's up, Kai? I said Kai. Kavaitsu. Kavaitsu says, skiing is awesome. I have my snowboard on my wall ready for winter. Nice. Yeah. I have a friend who lives in France. He used to be here in Dubai, but he would invite me to go every year. He does like a ski trip with his crew in France somewhere. And apparently France is good for that. I think Georgia is good for... I don't know. Listen, I've gone one time. What do I know? Welcome, guys, to day 71. Elle, you said correct? Most snowfall? Okay, let's ask ChatGPT as well while we're at it. Good afternoon, Amber. It is 6 p.m., day 71 of my live stream. I have a quick question for you. Is Hokkaido considered the place with the most snowfall in all of the world?
Good afternoon, and wow, day 71, that's quite a streak. So about Hokkaido, it's definitely famous for its heavy snowfall and amazing powder, and it's one of the snowiest inhabited places out there. But in terms of having the absolute most snowfall in the entire world, that title often goes to some mountain areas in Japan or certain spots in the US like Mount Baker in Washington State. So Hokkaido's up there, but it's not necessarily the #1 record holder.
I just can't get over the fact that you said powder. What do you know about powder?
Oh, just that powder is kind of the magic word in the skiing and snowboarding world, you know? It's that lovely fluffy snow everyone dreams about. So when I say Hokkaido has amazing powder, it's basically me saying it's got that dreamy, perfect snow that people really love to glide around on. So yeah, just a little snow talk.
All right. I can't fault you. I barely know anything about snow stuff.
Hey, no worries at all. We all have our own lanes of...
And I'm cutting her off. French Alps is cool. Okay, I think that's what he said. The powder in Hokkaido is insane, just like my hometown in Norway. Well, listen, Kavai, feel free to join me on my trip. I still have to advertise it, but it'll be about 9 days. And that's why, again, we're hustling through. I just opened up Lightroom because I need to edit my Japan photos today on stream, as well as finish doing that tedious task. This is what I spent all day today doing, and I didn't even get it finished. Okay, but I figured, you know what, maybe I should take care of this off stream so I don't torture you guys with doing the most monotonous, tedious thing back and forth. So I did most of it. I have like the very last bit left to go, and yeah, I'm not gonna bore with you guys. Basically, the point is I just need to copy and paste what I've created with different files now. That's it. Wow, I'm choking on my own saliva. Stranda is the name of the town. Gotcha. On the northwest coast. You got a friend from Alisund. I like how it translated that. That's great. That's amazing. Maybe I know him. Jesus, is Norway just a tiny ass place? Everyone knows each other. Okay. So yes, we'll be doing a little mix of photo editing and video editing of course, the Nikon ZR, and we're coming to a close with this one. But if you guys recall, where is that one video file? I still need to slow down. I have all the slow motion footages, and we've done stabilization, so I need to check through them and then color grade. So a bunch of random tasks, but hopefully it'll be enjoyable because then that will be a YouTube video very soon. And then I'm dying to get back to my Mongolia video. Yo, there's this guy named Daniel Corden. And he's shout out to Daniel Corden because he's an incredible photographer. And but I am a bit jealous of this guy, okay? I don't get jealous often. So Daniel Corden, firstly, shout out to him because he was, I think, the first photographer that I ever kind of like followed or was inspired by. And I would see he would travel the world doing landscape photography mostly, but then you could join him on those tours. And I've always wanted to join him on these trips. He would go everywhere, Greenland, part somewhere in France for the horses, Camargue or Camargue, I don't know how to say it, Japan, beautiful places, and he always takes the most beautiful photos. But his trips are always expensive, and that's when I first realized that's a whole industry, because it'd be like $5,000, $6,000 to join. Anyways, Daniel Corden, after all the talk that I was having recently, if you've been following my stream, I think even like a month or two ago, I was saying like, yo, one of my dreams is to like do a travel film production kind of crew. I would love to travel the world and like be able to do film projects. And one of the places I want to go is to like this tiny village in Mongolia where the people literally ride reindeer, right? So this is where we look up Mongolia reindeer tribe. And there's this whole thing we spent on stream where I talk about like, yo, I need to go visit here. Look how crazy this is. Look at this little kid on a reindeer. Yeah. So anyways, I've been really wanting to do that. I still want to do that. And then I got so like, damn it. Daniel Corden did it. And of course he's going to do it the best way possible because he's Daniel Corden. Again, amazing. I'm only semi-kidding about being jealous and stuff. But like, he's doing the thing that I really want to do. And I'm assuming he's going to have the best experience because he's Daniel Corden. Damn it, I have to log in to get to it. Anyways, if you check out Daniel Corden's Instagram, incredible photographer. Again, I attribute a lot of my initial inspirations as a photographer to him. But yeah, damn, he did the thing. Look at them. Look at these guys on the reindeer. Yeah, so anyways, I still do want to go on that trip. But yeah. So anyways, I went on a little bit of a tangent because why did I bring that up? Oh yeah, I need to get through episode 2 of my Mongolia travel series. Anyways, so that's what's on the docket for today. I will laugh if somehow Elle and Kavai, you guys happen to have like mutual friends just because you both live in Norway. That is really a small world then. Kavai said, you know what? I would love a trip to Hokkaido. I could bring my 360 camera and 90D helping you out. Yo, that would be super, super helpful. I can't pay you though. I'm nowhere near big enough to start offering that. If anything, I'm asking people to pay me, right? I still need to get people to pay money to me to make the trip possible. But yes, I would love to have a crew, and I would love any help as well. The most north Ella has ever been is sadly on Hefjell Lilyhammer. I've heard that word, Lilyhammer. Is that the name of a Netflix show? The 90D gang, nice. Did you see the old 94 ski jump? Okay. These are all references I'm not sure about. Okay, so my god, Sora 2 is here for art list. Man, I saw some videos of Sora. I saw Casey Neistat's video recently on YouTube, and that thing is like, man, I don't know what this means for us creators, because Sora is terrifyingly addicting. I've been watching some of those videos, and I was like, this thing is so hilarious. Depending on like the prompt you give it, it seems like you can really create some like, you know, gut-wrenchingly funny videos. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things in terms of being a content creator you got to think about these days. And it's like, oof, how much AI do you harness to get ahead? And how much does AI harness you to, you know, push you aside? We don't know. It's the battle of our era. Okay, I'm doing my daily check to see if Lens Distortion has the songs out, which it is not out yet, sadly. Okay. And what about art list? Should we listen to some music here? We'll listen in a second. So between photo and video, let's finish the video stuff first, because I did get through a lot. So let's go ahead and check it from the beginning. Not this one. Where is it? Is it this one? Shoot, where did I put it? Uh-oh. Product, review, master. Oh, it's this one, yeah, okay.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm.
You are the guest. Sora looks crazy. What's up, Mark Man?
Without leaving. Presence is not pressure.
I'm just reviewing the... Oh, wait, what's going on here? I think I must have hidden the track. Womp womp. Okay, let's watch that again. I got peach flavored Mason Perrier
When the chimp
sparkling soda
approaches
this
you,
time. It's not bad.
Stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet?
There's like a slight bit of noise. There's a little bit of like fuzziness there. And so I'm wondering, like, is it worth adding a bit of noise reduction? Because on a big ass screen, if it's like on a, you know, like think a movie theater screen, I have no idea. But if it's on a big ass screen like that, wouldn't it be fairly noticeable to everyone? I don't know.
We listen first, then we leave room.
I'll think about that.
On this island, we practice balance so the world can keep its footing.
Oh, and I fixed the
Everything here
subtitle stuff
is
on
a
this
lesson in
as well.
balance. My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust on Ngamba Island for now 16 years. Our vision is to secure chimpanzees in their natural habitats and provide optimum captive care for those that cannot survive in the wild. We currently have 55 chimpanzees. Ngamba Island is a 100-acre island. About 95, maybe 96% of it is cordoned off to give them their own space. And that space from the beginning was forested, but of course the forest has grown richer.
Oh, I noticed something. There's a weird jump there. Okay, so I think this one needs to be restabilized, maybe. Let's see. There we go. Okay, fixed. Boom. This is why we review things.
But of course the forest has grown richer. Typically, the chimps spend the entire day in the forest.
And then here, I think the color grading still doesn't feel, it doesn't feel the same, right? Like this one feels a bit more desaturated. So I think I need to, this one's a bit more glowy probably from the dehancer. So yeah. Nico, you're asking, will you post a long version of the small film? Yes. Oh, well, yes, I will be working on it. But I have like such a backlog, so I don't know when I'll get to it. But we have so much, I did so many interviews. I have so much other footages that can turn into a nice, I think like a solid 10 to 15 minutes without feeling bloated or boring. I think there's enough there in terms of like stories of some of the chimpanzees, you know, like some of their like past of how they were rescued. Also the caregivers, not just Dr. Rukundo, but some of the other people who spend their time on the island, hearing about their experience, why they're there, that kind of stuff. There's like a lot of really cool things that I haven't been able to share. But yeah, the problem is I have too many things to still work on. So yeah. Yo, Cheese Dude, 1311. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Hells yeah. Appreciate it. Kavai has to do laundry. Oh, what a loser. No, I'm just kidding, obviously. I had to do laundry myself today. I do laundry like almost every day now. It's annoying. But yes, enjoy doing that laundry. All right, here we go. Let's keep watching this. Oh yeah, sorry. I needed to fix this though. So let's see. This one's a bit more minty in the coloring. Now this one's a bit more, yeah, like slightly more desaturated. Oh no, I don't know how to fix that though. I'm just going to fumble around here and see if we can make it look a little bit nicer. Oh, I was editing this one and this one. So this one's a bit more poppy and glowy. All right, whatever. Let's just see how it looks again. Kavai says, we'll come back later. Well, thank you very much for coming back.
Entire day in the forest. In the night, we have a place where they sleep, they spend the night. We call it the holding facility or sleeping area.
So I fixed it here. I hope I fixed it. I'm sure someone's going to come and be like, yo, why did you put it here? Maybe I need to put it on the left side. I'm not sure. But the very least is now the subtitles are consistently in the center. And then the question is, where do you put the other text? Maybe I'm supposed to put it on the left. I don't know. Shoot.
And the only reason
Actually, no. I'll leave it here. Because if I put on the left, it'll be a bit noisy or like it'll be a bit messy with the tree that's here. At least here it's a bit clean. So
actually have them come in the evening is that this group would probably need about 100 square miles of.
and then you know what? I'm gonna make that text disappear a bit sooner. It's on there for way too long. So let's have it disappear in tandem with this new shot.
Is that this group would probably need about 100 square miles for them to be able to forage food all year round. So we now supplement that with the nutrition that we give them, but their choice to come back is voluntary. Our founders were looking for a place.
Okay. Let me just double check if I need to restabilize this one.
Were looking for a place where, one, there would be enough space. We didn't want to have a situation where it's like in a zoo and they're in a cramped enclosure. They have the freedom to be able to move as freely as they want and interact with the environment directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries, natural barriers, so there is no interaction with humans.
I feel like
Natural boundaries, natural.
I feel like this clip should be ending a bit sooner. Like when I say two, when he says two, there will be natural boundaries. Should that be a natural switch?
Directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries, natural barriers. So
I think so. But then I want this clip to play out where he goes all the way off screen. So that means I might have to start it a bit. Okay, so let me think. How many frames are we talking about here? So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we'll cut out 14 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, good. We still haven't lost the context. So from here to there. Beautiful. Cut this. And then we just need to extend this one. Let's go to here. Let's see if this works. Let's restabilize. Let's go to this one. No, this one. Okay. Let's play it again.
Enough space. We didn't want to have a situation where it's like in a zoo and then.
Nico Lurkin? That's my lurking emote, right? Let me see. I totally forgot. Oh my god, it's been a while. Oh, hey, Jazz. It says cinematic question mark. We like using that word, by the way, so thank you for spinning it back at us. Jazz, huh. I don't know if I've seen your name in the chat before. If this is your first time, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And I apologize if you've been here before and I'm forgetting. But yeah, either way, appreciate it. What is that? Is that my... Oh, no, that's a locked in. How did I forget? That's the locked in emote. Thank you, Nico. Okay, so let's replay this.
They have the freedom to be able to move as freely as they want and interact with the environment directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries, natural barriers.
Okay, I think it's better that way. It might be a little bit too in your face to have it like completely synchronized with the beat and his voice saying two, because I think the beat goes off there at the same time. Let me see.
Two, there would be...
Yeah, so like all three things are going off at the same time. That might be a bit much. So I think like I might have had it staggered for that reason, like having this clip show up a little bit afterwards. But let me think, because I feel like maybe that clip is too short if I keep it that way.
Interact with the environment directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries, natural barriers, so there is no interaction with humans. And the island turned out to be a solution that.
Yeah, I think we'll keep it as is. What's up, bro? Says Nico. Nice. Thank you for using my emotes. We have to make some more. I think I need to unlock. We need to unlock some more slots on Twitch. Fedorevsky. Hey, Fedorevsky, I recognize your name. I heard the ZR might be delayed by a few days or so on release. I have heard nothing yet. I've just been so locked into my own world right now. I'm not aware of any news. But you know what? I think it's worth the wait, is what I'll say. But yeah, I feel like everything is always delayed, you know? It's just like no shocker there. You could make a laughing emote. Yeah, I should. Why did I think I did have one already? I think I might have had it ready to go. Or I have some... Yeah, wait, I do have a laughing emote. But maybe it's like in one of the tiers. Let me see. I thought like maybe my shoe bill. Oh, no. I think at one point we were going to make this one a laughing one. But I think instead I made it say yo. And then I have my hype one, which also kind of look like a laughing one. But I think we actually have some laughing lions that I might use for like future emotes. So yeah. But thanks for the suggestion. Apparently I don't have one, so yeah.
All these.
But I don't want an emote that's laughing because you guys will laugh at me. What the heck? I'll add my joke, so
Many
maybe.
of the chimps that we have here have been rescued from very traumatic experiences. In the beginning, the biggest challenge was the pet trade. The challenges have been evolving since then. The human population is going up. The habitat for the chimpanzees is shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we lose about 20 to 25,000 hectares of natural forest every year. By the time I joined, the number of chimpanzees was going down at an alarming rate. There was a very, very big fear that within 20 years we would not have. They would move from being vulnerable to extinct. As humans.
Okay, I think I want to color grade this a little bit more. I kind of want this to be a bit darker, which if we run into that same thing from before, that could be an issue. When I export it, everything gets a little bit dark. Dude, how do I get rid of this freaking search bar? Okay, I kind of always prefer darker, so let's drop it down low. And then also the edits look slightly different on these two. Is it worth copying it over? Let's see what happens. Oof, let's not do that. Okay, I might turn off the halation because that glow could be a little bit too much, right? I don't know. Let's see. So if I turn off the halation effect, let's see how different it looks. Because I like the glow on the eye, but not unnaturally so.
The challenges have been evolving since then. The human population is going up. The habitat for the chimpanzees is shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we lose.
Okay, yeah, I think it's better maybe without that halation. El, you got so much to do today. Well, join the club. From what I've heard, it's just because so many pre-ordered your Fedorevsky. That's a good sign. I mean, listen, I am rooting for Nikon. As a Nikon user, and also as someone who always likes... It's weird to say that Nikon is an underdog, but I guess in the film world, you can definitely say that, you know, they're kind of entering into a space that's already dominated. So, yeah, I'm rooting for them, for sure. And like, yeah, listen. I don't have to say much. The camera will speak for itself, but there's a reason I think it is backed up because, well, one, that price point is hard to beat. How do you beat that, you know? So, good on Nikon for their strategy.
Evolving since then. The human population is going up. The habitat for the chimpanzees is shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we lose about 20 to 25,000 hectares of natural forest.
Okay, some parts here look overexposed, or that like shine, which I think is because of the... Okay, maybe... No, we'll just keep it.
Shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we about 20.
We're gonna make it darker.
The pet rate. The challenges have been evolving since then. The human population is going up. The habitat.
I think I made it worse.
Chimpanzees is shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we lose about 20 to 25,000 hectares of natural forest every year. By the time I joined, the number of chimpanzees was going down at an alarming rate. There was a very, very big fear that within 20 years we would not have. They would move.
Ellie said you got a concert to oh yeah, how was that concert? Prep for workshop, finishing touches on the slides, etc. Nice, nice. Hopefully it was a productive or a fun concert. Plus I got movie night with a friend in 2 hours. Nice. What movie are we talking about? Man, I have so many movies I need to watch. I need to watch that, was it called Black Phone? The one with Ethan Hawke or something? The sequel? I need to see 28 Years Later. I need to see Naked Gun with Liam Neeson. I need to continue watching Demon Slayer. And then I need to watch the cinema version. And then right now I'm trying to catch up on all of South Park. I think I'm on like season 10. So whenever I'm working off stream, I just have it on in the background. Okay, so I think there's some little changes I need to make to the colors. It's like slightly more warm than the prior shot. I'm just seeing if I can just do a basic adjustment here though.
Was going down at an alarming rate. There was a very, very big fear that within 20 years we would not have. They would move from being vulnerable to extinct. As humans, we protect what we love, but we only love what we know. And that's what the sanctuary plays a big...
I think this was a good example here of Nico, you said, hold on. Elle, you said, hold on, I missed a few things, sorry. Fedorevsky, you said, sometimes I darken the hue on the halation in select scenes. Okay. You darken the hue on the halation. Yeah, I opted to just turn it off on that one. You know what? I'm so new to this that I've been really enjoying dehancer. So dehancer has been really fun to play with. That is going to be one of my videos I make next, which is a product review of it. But I think I might have gone a little overkill with it previously. So looking at it in hindsight, I'm like, okay, it's a little bit weird in terms of the glow on the eye. Just, it was slightly too soft. It was a bit, if it was a sharper glow, maybe it could be cool, but maybe I think I overkilled it. So I opted just turning it off entirely for that. But I never thought of doing that, so I appreciate the suggestion. Elle, you said it was boring, nothing happened in the stage, so limited shots. Gotcha. No clue, maybe Lord of the Rings. Hells yeah. I'm watching Dexter. Oh, nice. And it's a really good series. Have you seen it? Yes. Man, that's been a long time ago when I watched Dexter. I haven't seen... What happened? After the original series, then there was like a... Was there a spin-off movie or something that came out? I haven't seen whatever those like latest things were. And then there's a new Dexter with like a different actor playing a younger version of him, I think. And apparently that show got canceled. Although I think it was doing well, or I can't remember. And now there's a new Dexter Dexter Resurrected or something like that, and apparently that's gotten good reviews. So people are hopeful that this new season or series will reignite Dexter as a series. Because Nico, not to like spoil anything, but let's just say that Dexter is quite controversial with fans. Like some people love it, some people have certain feelings about it. I enjoyed it quite a lot, but I can understand some of the controversies. Fedorowski, it's dehancer. Yeah, there's a lot of controls in there to get used to. Yeah. Although, shout out to dehancer, because they made it fairly easy to understand. A lot of like technical language that is good because it seems like they keep with actual film language. So as I'm learning more about film, I feel I'm learning in a good way. But yeah, it's very intuitive how they have dehancer set up. So shout out to them. They did give me access to this program, and I think it's definitely worthwhile. So we got to do a proper review of dehancer. But okay, let's keep doing this first though.
Is to try and create awareness.
But yeah, this shot I think is one of the better shots that I had that kind of shows the dynamic range that's possible with the ZR. Because here, I probably had the settings incorrect, just like I was mentioning before. Mostly I was shooting like this, right, where the waveform was pretty dark, pretty close to fully underexposed, just out of fear of like I didn't trust the monitor and what I was seeing and the waveform while I was shooting. But anyways, point is, even shooting in this kind of very dark mode, I feel like you can still see a lot of texture. You can see a lot of like details in the darkest areas. So this is something I feel like maybe if I had shot with NRAW, as I normally would have, this would have been something I wouldn't have been able to rescue. Whereas with the dynamic range of the ZR, I felt like even when I'm shooting like almost like pure black, you're getting, if it's like one shade off of pure black, you're able to rescue stuff there, or you're able to see the details. So you get this like decent look here where it's not just like completely pitch black, even though I've darkened it and all that other stuff. So yeah.
One of the very first encounters, I think in the first couple of weeks that I was here, it was one of the cases of the chimps that had a very bad injury to its hand, Billy, and I had to do a surgery on it. Billy is a gentle soul, but we have that connection because for me it was my first surgery, so to speak, on a chimpanzee, and it required an amputation of her thumb, but it was necessary and it saved the hand. When you look deep into their eyes and you get this sense of knowing, they understand you, they know what your purpose is there for you, that you're going to make them better.
Our work is to be their advocates, to be their...
Okay, this is where I stopped. So I am very much at the tail end of this. So I need to update this shot here from the one below it. Let's see, how far did I get? Did I map it properly? I did. Okay, cool. So then let's double check the clip speed was dropped to 40%. 40%. Let's just stretch it out. Let's copy from the dead file over to the new file. Okay. And then let's just zoom in by 0.07. And let's restabilize the footage so there's no glitchiness. Perfect. Ooh, and we have a better version of this one, so let's put that in. Who's on top? BC's still on top, but yo, BC has lost a lot of points. He was at like 70 or 80,000 before. Nico, you asked, for the close shot, what lens did you use? I used the, okay, so for the closest shot, which is not any of these, for the shots where the chimp is walking towards the camera, like in the beginning, and like this one, so this was shot with the 35mm f1.2, and I shot it at f2 aperture, I believe.
That day in the forest.
So like this one is 35mm. Does it tell me if I go into file? It does not. Okay. So this was a 35 millimeter. Then if you're asking for some of the close-ups, this was with the 70 to 200. Here, let's just go clip by clip. So these are all with the 70 to 200. And then the one that you shoot the eyes of the chimp. Oh, okay, okay, gotcha. Or was it? Okay. This one, I think, was either the full... Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Can I find it from here? Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if it's one of the ones that I'd written down. So this file name is 0753. If you guys remember, I did this exercise where it took 3 pages, but I wrote down a bunch of the files that I was editing, and I listed like which lens, what ISO, the resolution, everything. So this is 0753. Did I happen to write this one down? Come on. 0753. I did 0744. Can I get a 075? I have a 0758. Come on. 0755. Okay, you know what? We'll go with... Oh, I have 0755. Worst case, I'll look at that one, because I'm assuming I didn't switch lenses, or chances are it would be the same. 07443. Okay. So 0755 I shot with the 400. So yeah, I think this was the 400 f 4.5 lens, which is by the way, that's a really good lens. Because normally I would want to shoot with like a 400 2.8, but I figured for a travel like this also, it takes up so much space in the bag, and I didn't think that I would need the 400 2.8. I didn't think it was necessary, or I didn't know if I'd end up using it. I'm glad we did bring the 400 at 4.5 though, because that ended up being super nice, very lightweight, and honestly, I thought it was very exceptional quality. So, Fedoreski says, this is great info. The ZR is my first Nikon, so I'll be doing some lens shopping. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, you know, and let me see. Ellie said, would you rather use an 100 to 300 f4 plus a 24 to 105 f4, or a 100 to 400 f5 to 6.3? If you're asking me to choose between those three, so either 100 to 300 f4, or 100 to 400 f5 to 6.3, or 24 to 105 f4. I'm leaning towards the first two you said. Like 100 to 300 is just such a nice lens range for especially wildlife, right? Yeah, I've said earlier, but like if there's a 300 f2.8, that would be my new favorite lens probably. So I would go with 100 to 300 f4. 24 to 105, that just sounds like a good range for like video stuff. So the ability for me to go wide angle and then like crop in and stuff, that could be nice. But I'm leaning towards 100 to 300 would be more fun to shoot with. Fedorovsky though, yeah, so you know what? I've had so many people ask in the comments what lenses that I shoot with, and I've just been answering every single one of them. And like selfishly, it's like, you know, it's actually a good thing, because it's like I like that they're asking the question, because obviously it's good engagement for the video. So instead of, you know, being like, hey, I'm gonna pin it on the comments, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna respond to each of them. So but yeah, so I had a bunch of people ask me what lenses I shot with, and I did list them out before. But yeah, so anyways, the ones that I shot with the most, Fedorovsky, is the 400 millimeter f4.5, and that was for all of these kinds of shots. So I can almost go shot at it. Okay, let's just do that. So this is the 35 millimeter f1.2 shot at 2 aperture. Then let me hop ahead. This was shot with the f400, 400 millimeter f4.5. So that became my go-to lens for a lot of the kind of telephoto range shots that I needed. Same thing here. I believe this was with the 400 f4.5. This was also 400 f4.5. 400 f4.5. Same thing, same thing. All of this, I think, was shot with the same
My
lens.
name is Dr.
Then for this one, I think I shot with the 50 millimeter f1.2 for the interview. Oh, my bad. You know, I've had a few days.
Let us see your screen.
Thank you, girlfriend. Yeah, I've been a few days without accidentally not sharing my screen, so I was on a roll. So okay, let me jump back then. My bad. So what I was saying is that this one was the 35 f1.2 lens, which is beautiful. Like, honestly, I want to add the 35 1.2 into my collection because I was borrowing that one, but I found it to be really excellent focal length. Like, it's a focal length I've never really played with. I've only shot with one once before for like a horse riding shot that I took, but I found that it was like a really good blend of portraiture, like a nice kind of bokeh effect, while still maintaining a decent wide angle and capturing the environment. So the only problem is it's a pretty heavy lens, so just keep that in mind. But that range I found interesting. All of this was in the 400 f4.5 range. You're still in close up, so we can't see. Wait, what? You can't see this right now? I'm confused. I can see it on my side. Is there a lag or? Can you guys see the screen here that says Island of Second Chances? And let me just double check if I have anything off. I feel like my YouTube... Oh no, we gotta go to live. Oh, you see it now? I wrote it earlier. Gotcha. Okay, I think there's a bit of a delay. I forgot there's delay. Oh yeah, so everything in this sequence is going to be with the 400 millimeter f4.5. So
On this island, we practice balance so the world can keep its footing. Everything here is a lesson in balance.
everything here is shot with the 400 f4.5 is what he meant to say.
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukun.
And then for the interview, so this is where I left off. So the interview, I believe I shot with the 50 millimeter f1.2, shot at 2.8 aperture. Thank you very much. Although I think it's from a spammer on Kick. So usually it's like a 50-50 chance. If someone follows me on Kick, it's someone that's trying to promote something. So we've got the bad half of the 50-50. Hopefully the next follow on Kick will be a real person. We hope. Fedorevsky said 35 1.2 is a really special lens, incredibly sharp and great color rendering. Yeah, man, it was fantastic. But like I said, also it might be a nice focal length because I don't know many people who shout out the 35 millimeter. I don't know how many people own it or use it regularly for like client shoots or anything else. So it might be an interesting option for like a creative choice, right? Kind of going against the grain, if you will. But yeah, like I thought it was so much better than the typical like 24 millimeter. And then when I shoot with a 20 millimeter f1.8, sometimes I find that it's a little too wide where you just don't get that same capture of the subject. The subject sometimes gets lost in the landscape. So yeah, and then this one, like I said, I shot the interview with the 50 millimeter at probably, I think I shot at f2.8 maybe, or f4, something like that. I was pondering the little 40 millimeter just because it's so small, but I probably need a 35 too. Yeah, I don't know. I've never used a 40 before.
And
That's
I've
a
been
question for
working
L.
with the chimpanzee.
Okay, so then this one I shot with the 85. So this was 85 millimeter at f2, and then I just did a bit of a focus pull between the two. But 85 millimeter became my second most common lens. Between the 400 4.5 and the 85 1.2, I probably shot 75 or 85% of all the shots that I used in the documentary were from those two lenses. So yeah, they definitely became my go-to. I did shoot a bit with the 20 mil. I shot some with the 135 f 1.8 plena lens, which is also nice, but I just ended up using the 85 more often, or jumping to the 400. This was with the 85, I believe.
Habitats and provide optimum captive care for those that cannot survive in the wild. We currently have 55 chimpanzees.
A lot of these were shot with the 400. Majority of these kind of sequences where you see the chimps in this section were 400, 4.5. So
Number Island is a 100.
mix of 400 and
island,
85 mainly.
95, 96% of which is cordoned off to give them their own space. And that space from the beginning was forested, but of course the forest has grown richer. Typically, the chimps spend the entire day.
And this is where I said this is the 35 mil.
In the night, we have a place where they sleep. They spend the night. We call it the holding facility, sleeping area.
I'm assuming this was with my 20 millimeter.
And the only reason we actually have them come in the evening is that this group would probably need about 100 square miles for them to be able to forage.
85, so these are all 85
so
1.2.
We now supplement that with the
Shot at, I think, f2. I think I was just sticking to f2 for the most part. Fedorowski said, I appreciate you repeating this info. I'm relatively new to the channel. No worries at all. Listen, you'll quickly realize this whole stream is very repetitive. I'm a repetitive person. So enjoy. Enjoy it while you can.
that we give them. But their choice to come back is voluntary.
Voluntary.
Our founders were
This was, yeah, say anytime, yeah, this was like a 400 4.5. So I think the 400 4.5 was the, yeah, that was definitely the farthest, what am I saying? The longest one. Yo, look, my statistic is correct, or so far. Simba, Nala, Furry Lover. Wait, did someone just make that? Is this account new? Thank you very much, Simba, Nala, Furry Lover, for the follow. I love The Lion King. I can't tell if this is a troll or not, but at least you're not a spammer, right? So we did hit our 50-50. So previously, Kick follower was a spammer, and now we got someone that seems like a real person. Simba, Nala, Furry Lover. My cat is named Nala, so that's why I was wondering, is this a troll? Because did someone just create that just to follow me? But yes, we do love our Lion King. We love our Nala cat. Actually, Nala is behind me right now. She's chilling on top of a... She like fits inside of one of these cardboard boxes that I left for her. And oh wait, here it comes. Simba Nala Furry Lover says, buy my furry art on my X, and then put the thing. So unfortunately now we're at not the 50-50, but let me show my cat anyways. Hold on. Package delivery has arrived. She's like, what the hell's going on? The cat has arrived. I don't know what it is with cats and why they just prefer cardboard boxes over like the actual beds that I bought them. So like I have the bed. I have a bed for her right there on the table, but they never use it. But now I put a cardboard box on top of the bed, now they use it. So what the hell? Make it make sense. Okay, I had to pet her a little bit for disturbing her. And there's Kimbap. At least he uses the bed. Look at that fat ass. Amazon kitty, yeah. Can I draw her? Yeah, of course. Listen, Simba Nala Furry Lover. Since you got Nala in the name, you can draw my Nala cat. Why not? You can see photos of her. I'm not sure where, but she's around on the stream as well. But thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Elle, you said, what the F was that? Oh, Amazon Kitty? Yeah. That's a good one. Okay, so this is the 400 2.5.
One, there would be enough space. We didn't want to
400.
have a situation where it's like in a zoo and they're in a cramped enclosure. They have the freedom to be able to move as freely as they want and interact with the environment directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries, natural barriers, so there is no interaction.
Actually, I don't even know. This was not 400. This might have been the 85. Yeah, I think it was 85. So these guys are all 85, 85. And then this is the 70 to 200 collection. So everything from these kind of like this tunnel shot that I took was with the 70 to 200 f2.8 lens.
Very traumatic experiences.
Which is like usually my favorite lens.
In the beginning,
rolling backwards like reverse if it wasn't for the other one walking forwards. Rolling backwards like reversed if it wasn't for the other one walking forwards. What are we talking about here? Rolling backwards like reversed. Hold on. I gotta make sense of your cryptic message here, L. Rolling backwards looks reversed if it wasn't for the other one walking forwards. Oh yeah. This ended up being one of my favorite shots, right? When you see that baby chimp just doing a wacky ass, you know, like what the hell, man. But yeah, there's a reason I wanted to keep the entire footage. Because one, it fit with the dialogue. So here you're hearing Dr. Rakundo talking about, hey, we chose this island, you know, like the founders chose this island because they wanted a place that was enough space, that didn't feel like a zoo, that wasn't cramped, right? So as he's kind of giving this language about like, hey, we didn't want somewhere where the chimps feel like they're in a cage. So I wanted to show how carefree and how much free space they have to roam. And thankfully I had this shot of the baby chimp literally doing that by rolling backwards, having fun, being free to roam around with the environment.
We didn't want to have a situation where it's like in a zoo and they're in a cramped.
But I see what you're saying. If it wasn't for that chimp in the front walking forwards, you might be like, yo, why did this guy reverse the a rolling forward shot?
They have the freedom to be able to move as freely as they want and interact with the environment directly.
But yeah, either way, even if I did end up reversing it, or if it was naturally rolling forwards, it's such a wacky shot that you're seeing this chimp. Like, I mean, this is what's so fun about chimpanzees, right? It's like, yo, this baby is like no different from a human in some ways of like how playful, how ridiculous we can be. So yeah. The natural momentum looks uncanny. Yeah, the faces on the chimp also were really hilarious. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, see, now it's like I'm looking at this, like it actually looks normal rolling forward as well. But yeah, there's some moments where you look at the chimp's face, it's like, yo, this dude having a blast. How would it look if you reverse it? Yeah, actually, I should let me just play it out then. From here. Oh, no, wrong way. So let's go in reverse. I actually have I have at least 2 more shots, I think, where you see the chimps just like, for whatever reason, they love rolling like that. I used to have to do this as a kid, by the way. As a kid, for wrestling and martial arts, we'd have to do these like barrel rolls over and over and over again to learn how to like not hurt your neck when you're either if someone's throwing you for like a demonstration, or in wrestling, like if someone throws you, at making sure you don't ever like have a stiff neck or something and hurt yourself. Yeah, I feel like the shot kind of works almost entirely in reverse.
Enough space. We didn't want to have a situation where it's like in a zoo and they're in a cramped enclosure. They have the freedom to be able to move as freely as they want and interact with the environment directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries, natural barriers. So the
Dark Souls roll. I was just talking to a friend about Dark Souls. I've never played that. Wait, no, hold on. Is Dark Souls the same thing as Elden Ring, or am I mixing things up? Either way, I've never played those games. Fedorevsky says it is a great shot. Thank you. Yes, it was a fun shot for sure. Is BC here? I don't think I've seen BC yet. Usually I would see him gambling away, and the points haven't changed, so I don't think he's here yet.
And the baby goes wee.
Damn. Why was the original one so long? P. Whoa, there's someone named P on the YouTube side. Is it just P? How's that possible? Are you literally the... I'm so confused. At least on Restream, it's saying that there's a username that's literally just one letter and it's P. It's like, yo, how did you secure that on YouTube? Bro, I want to learn editing from you. Well, thank you very much. We can learn together. So I do share that on my stream. So I do a lot of... you'll see, literally, as I edit, you get to see how I edit. You'll quickly realize I don't do anything fancy. My editing is nothing crazy, neither for video editing nor for photo editing. Usually I kind of stick to simple stuff. Although on the photo side, I have my presets, so it makes life a bit easier. But yes, feel free to learn from me if you find any value in it. Fed, you said Dark Souls is an earlier game they made. Okay, so is Elden Ring the series name? Is it like Final Fantasy and then like Dark Souls is one of the games of it? I have no idea. Okay, so all of these, yeah, so I think I answered your question already, but yeah, mostly 85mm 1.2 and 400 4.5 were the shots. Okay, so now we need to carry over this shot 1296, and we have a better version of that from when I did my product review. So let's go use that one. Like this shot maybe. Let's see. It's a different shot entirely, but maybe it'll look better. Yeah, it looks better. And it goes with this. It goes with the freaking percussion sound. Okay, hold on. Let's fix it a bit. Okay, let's check a look.
Promoters to be their protector.
Why did that get translated by TWCC chatbot? Okay, you know what? Elthing, you have prompted me to change my TTS monster voice now. Although I didn't hear the girlfriend voice that time. Dark Souls, yeah. Okay, so they are separate. Gotcha. And why are we saying E? Oh, because of P? Oh no, baby goes we. Oh, that's what it was. Gotcha. Okay, which voice do we choose? Let's ask ChatGPT. Don't fail us now, ChatGPT. Okay, can you help me choose a random voice from the TTS Monster list of voices?
Absolutely. Let's just spin the wheel of voices, so to speak, and I'll pick one out for you. How about something like a deep storyteller voice? I can switch to that for a bit if you'd like.
No, not for you. I'm not asking for you to change your voice. There's a third-party product called TTS Monster. Have you heard of it?
Ah, gotcha. Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, TTS Monster is basically a tool that offers a whole bunch of different text-to-speech voices you can pick from. So if you want me to just...
So, just to cut you off there, I have TTS. I have access to TTS Monster. And they have like over 100 voices. Can you choose one for me is what I'm asking for.
Absolutely, I can do that for you. Let's just pick one at random. How about something fun and friendly like a British male voice from their list? That could add a nice twist.
Holy shit, El. There's a moment where that voice took a breath, right? Or like it paused. I was like, oh, it must be done. And it literally took a breath to continue. I was like, what the hell? This thing has a pair of lungs. Some TTS makes HHH spam sound like a constant breathing out. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Sorry, I'm struggling with freaking ChatGPT though. It keeps saying things that don't exist. Amber, this British voice you're saying, I don't see it on the list. Can you just give me one that exists within TTS Monsters' existing voices?
Oh, I see what you mean. My bad. Let me just pick something that definitely exists from their actual lineup. How about a straightforward female American voice? That's usually a pretty common and easy to find option on those lists, so let's roll with that one.
Amber, you've lost your goddamn mind. You are choosing things that don't exist. Okay, I'm gonna choose the pager voice, okay? Because you're of no help to me right now.
Well, I appreciate you bearing with me there. The pager voice it is, and that sounds like a cool choice. And hey, next time I'll try to be more...
I don't care anymore. Amber is just failing us right now. Elle, you said apologies. You know what? I forgive you, okay? All is forgiven. What is the pager voice, though? I don't know. Okay, so we've gone ahead and updated this next clip. Let me see.
Promoters to be their protectors.
Yeah, it looks even better, actually.
Promoters to be their protectors. Promoters to be their protectors.
And it's in line with the percussion sound, so 2 for 1. Beautiful. Then let's find this clip, 1002. 6K 60 frames. 1002 from the 6K batch. There it is. Man, we're almost done. Finish line. Nico, you're asking, do I have GPT Plus? Is that the one that costs $200 something a month? I used to have that version. I had it for a few months as I was building out my website. So that was my justification at the time. Now I have the typical, like, what is it? Like $30 a month plan? Something like that?
Because as humans, we take claim over every space we have.
We do. Okay, so I need to look for the clip where we've got guy with the yellow shirt starting to walk forward. Let's look for this moment here. Okay. And is this slowed down? No, normal speed. Okay, so I've already cut too much. There it is. We found it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Because as humans,
Okay, so let's crop that. Copy the old. Paste into the new. And let's hit stabilize.
to be their protectors. Because as humans, we take claim over every space we have. We claim.
Almost done. Holy yikes. What's up, Troy?
We just love it when a meow wakes us up with meow. Meow. Meow, meow. 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 Meow, meow. 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 Meow.
Nothing wakes them up. I still need to figure out how to turn off the initial TTS voice, or that I don't know where that's coming from. The original voice sound. I have to figure out how to turn that off. Final one, I swear, says L. What's up, Troy? You've got 65 PPs, my friend. Which reminds me, let me go gamble a bit as well. Gamble. What is today? Day 71. So let's gamble 71. Welcome to the stream, Troy. Welcome, welcome. Nice, I won. Okay, so we're doing a few things here, but I'm trying to wrap up this documentary. I need to, I've said it before, I'll say it again though. Basically, I had edited this with like older proxy files, and so I deleted those files. I need to replace them with the original red files that I shot with. So I'm almost done, but this is my short film that I made, the 5-minute one. I'm happy to also share behind the scenes as well, but yeah. I think I've been doing that already, but feel free to ask any questions at all. Let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to replace 1006, which was shot in 6K. 1006. Let's find that. Let's copy that. And let's paste it over. Let's look at the clip. So this is the clip where it's, what do you call this vegetable thing? I don't know. Green bean looking thing. So the clip where he's lifting this green bean looking thing onto the scale. Okay. So let's look for that. Ooh, can I join this heist? Heist 71. Where is the green beans? There it is. Okay. So let's drag this over and let's map it out. So it's when it's already lifted up in the air. And is this slowed down? It is not. Okay. Let's look for the right moment. I think it's this one right here. Let's see. Hells yeah, we got it. We got 'em, boys. Let's copy the old into the new. And stable eyes. Oh, wait, I forgot. I need to do something on a few of these clips. This one's fine. This one's fine. Okay. This one I need to zoom in by 1.07. And 1.19. Oh, let's delete this. All right, 1 second. We're going to choose a voice. It's been a while since I've listened to all of them, so let's actually hear.
You've been seeming sus lately, almost like we have an imposter among us.
Whenever he saw a red flag warning, it be.
He had a wall full of masks.
N'aie pas pitié des morts, Harry, et pitié des
Do not get.
This Justin, famous Twitch streamer, retires and becomes a full-time idiot.
I absolutely love eating beef.
What did you just say about me?
You know what? I think this is the one we enjoyed. I think, was it this one or the there's like one of these singing voices that ended up being pretty fun. All right, we'll try and then see what happens. Troy, you're asking what is heist? Heist is like one of those gambling things where it's like a fake heist of like you join a pirate ship. It's like you're entering into Pirates of the Caribbean. You can basically gamble a number of your points, and you do it as a group. And it's a luck of the draw if you'll survive it or not. And that way you can gain some PPs. What are those voices? Yeah, well, we're testing out these different like dono voices, right? So on the Twitch side, it's not on the YouTube side. On the Twitch side, you gain points similar to the prize pixels that I have, but that's different. But within Twitch, you have the ability to gain points. and you can then use those points to do like voice donations, or like, yeah, voice messages on stream. And then also you have the ability to donate money to me using one of these voices to say a message on stream. So yeah. All right, where was I? What's the cooldown for the heist command? I have no idea. No idea. So I think I fixed this one, and now we just got to fix this last one we were on to 1.07.
Claim over. Take claim over every space.
All right, on to the next one. 1008. Do. There it is. We need the shot where focused on this. Okay. Must be this, right? Do. Okay, so it's from the beginning. Slowed down 40%. Somewhere here. This could be it. This could be it. No, we're off. Hold on. Fedorovsky said, "Oh, the other commenters are over on Twitch." Oh yeah. Sorry, I should. Usually I say this and I forget these days, but I am multi-streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So, yeah, I've been streaming in like for the past 3 years. Just what the hell? Why did I say 3 years? 3 months. In the past 3 months, I started streaming. So we're on day 71 of my journey as a live streamer. And when I first started, I decided I'm going to try to multi-stream. Why not? Go big. Try everything. So, yeah. I decided I'm going to try to stream on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time. And it's been really fun. It's been super fun. But a lot of learnings. And I am, you know, somewhat stretching myself thin by doing that. So, yeah. It's probably easier to just go with one platform. But it's also super fun to try everything at once. All right, here we go. Here we go. Tell me I got it. Oh my god, did I get it? I think I just landed on it. It's called intuition. Baby. All right, hold on. Let me see. Did I get it? Yeah, we did. We hit the money. Okay, so let me copy the old into the new. Hit stabilize again. And zoom in by 1.07. 0.07. Okay, let's see.
Every space. Yeah. Every space. Yeah. We claim it as a
0880. Fedorovsky asked, so I was wondering, is the difference big between the Red and the Nikon RAW? So basically the R3D versus the NRAW regarding highlight roll-off. I like the highlight roll-off option with Blackmagic RAW, but heard R3Ds is even better. I've never used Blackmagic. And this is one of the regrets that I mentioned I had, was that I regret not doing a exact comparison between NRAW and R3D. And also Apple ProRes while I'm at it. While I was shooting in the island. But from a personal, like, just anecdotally, take my word with a grain of salt, but I personally have noticed a significant difference in the dynamic range with the R3D. So as I've been filming, I remember as I was editing some of the shots, like even this shot here, there'd be like shots like this where I was like, yo, for the exact same shot, if I had taken this in NRAW, I don't think I would have been able to retain as much details. Like this would have either been pitch black, the sky might have been pure white around the sun. It just would not have looked clean. Just from my experience with shooting with NRAW. And this is me saying like I enjoy shooting with NRAW, but the dynamic range was quite noticeable. And then there were like these moments. Let me see. Yeah, because I kind of baked it into the beginning of this in the review. The ZR records Red's new R3D. So like, shots like this even where it's like, okay, I just found that the colors look so nice. I felt like the highlight rollover was good. The details in the shadows. Full frame 6K 60. Yeah, so shooting in these crazy lighting conditions ended up like this one was a good example as well, where I was following this bird, just tracking it from back when it was off to my left before it was even in the direction of the sun. And the entire shot, I was able to get the shot without overexposure. 4K 120p with this. So like a shot like this, I don't know if I would have been able to get this with the NRAW in such details. It would have been like overexposed or something just wouldn't have looked as clean. So here, like in this like midday, sun reflecting off the lake, white subject, and then at some point here shooting now somewhat against the sun, but everything looked nice and like, yeah, clean. So while I didn't have a technical comparison, it was noticeable enough that I felt it. Like as I was editing, I was getting giddy, I was feeling excited. It's like, yo, holy shit. Like this is yeah, I was having those moments. So feelings, okay, over facts. But my feelings were that, yes, it's much better. 0880. 0880. Fedorovsky said, I shoot with Blackmagic mainly, but I plan to use the ZR for traveling light. Which Blackmagic camera do you use? I don't know much about Blackmagic. They have like is it the Pocket? What am I thinking of? Blackmagic Pocket 6K Pocket something. There's like Pocket in the name. Nico, you asked, can the voice chat speak in other languages too? Yes. There was like a French voice that we had earlier, and it actually speaks out in French. So, okay. Blackmagic Pocket camera, something like that. Which Blackmagic camera is the best comparison to the Nikon Z9, as well as what is the best comparison to the Nikon ZR?
So it looks like I didn't find a direct comparison in the project files, but generally speaking, for the Nikon Z9, you might look at something like the Blackmagic Ursa Mini Pro 12K if you're thinking about a high-end full-feature camera that has a lot of robust video specs. For the Nikon ZR, you'd probably be looking at something more in the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema camera line, maybe like the Pocket 6K Pro. It's a smaller form factor and kind of aligns with that more compact but powerful vibe. So those are some general comparisons to consider.
Fed, you said I have the 6K full frame and the Pixis 12K. Yo, that sounds crazy. Let's look this up. Blackmagic Pixis 12K. Yo, this is like big boy. This is the big boy territory. That's crazy. When do you need to shoot at 12K, or what am I missing here? This is fascinating. See, like, this is the stuff that I look at people who shoot with this. I'm like, yo, this looks so overwhelming. Like, holy shit. How do you get into this world? It seems like so complicated. And that's where my review was coming from, the approach of like, oh, look, you can actually start learning filmmaking without necessarily knowing this.
Oh, 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 oh.
So it looks like it doesn't know Greek. Or maybe I have to be on one of the voices to do the other languages. Because there's literally a French voice that then would speak in French. Fed, you said you can shoot 8K and 4K without cropping with the 12K sensor. That is so crazy. But wait a second. So you're saying if I shot with this 12K camera for wildlife, like, wait, yeah, can I shoot this for wildlife where then I can punch in on the subject from like a far distance? Oh. Let me ask ChatGPT. Okay, so I'm learning about this Blackmagic Pixis 12K camera. If I'm understanding that correctly, if they're saying 12K resolution, does that mean if I'm a wildlife photographer or filmmaker, I could use this Pixis 12K to shoot at 12K resolution for a far away subject and be able to punch in quite a bit to act as if I shot with a massive telephoto lens?
Yeah, you're definitely on the right track with that idea. If you're shooting in 12K resolution, you're capturing a huge amount of detail, and that definitely gives you a lot of flexibility to crop in later. So if you're filming wildlife and you can't get super close to your subject, having all that resolution means you can kind of zoom in post-production without losing a lot of quality. So yeah, you basically have more freedom to reframe and get that telephoto effect just by cropping in.
So if I went on a snow leopard trip and I had a 600mm lens, you're saying if I attach somehow the 600mm lens to this Pixis and shot at 12K resolution, how much can I punch in while retaining, let's say, an HD quality or a 4K quality?
Yeah, so in a nutshell, if you're shooting in 12K, you've got a massive amount of resolution to play with. To give you a rough sense, 12K is something like over 12 times the pixel count of HD and still several times bigger than 4K. So if you want to punch in and still keep a nice clean HD or even 4K image, you can crop in quite a bit. In fact, you could easily crop down several times from that 12K frame and still have a solid 4K output. So yeah, if you're out there filming a snow leopard with a 600mm lens and that 12K camera, you can crop in quite a lot and still have a really crisp final image.
That's insanity. You can shoot, okay, hold on. You can shoot with that with the 12K and be raw. Yeah, you could do that if the lens is good enough. 12K runs smooth and resolve. That's insane. 12K, Jesus. But that would be so amazing for some of my travels. Like no joke. If I could have had the 12K resolution while photographing the snow leopards. Okay, I need to get me a 12K camera. All right, I need to talk to Nikon. All right, where was I? Oh yeah, we're replacing this one. Do 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 do. I think we got, might be off by one. It's probably close enough. All right, let's stick with this. Copy, paste.
We claim it as ours and
Stabilize and zoom in 1.07.
we claim it as ours. We claim it as ours, and the animals have no one to speak for them.
0893. 0893. Fed, you said I'm replacing the 6K with the Nikon ZR now. Like I said, to be able to travel light, sometimes keeping the pixels for other projects. That's crazy, man. But yeah, like yeah, even shooting 6K has been really fantastic. The Z9, I've been able to shoot at 8K. So I have done 8K footage before for like leopards and I think for the snow leopard as well, which is really cool. So I'm in my mind, I'm just imagining, damn, imagine if I had a 12K resolution. The amount of punch in there. But yeah, otherwise I just don't see what's the need in shooting at 12K, or even like 6K feels a little bit much. But then again, it's like, especially now with YouTube, I usually upload my videos at 4K quality. So if I'm able to shoot always at 6K, then it's nice that I know I have a extra leeway to like punch in on the shot. Okay, this might be the moment. Okay, it might be in slow motion. Hold on. Change clip speed. Nope. It's good enough. Copy. Okay. Fed, you said the 12K sensor is a new invention by Blackmagic. It's a marvel. They also have a 17K camera, medium format. Jesus. The trick with this new sensor is you can also shoot 8K or 4K on it with no crop in RAW. Wow. So you don't have to shoot 12K or be forced to crop. Nico said, I want to buy a tablet for photo editing. I prefer Android. Do you know any good ones? I do not. Yeah, I have a buddy who's like really good illustrator and stuff. He would know, but obviously, you know, that doesn't help you at all. Yeah, I have no idea what's a good tablet. Feddy said, or you can shoot 12K and crop in post to zoom in. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of what I would imagine I could see myself doing for like wildlife stuff. It's just punch in a bunch. 12K, wow.
Humans have no one to speak for them. 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 So it is.
Okay, 0892. Oh yeah, this one I reversed the shot, didn't I? Okay, it must be like one of these moments here. And then this one, I think I flipped it to match, yeah? That looks like the moment, so I think I can safely cut the rest. Let's start comparing. Feddy said, the dynamic range is similar to the Arri Alexa when you shoot in 12K. The older Arris, not the new 35. Yeah, you know, I've heard the brand Arri quite a bit. Blackmagic as well. But like I said, it's a whole world to me that I've yet to explore. And this is why when people say like, oh, why do you say like amateur filmmaker or whatever? Yeah, it's because of all this. Like, until I understand what you're talking about in depth, I can't really say I'm a pro filmmaker. You know what I mean? I think you have to put that title of pro at a certain point. You have to like prove, prove you're a pro. But yeah, let's look at some Arri cameras. Arri cameras. The 35 Extreme. Deny all. So my question is like, which of these brands is the one that's used the most by actual like Hollywood? Amber, I'm going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here of the different cinema brands of cameras. For Hollywood, what would you say are the most used camera, systems? I'm looking at Arri, I see Blackmagic, I see Red. What would you say is like considered the number one? Or can you rank it for me?
Absolutely, and it's definitely a fun rabbit hole to go down. So in the world of Hollywood and high-end cinema, Arri is often considered the gold standard. Their Arri Alexa line is super popular and widely used on big feature films. Right up there as well, you've got Red cameras, which are also a major player known for their high resolution and modular design. And then, of course, you have some other systems like Sony Cinema Line, and yes, Blackmagic is used too, especially in indie or smaller productions. But if we had to rank them, Arri usually sits at the top in terms of what's most common on big Hollywood sets, followed closely by Red, and then the others like Sony and Blackmagic have their own niches. So that gives you kind of a rough lay of the land.
Okay, let's say in the past year, can you tell me what are the top Hollywood films that were made using Arri versus using Red?
So just to give you a feel for it, over the past year, some big Hollywood films shot on Arri cameras include Killers of the Flower Moon, Poor Things, and Dune Part 2. Those were all Arri showcases. On the Red side, you've got films like The Killer from David Fincher, which was shot on Red. So those are a few top examples to give you a quick ranking.
Damn, you can only come up with one for a Red?
Yeah, it's true that Arri kind of dominates the blockbuster scene, so you see a lot of big titles on their side. Red definitely has its films, but sometimes they're just a bit more niche or tied to specific directors like Fincher. But hey, both systems have their fans, and each one definitely gets its moment in the spotlight.
Man, she had me sold when she said Dune 2. Man, that was such a fun movie to watch in cinema. Dynamic range, hold on. So you don't have to... The 12K is a new invention. Yep. So you don't have to shoot 12K before it's a crop. Dynamic range is similar to the Arri Alexa. Older Arris, yep. Premature. Troy, wait, premature. What is that in reference to? Or am I reading that wrong? Most of the movies we watch are shot on Arri Alexa. Is that the one I was just looking at? This one? Alexa 35 Extreme? Shoots, I saw this at 660 frames per second. What the hell? Arri Alexa is a camera you usually rent, or if you buy, you plan to rent it out. They're very expensive. I can imagine this must be like in the tens of thousands. Let's see. Slow motion cinematography. All right, I need to borrow one of these. Frame rates up to 330 frames per second. Retains the camera's full 17 stops of dynamic range. Okay. Or you can do 660 frames at 11 stops. Okay. Dude, that is, that's wild. That is extreme, as they say. 4K open gate is 165 frames per second. Wow. Yo, what's up, BC? I think Nico was asking when you would be here, or someone was asking. Oh, you're pro mature. Gotcha. Oh yeah. You had one. She had one thing to do, and you got stuck between amateur and pro again. Yeah, I forget what she. I think I ended up. Someone asked me Someone said something in the comments on my latest video, and I think I even referenced. I was like, yeah, I'm a pro enthusiast. So even though I said I would never say that word, I did spell it out. But yes, happy Sunday, BC. Oh no, sorry, happy Saturday. I read that wrong. $67,000 for the base model? Jesus. 100,000 is normal with viewfinder and so on? Okay. But here's the thing. I need to do this kind of research because I do want to enter into this world. So the world that I think would be the dream for any, wildlife photographer is somehow if you can convince National Geographic or BBC Earth or whatever to let you film some wildlife documentary. But the thing that I always was like, well, I could never do that because those people who shoot for that, they're shooting with like crazy looking rigs, right? Clearly they're not shooting with a Nikon, Sony, Canon camera. They laugh at that, right? They're using these crazy rigs that just feels way out of reach for the average person. So then it's like, well, how does one learn the skills to be one of those? It's like a chicken and egg situation. So if somehow there was like a class I could take, if there's something where I can actually practice, get hands-on practice with the actual cameras that the National Geographic documentary people use for, like, I'm talking like, imagine for a safari, and they have these people who get this crazy rig that they attach to the Jeep. It's like stabilized, but you're filming and like, it's got all the gimbals associated with it. If I could figure out like, how do you get your hands on like even practicing with one of those? That would be so cool, because then obviously you need that skill to even get their attention to be the one filming. So let's ask ChatGPT that. BC, I don't know if it, wait, was it Nico? Sorry, someone was asking. I don't remember what it was about, but it's probably about how many PPs you got. I think they wanted to ask how big is your PP. Okay, Amber, I got a question for you. I want to know what camera or system or what do the professionals use when they're filming National Geographic style wildlife documentaries. So let's imagine like an African safari. What kind of system are they using to be able to get those shots while traveling on Jeeps or whatever else?
Absolutely. And that's a really fun area to dive into. So for those National Geographic style wildlife documentaries, you usually see a lot of work done with cameras like the Reds or even the Sony cinema lineup like the Sony FX9 or FX6. Those are really popular because they're not too bulky, but they still give you amazing image quality. You also see a lot of Canon cinema cameras out there and sometimes even Blackmagic cameras. They like those because they're relatively portable and you can rig them up on Jeeps or carry them around. And of course, they often use really long telephoto lenses, sometimes 600 millimeters or more, to get those close-up shots of animals from a safe distance. So it's kind of a mix, but those are some of the go-to systems you see out in the field.
Wait, I feel like maybe I'm misled because my assumption was like when they're filming those really high professional National Geographic documentaries, they're using not like typical consumer lenses, but they're using some crazy stuff, like Hollywood level stuff. Am I mistaken? You're saying it's simply just like, Sony, Canon can do the trick or what?
Yeah, absolutely. I get what you're saying. So to clarify, it's definitely not just off-the-shelf gear in the sense that these are fully professional cinema cameras, and they do pair them with some seriously high-end cinema lenses. So yeah, they're using some really top-tier optics. You might see lenses from brands like Ingenue or Cooke or Canon's high-end Cine line. And these lenses are definitely Hollywood level. They're designed to withstand the rigors of being out in the field, and they deliver that really cinematic quality that you see in those documentaries. So it's a bit of both. Yes, they're using those cinema camera bodies from brands like Sony or Red, but they're definitely pairing them with some very high-end specialized cinema lenses to get that incredible wildlife footage.
I'm not really believing you on this, okay? But I feel I think I've even heard from some safari guides. So I've had some safari guides who have actually helped film for certain Netflix wildlife stuff. And they even told me how when the crew showed up, they had these crazy rigs and crazy looking cameras that they would be able to attach and mount to the Jeep. And it's not something you just find consumer as a consumer. It's like a very, very expensive, overly expensive type of rigs.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And you're absolutely right. I think we're on the same page there. Those setups are definitely not your everyday gear. They use very specialized and super expensive rigs and mounts that are made exactly for those kinds of shoots. So you're absolutely not mistaken there. It's definitely a level above what a regular consumer would have access to. So they're kind of using those cinema cameras I mentioned, but then they do build them out into these really elaborate, very expensive rigs that are absolutely not just something you pick up at the local camera store. So yeah, we're totally spot on with that.
Okay. I don't think she was helpful at all. Let's see here. Best bet is to be someone's assistant. Yeah, like I need to just figure that out. I just want to be involved. Sunday, don't you bypass my weekend, says BC. My bad. 100K is normal with the viewfinder and so on. Yeah, gotcha. I think I read that. Fed, you said BBC Earth is red and airy and other cinema cameras often, but there have been times they shot with Sony A7 II for some low light stuff back in the day. Or A7S Mark II. The Sony Venice has a small module you can use for special shots. So Fed, you said I shoot wildlife and commercials mostly, and we shoot some narrative too. Nice. Well, Fed, if you would like to join me on one of my wildlife trips, by all means, anyone can join. But obviously, if you pay the money, because it's not cheap. But yeah, I do tend to do wildlife group trips. I started doing that about 2.5, 3 years ago, and so now I'm trying to do it more consistently. So I've been hoping to try to put a calendar together for next year. It's just been a little bit tough as I've been juggling a bunch of things at once. But yeah, but you can check out, I believe. Let me plug myself. Is it tours? !tours. Let's see if this works. Yes, you can see the different tours that I'm going to be hosting. Right now, you'll see only 2, which is to Uganda for April and November of next year. And then I'm hopefully going to put together the Hokkaido, Japan wildlife trip in a few days. You know, we're trying to edit all those wildlife photos first. And that will be for February of next year in the wintertime. Troy, you said... Wait, no. Fed... Troy says Amber has hallucinations. Fed says the Sony Venice extension system is like a detached sensor. Okay. Nice. I'm still just photos, but trying to learn videos for the behind-the-scenes stuff. Nothing to the level you guys are at. Well, listen, Troy. I think the ZR could be right up your alley then. What's up, Sid? What's up? Thanks for being here. Yeah, they use some huge expensive tripod arms with stable. Yeah, maybe that's what... Okay. I think that's where I'm getting mistaken. I'm imagining some crazy ass system that's like a proprietary thing that's just like not like off the shelf that you can buy. But maybe it is, like you said, like a Red camera or Arri or Sony or whatever. And then it's just more the crazy gimbals and like rig systems are the things that are more proprietary or like not easily accessible that you need to like understand how to learn. I guess it's like being like a drone operator. Maybe the skill set you need to have to be like a Nat Geo level filmmaker for like wildlife stuff is someone who knows how to operate those crazy crane arms to get those shots when you're on like a moving Jeep vehicle. So yeah. And that's what I need to learn. Like, how can I get my hands on like practicing and then getting certified for that so then I can join that crew. Fed, you said, yeah, that would be cool if I would be able to fit it in somewhere. I'm going to look into that in case. Awesome. Yes, absolutely. Let me know. But yeah, they are very expensive trips. So the gorilla trekking one, which we'll be doing in April and November, yeah, it's not cheap to do the gorilla treks and the chimp treks and the shoebill storks. Sid, you said your stream usually happens during my work hours, so I can't stay for long. Do you ever go live at a different time? You know, I tried doing that at one point, but it was a little tough for me to wake up super early because I'm in Dubai time right now. So it's 7:45 p.m. my time. I normally I used to stream around 4 p.m. I've been a little bit later since, so I've been streaming usually around like 5 or 6 p.m. my time. But generally speaking, I use this window of like 5 to 7 hours to stream. Day 69 started at 8:30. Yeah, and then I had a few days recently where it was like completely different times. There's some truly wild stuff made, especially for that kind of stuff. Very expensive. Yeah. What's up, Primal? Yo, welcome back to the stream, Primal Nation. Troy says ZR does look nice, just got too much Canon glass. Wait, I think you're able to adapt the Canon lenses to the ZR. They were touting the whole, like, what is it, like 13 millimeter flange distance or some, I'm making up numbers right now, but yeah. I think it does convert. Fed, you said, I'm already going to be in Spain in March and April. Ooh, Spain. Are you going for the Lynx? I've been meaning to go to Spain for the Lynx photography, but it's like in a hide. But, you know, the Lynx cats just look so cool. So that's also on the list, to-do list for me to travel. 0894. Okay, let's hustle up here. You can use Canon lenses on the Z mount. Gotcha. Let's grab this one. Almost done. We're at the finish line here. All right, let's match this up. And was this slowed down? Nope. Here it comes, right? Is it this one? Okay. My guess is this frame here. I was wrong. What? Somewhere in between those two. Okay, so then basically this is acceptable then. So let's copy this.
Up to us, people that love it.
Okay, and then let's fix a few things. .07. And stabilize. Nikon has the shallowest lens mount, so it can use pretty much anything. Mikey makes... What's up, King Kruk? Mikey makes a Canon adapter to Z with drop-in filters. I've never used drop-in filters. The 400 2.8, it has the ability for that, but they're so expensive, so... autofocus and everything works. That's good to know. Yeah, I'm hoping Nikon makes a better F to Z mount or Z adapter for video users. Yeah, that'd be good. The F lenses are really sharp. But yes, welcome to the stream, King Kruk. Thanks for being here. We're almost done. Almost done with this tiresome task. 1.07. Okay. Oh, I did the wrong one. That's why. 1.07.
It's up to us, people. So it is up to us, people that love the animals, to speak for their behalf.
The rescue.
Finish line 0909. Once I do this, then I want to get to my Japan photos. We need to hustle on that one as well. 0909. Dun, 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 40%. trying to kind of blow my nose. Hold on, let me
look deep into their eyes, and you get this sense of knowing. They understand you. They know what your purpose is there for you, that you're going to make them better.
Our work is to be their advocates, to be their promoters, to be their protectors. Because as humans, we take claim over every.
Okay. I want to check out the 400 f2.8. Yes, the 400 2.8 is an incredible lens. Japan photos, nice. Yes, bring on the photos. You know what? F it. Let's do it. Actually, I'm so close to finishing this. Should I just finish it? I think I should finish. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more shots. Okay, you know what? Let's do it. Let's just finish this out. And then I'll do the photos. We get some cool ass photos, okay? I'll keep an eye out for future wildlife trips down the line. Maybe tag along at a later date. Yeah, hells yeah, yeah. Well, listen, I appreciate it, Fed. It's what I do now, right? So I focus all my time traveling. So Fed, oh yeah. So Fed, since you might be fairly new, the main thing I would say is that I am a wildlife and travel photographer, and then I've been switching more towards videography in the past 2 years, and I've been out of corporate for the past 2 years or so now. And in that time, basically past year and a half, I was just traveling nonstop. So I have about 100 terabytes plus in like 10 to 12 countries that I've traveled to in the past year and a half. And what I do on stream is I just kind of show behind the scenes of me editing the photos and videos from those travels. And then I've been focusing mostly on YouTube. So trying to, create content for YouTube from my travel vlogs. And then as we've been doing that, I've been trying to be a bit more cinematic with that approach. So that's kind of the journey progression that you'll see. But yeah, as part of what I do, I also organize tours, and I do work directly with Nikon quite a bit. I'm one of their creators, so I do workshops for them and stuff like that. Or in this case, they let me test out their new ZR in advance. So yeah, that's kind of like in a nutshell of what I've been focusing on, what I do. So there you go. But yeah, I plan to travel as much as possible every year, and trying to do some organized trips, because obviously that helps pay the bills as well. So that's part of part of the process for me. Okay, so let's figure out where this is. 2. So here we see something coming out there. All right. And here, I guess I don't really have to be that careful that it is, exact. It's just like it's just a dude cleaning shit off the wall, literally. So any part of that can work. Let's just stabilize it. Nico says 6'7". Did I say 6'7"? Is that why? Don't listen to me. I'm biased. Finish it up. Yeah, King Crow, you said your packing luggage skills must be through the roof. I'm not. Nah. I take way too long. I'm like a very slow and methodical packer, but I am an expert at the airport. I know the name of the game. Okay, I know how to speed through things. I know how to trick the. I know all the tricks. Okay, in the sense of when I'm carrying my bags, they're always way over the limit. So my carry-on backpack usually weighs sometimes it weighs more than my check-in bags, right? That's how, because you got all the the camera gears and stuff like that. But yeah, I get so annoyed when people are slow when you go through security, and you're seeing people who, oh, what? I have to take my belt off? Oh, my bad. Oh, what? I have to take my shoes off? Oh, let me untie them. It's there's all these things where it's okay, when you approach that security line, you know exactly what you're supposed to do. One, you should know what to wear to begin with at the airport, so that you go smooth through, smooth sailings. You don't have anything with little zipper pockets, hopefully, or things that will get dinged by the security thing. Laptop ready to go. You got to put it away. I don't know. There's so many things where I see the noobs, the amateurs, and I'm like, give me a line. There needs to be a dedicated security line for people like me, who I feel like I've earned it. Okay, at this point, I've lost count how many hours, how many miles I've been, how many trips I've been on. But okay, anyways, I'm getting distracted. Duck, 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 ducky, 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 duck.
Just to speak for them.
Right on cue, we got, what did I say? It's usually a 50-50. If someone follows me on Kick, it's because they're trying to promote something. So we had one spam, then we had Simba Nala Furry Lover, who seems to be a real person, although they did kind of promote their Twitter. And then we got another person following, but trying to promote something. Kick is just such an interesting world, okay? Let me ban this guy. Troy, you said, yes, it's not rocket science. People, let's go. Yes.
Just to speak for them.
There we go.
Just to speak for them.
And then let's lift it up a bit. There we go. 0900. Dun, 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 dun. Almost done. Copy. Paste. You know, one thing I will say that I've seen myself also improving as a videographer, or like shooting wise, or at least now I'm finally getting a better understanding or having a better eye at like what do I film? Like if I'm on a trip somewhere and there's a subject, how do I get a good shot? So there's still a lot that I need to learn, obviously, but like, you know, understanding that it's actually sometimes really cool to try to shoot the subject with obstructions, right? You don't need to have the full subject. You don't need the full body. Or in this case here, I was like, okay, let me just try to capture her in between the what do you call this? The cage bars, right? And so I think there's like fun stuff like that where hopefully it then becomes noticeable for anyone watching. But yeah, it's like these are some of the little things I'm realizing I'm getting better at. It's like understanding composition, I guess, and like framing. Okay, so I think maybe one of these frames here. Okay, it's close enough, right? Let's see. Yeah, close enough. So let's drag this over. Although I don't know what this technique would be called. I'm trying to learn the actual like the technical terms, right? So there's like the over the shoulder shot. And then what would this be called if you're shooting through something at a subject in the mid to far, like, you know, mid to background, I guess. Fed, you said at first you tend to think like a photography, but that changes fast. Yeah, I you know what, that's what one of the reasons I think a lot of people don't do the shift or like jump over or like hybrid is because it is like a completely different mindset, I guess. So you have to like rewire your brain in some ways when it comes to like the things you learned about photography doesn't carry over one-to-one for a video. Yeah, what would this be called, this technique? Oh shit, what did I just do? 40% speed. Okay, so let's slow this down. Amber, what would you call a filming technique if you're shooting a subject through an opening of something in the foreground? So like, for example, if I'm filming a person somewhere in the midground of the shot, but somewhere closer to the foreground and a bit blurred are, let's say, a window opening or a door frame, or, you know, in my case, I'm filming something where you see like cage, like there's someone inside of a large cage, and through the openings of the bars of the cage, I'm filming the person. So what would you call that kind of technique when you're filming through an opening of something that's blurred in the foreground?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a pretty classic and really effective technique. It's often called shooting through a foreground element, and sometimes people refer to it as a frame within a frame or just using natural framing. It basically means you're adding a layer of depth by having something in the foreground that's out of focus and kind of draws the viewer's eye into the main subject. So yeah, it's a really cool approach, and it's got a few different names, but frame within a frame is a nice, simple way to think about it.
Okay, that's the one I've heard and I just forgot. So frame within a frame. That's okay. So that's one of the filming techniques. Actually, I watched a whole YouTube video on this. I wonder if can I watch this without getting copyright struck? That's a real question. Fed, you said there's a lot of overlap too. Of course, we also need an EDC video from you. EDC, is that the electronic dance? You need a. Wait, I'm thinking Electronic Dance Music Festival, EDM. What is an EDC video? It creates depth, Fed, you're saying? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, the frame within a frame. So that's what I'd heard before. Yeah, it creates depth. Do you ever take your Porsche Panorama off-roading? What is... who are you talking to, King Kruk? You think I own a Porsche? You think I own a car? Where's my mouse? Oh, here it is. Okay, I fixed that. Let's stabilize this. Man, seeing how I have like a powerful Mac Studio, and obviously I'm running a bunch of things right now, but like I'm imagining having a 12K resolution file loaded into DaVinci. It's like, holy yikes. Okay, this is one of my favorite shots I took. So again, I don't know what this framing technology would be called, or not technology, the framing technique. 0910. Is there a name for a filming technique when you're shooting a subject at a low angle, pointing up towards the subject?
Yeah, absolutely. That one's got a nice straightforward name. It's called a low angle shot. Basically, you're positioning the camera below the subject and angling it upwards. It's a classic technique to make the subject look a bit more powerful or imposing, or just give them a sense of presence. So yeah, you can just call it a low angle shot and you're all set.
They don't have a more creative name for that kind of technique?
You know, film terminology can be pretty straightforward sometimes, so low angle shot is the main name you'll hear. But depending on the mood it creates, people might say it's giving a hero shot vibe if it makes the subject look heroic, or they might say it adds a sense of drama or power. But yeah, the main official name is just that good old low angle shot, even if it does sound a bit plain.
W Dill. Everyday. Hold on. Do you ever take in narrative? It can be used to create tension too, as a point of view shot, or just make it seem so to create tension. What you're talking about is like low angle shot. Yeah, because like the low angle shot to me for photography is like when you think of like an elephant for wildlife, right? Or like when you want the subject to look more imposing and larger than life and like towering over the view. So yeah, I can see it adds tension, or like it adds a bit of suspense maybe, or like imposing feel, which is usually a bit more on the intense side. Everyday carry, King Kruk says, like someone is watching. Oh, you're talking about the frame within a frame. Got it. You call this a frog angle? I like that. Wait, is that a real thing, Fed? Because I would totally call it the frog angle, because I mastered that at a young age. As every Asian would tell you, we all know how to do the Asian squat. And in some ways, that is like doing a frog angle. So like I've mastered doing that low angle while doing the Asian squat. You know what? Wait, F it. I should just call it the Asian squat. So this is the Asian squat shot, right? But you do the Asian squat shot where you're so low that your feet are on the ground, but then your butt is almost touching the ground somehow at the same time. And then you just get the camera, and usually I'll just do a little pan, or I'll shift either left to right or right to left. So the Asian squat shot. Frog angle is usually even lower though, but yeah. No, nothing goes lower than the Asian squat. King Crux says, taking your Panamera sedan. Yo, I'm so confused, King Crux. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like are you on drugs, or am I not able to understand what is happening? You're asking about a Porsche Panamera? Oh, I read it as Panorama earlier. I have no idea what that is though. I don't know anything about cars. Just lower than this particular shot. Wow, you're saying that my Asian squat wasn't good enough for you. I hear you. Okay. Okay. All right, let's look for I need the moment here. I need to see, when do I blink or something. When does she blink? Oh, she doesn't blink at all. Okay, so we'll just take the whole shot. Oh wait, no, I think I slowed this down. Okay, so we're off, but let's just see how it looks. So I think I need to start a little bit later. The hero moment comes a bit later, so it's like this part. But she doesn't blink until later. Hold on. I can't help myself, but like I get these moments where it's like, part of me is like, you know what? It doesn't have to be perfect. You just need to find a good moment. Just find whatever moment. It doesn't have to 100% match your previous shot. And then I have these thoughts where I'm like, but I should make it match, shouldn't I? And that devil on the shoulder tends to win. So now I'm trying to find the exact moment. It should be like roughly right there. Come on. Got it. Okay, we got it. We got it. And then let's copy this, paste it into that. Let's add in the zoom 1.07 and 1.19. Then let's hit stabilization. Whoops. Okay, there we go.
Remember how to be human.
That's pretty low to take off-roading, ain't it? Yeah. I'm gonna steal Asian squat. That's great. Hells yeah. Listen. Steal from my people. Why don't you? The Asian squat shot. Wait a second. Fed, or anyone, but do you realize the Asian squat shot, otherwise known as ass, right? Which is also quite fitting, because, yeah. So it is the ass shot, or the Asian squat shot is the acronym.
Remember how to be human.
Man, I have way too much fun by myself. The Asian squat shot.
The rescue chimps to remember how to be human.
Okay, 0953. 0953. 0953. Let's copy this. The zoom tricked me. Gotcha. Fed, you said, okay, you're right. When she comes closer to the camera, I see just how low it is. That is definitely a frog shot. Okay, okay. You rescind. I was gonna say, how dare you say my Asian squat is less than a frog? Oh shit. Did I just Okay. Although I do need to lift the shot up a bit, so let's... or drop it.
The rescue chimps to remember how to be human.
Okay, so now this is the... Yeah, see, even here I was kind of like trying to time or synchronize things to the dialogue. So obviously we now have our little sequence with all the human shots, and then here Dr. Racunda says we rescue chimps to remember how to be human, and then I switch over to some chimp shots to end off the series, but then having a human moment, right, where you see this baby, you know, touching the mom's face. So hopefully a nice little intimate moment. Now we gotta find it in this super long clip. Oh, is it? Was this it? I don't think this was it. Hold on. Because I don't remember seeing the onion in the mom's mouth. Or was there? Okay, might be just after. Okay, it must be like right here then, yeah? Okay, and I gotta slow this down to 40%. Right on the money. Copy, paste.
But how to be human? How to be human?
All right. Zoom in 1.07 until here. Let's do 1.19.
To be human.
.07. Stabilize. Fed, you said the great readout speed is another thing that sold me on the ZR. Great for handhold shooting, under 10 millisecond in 6K and under 6 millisecond in 4K DX. That's impressive. You know what? I guess I didn't really think of it from that angle. Or I don't know how to compare it, I guess, maybe to other stuff.
To be human. But how to be human? How to be human?
Okay, DSC07A4. So this one, I remember this shot because it's one of my favorite shots. 0784. So it should be in our product review. Fed, you said, don't have to worry much about rolling shutter issues. Gotcha. I noticed how great it was in the shot when you back up from the chimp walking towards you. Yeah. Where was that? Yeah, I was actually... Yeah, I think I made this comment the other day, but it was funny. There's someone in the YouTube video comment who was like shitting on that shot, right? I don't take offense to it, but I was like, you know, I wasn't clear enough that like I was not bragging about this shot as being the most stable. I was trying to point out that in a circumstance where you're walking backwards with a handheld camera in the middle of like a jungle where you're like, it's like uneven terrain and you're tripping over tree roots and stuff, to end up with shot that you can actually use in your final footage was like super impressive to me. Like the fact that any of this was usable at all was like that was the point I was trying to make. Not like, hey, check out how amazingly stable this shot is. It's like it was shot with the gimbal. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Here's my favorite example from the documentary. I'm walking backwards quickly to match the chimp's pace, and I'm trying not to trip over tree roots, and I'm handheld. And between the IBIS smoothing out the micro jitters and a light passive stabilization in DaVinci Resolve with the minimal crop, I ended up with footage that looks way more controlled than I had any right to expect. So bottom line, for a run and gun shooter, the ZR works for my non-gimbal shots. I don't know what this dude was about to say there, but yeah, so that was like a fun example for me to show. Yeah, it wasn't like perfect, right? There was still a little bit of like jitteriness and stuff, but thankfully with DaVinci and like all the digital stabilization that's possible, you end up with like very usable footage. And that wasn't the only walking backward shot, right? I ended up with so many of those shots that were usable. So, okay, what do I need? There's a particular shot. Where would it be? Okay, the colors look so much better here. So let me copy this over before I forget. What did I do here? Oh, this is the adjustment clip. Fed, you said... Oh yeah, it's not the stability. It's how it doesn't warp the footage because of the fast readout speed when you stumble a bit here and there. Gotcha. If the readout speed is not fast enough, the footage will warble, like distort. Fair enough. Okay, hold on. I need to copy all of this. Okay, is there an easy way to copy all of this? Let's just say copy. And then let's jump to this version. Where is it? Here it comes. This one here. Yeah, I think I prefer this version more. There's a bit more red involved. See, I need to learn how to turn that into a LUT, right? So that is one of the next steps in my journey as a creator, is start to sell my own LUTs. I need to stabilize this footage because it kind of shook at the midpoint. Fed said, so when it doesn't warble, you can stabilize it further in Resolve like you did, and it will look great. Gotcha. So that's from the readout speed. I didn't make the connection. Okay, we'll keep it as is. Nah. Okay. I've been getting distracted. I need to carry over. There's like one shot from our product review. This one. There it is. Okay. So this one. Let's just copy this footage. Bring it into our video. And let's put it into the right section, which is here. Okay, so it looks off to the left, around there. Oh, I got it right on. Man, that's just skills. That's all skills. Okay, now I kind of like, I think I like this color grading more than the one I just copied over. So we're just going to copy this into the new footage. And let's zoom in. And stabilize.
Number Island is a second chance that makes the first one possible. We cannot change their past.
We cannot change their past. But we can... Oh no, what is the line? We cannot change their past, but we can change what comes next. We can change what becomes... We can change what comes next.
We cannot change their past. We can change what comes next.
We can change what comes next. Okay. Almost done. 3 more clips, and then I can do some photos. Fed, you said dehancer lets you make LUTs at the bottom, but it will only be of the changes you made in dehancer, and certain things like grain inhalation won't make its way into the LUT. Oh, okay. But that's still kind of nice. Because like I need to make my dehancer review, so maybe as part of that review, I can make some LUTs off of my dehancer usage, and then I can just give it for free to anyone who wants, you know? Like if you, hey, it's like, yeah, if you watch the video, here's some LUTs I made specifically for dehancer. And then like for general DaVinci LUTs, that one I need to like put it on my website, like sell it, that kind of stuff. Zero 0876. We are almost done. Oh my god, can you feel the magic in the air? Okay. Yeah, it's so crazy because like to make this 5-minute short documentary film, there's like so many cool moments that I had to speed up or I didn't give it enough time to breathe. You know, like a shot like this, you know, it would look nice just to let it play out fully. You know, once you stabilize it, color grade and stuff like that. But just to have a nice scene that's not shaky, right? But if I had the time, and then you see the boat coming through. Where is that boat? There you are. Like a shot like this, I feel would be nice to let it breathe for almost the entirety of it. So I have to remind myself now that like while I'm really happy with the 5-minute film, I shouldn't be satisfied with it. I should go back and try to make a 15-minute version that, you know, it won't, I don't think it'll feel bloated if done correctly. So, yeah. Because we have so many of these kind of shots, like really, really nice cinematic moments. And, you know, with the audio as well, we have some really good, yeah, we caught some good audio to utilize as well. Veggie said, down near the bottom of dehancer, you see the create LUT button. Oh, wait, you're right. Or I think I... Huh. Hold on. Let's find it. LUT generator. Oh, yeah, I totally did see this. I just didn't give it a thought at all. Okay, okay. I need to learn more about this. I don't know what this whole input transform. So is it saying like disable input transform as in don't take into consideration? I'm saying use Rec 709 as the source. I have no idea. Oh, that's one thing I discovered, that actually I was breaking the rules. I don't know if they were real, it's like not rigid rules, but my understanding was like, hey, if you're doing any LUTs, if you're doing anything like on the creative color grading stuff, you should do it after you've transformed your color space back into like Rec 709 or whatever the exported file will be. So usually as part of my node tree, after I have a color space transformed back into Rec 709, then I have like a node where I can throw in some LUTs. However, for some of the footages I ended up playing with from this recent trip, I found that if I did the LUTs prior to the transform back into Rec 709, at least the LUTs that I'm using from Lens Distortion, it actually looked much better. It just looked different, and sometimes the different looked better for me. So breaking rules sometimes can be fun. I find with the right audio choices, you can let some scenes run for a while. Yeah. And that's been a really fun part of like my learning process, has been the joy of audio, or the joy of mixing sound with visuals. And if you hit that right recipe, when you have that synergy moment, it feels fantastic. And one of those moments for me was, again, just the trailer itself, right? So that whole trailer for this latest product review, when I heard that song on Lens Distortions, I knew immediately, like, this is the song. Like, I just knew. There's that moment, I was like, hells yeah. Here, let's let it play. Or for you. So when that first hit, I was like, I see it. I see it in front of me. And then, yeah, I already described. I talked about this yesterday, but even like that scene where you see the cage bar, the vertical bar crossing the face. So like even having it synchronized with the beats of the soundtrack was like such a cool moment when it like all the stars aligned. I was like, oh, nice. We got something. We got something. Okay. Jesus, I've been saying I'm almost done with this, and I keep going on some tangents here. Veggie said, the thing is, changes made after a LUT will easily break the image, but you can do changes after a LUT as long as you are careful, and not all LUTs are created equal. Some break easier. Gotcha. Yeah, I understand the rationale for it, as in like, you know, rules can be broken, but yeah, like to your point, the stress test, you know, might cause more damage in the long run. Okay, let's map this up. Somewhere around here. Okay, looks close enough. And is this slowed down? It is not. Zoom in.
We cannot change their past.
Okay, 2 more shots. 1668. 1668. There you are. Yeah, the thing is, changes made. Oh, yeah, I read that. So these rules are to help beginners often. Yeah, that's a good point. But it's like, it's one of those, yeah, it's good to know the reason why the rules exist. And that's where I'm saying like, okay, I won't call myself anywhere close to. View myself as an intermediate level, right? Because I'm not a beginner, but I'm not a pro. And at intermediate, I feel like I understand some of the reasons why some of the instructions are the way they are. And then for the rest, I just kind of nod my head and just do what they say that I should do without understanding the logic. So the moment I feel like I understand the logic to all of the technique rules, then I feel like, okay, I'm more of a pro level. Okay, so this is a close-up. Right here. I think this is the literal moment. I think I locked it in. 40% speed. All right, let's drag that in. Let's see how close we were to the money. Ooh, close. Close, but no cigar. But it's close enough, I think. Let me see. Yeah, it's close enough. Okay, so let's blade that. Copy and paste it over. Oh, like for instance, now this is where it's like I'm definitely not a pro at DaVinci. I don't understand what the green connecting line and the blue connecting line is on the node tree. Like I know when people say, oh, you need to connect this blue thing and all of a sudden something will happen. But I have no idea what the actual logic is as to what these lines actually mean and when it translates into real effects. So that's another thing I need to spend some time, probably talk to ChatGPT or watch a YouTube video. Da, 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 da.
Impossible. We cannot change their past. We can impossible. We cannot change their past. We can change what comes.
Okay, I think I want to add a little bit of zoom on this one to zoom in on that chimpanzee trust logo.
Change their past. We can change what comes next. We cannot change their past. We can change what comes next.
Last one, 1671. Here we go. Fed, you said, yeah, 1671. Okay, let me drag this over. You said, yeah, when you know the why, you can break the rules. Yeah, yeah. It's like I feel like I'm entering school again.
We change what comes next.
Dun, 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 dun. What did I shoot this at? This is probably 60 frames per second. Yeah, 60. So 40% speed. Okay. So look, thankfully, I just took the very beginning of this clip. Thank Christ. Shit. Okay. Copy. Paste. Zoom in. And stabilize. Okay, I think we're done. Holy shit, it took me 2 days to finish this. Okay, let me watch from the beginning. Let's see if there's anything broken. So I need to focus on, does it look unstable? Do I see that the cropping, I forgot to zoom in to make sure it covers the edges. And do the colors look right? And the audio as well. Audio should be fine, but or is there any weird synchronization thing? Yo, what's up, Radu? Welcome back to the stream. Hi and happy editing. The software looks cool. I'm using CyberLink Power Director, but I believe that will not be compatible with all the ZR's recording formats. Maybe I'll have to change too. I've never heard of CyberLink Power Director. What? What are we talking about here? CyberLink Power Director. Generative AI video editor. Oh, damn. Man, you got like Sora, you got this thing now. The Power Director 365 for Mac. Edit like a pro with AI video editing. Okay. What does Leonardo say? You had my attention, now you have my curiosity? Or is it the other way around? You had my curiosity, now you have my attention? Shit. Which way is that? Leonardo, you had my attention, now you have my curiosity. No, it was the other way. It must have been curiosity, right? Curiosity, now you have my attention. Gentlemen, you had my curiosity, now you have my attention. Okay. So what does this thing do? Right now I'm at the curiosity mark. You have my curiosity. Create extraordinary videos from start to finish. But like if I feed it my own videos, can I tell it what to do? Like, hey, can you subtly zoom in on this thing? Fed, you said about the nodes and so on and the inner workings. The beginner's manual for DaVinci is hundreds of pages long, so it's hard to know all the details even after the decades of use. Jesus. I mean, it's a powerful tool, so I'm happy to know it's complicated. Now, Radu, is it the same issue as with CapCut, where it's like if you're using these kind of AI stuff, are they like stealing your footages, or like they have the rights to it somehow to generate more AI stuff? Okay, the type of AI that I need for my talking head video is the stuff that it'll take my eyes and make it always look at the camera, right? So if I'm like reading a script, I need it so it doesn't look obvious that my eyes are reading a script. So I need that kind of AI tool that will just make your eyes always look at the camera. That would be nice. Not that I've done any teleprompter yet, but you know, assuming I will soon. Transitions, video transitions made easy. Okay, well listen, you had my curiosity. And technically my attention, since I'm still on the page here. That sounds interesting. Okay. It's a very good software. Until now, I only worked with Cyberlink Power Director. You know what? Here's what I gotta say, Radu. They have to change the name. You can't call yourself Cyberlink Power Director. I feel like that's just not a very consumer-friendly name for a video editing software. You gotta have something like CapCut, DaVinci, you know, Resolve, Final Cut Pro, Premiere Pro. When you said Cyberlink Power Director, I immediately thought, is this like some kind of webcam company, like a Zoom kind of thing? I don't know. Oh yeah, it looks interesting though. Okay, let's see how this turned out. Let me pause the music and let's review.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room. On this island, we practice balance so the world can keep its footing. Everything here is a lesson in balance. My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust on Ngamba Island for now 16 years. Our vision is to secure chimpanzees in their natural habitats and provide optimum captive care for those that cannot survive in the wild. We currently have 55 chimpanzees. Ngamba Island is a 100-acre island. About 95, maybe 96% of it is cordoned off to give them their own space. And that space from the beginning was forested, but of course the forest has grown richer.
Okay, I think I noticed one thing here. I could probably also color grade some of these a bit better, but it's like also like a vintage look, so I'm okay with it as is. Fed, you said, I would never know what that was. Maybe they will add the Nikon R3D NE eventually. The people testing the ZR had to wait a bit, even in Resolve, for them to add it. Yeah. But then someone at Nikon told me, hey, the new DaVinci, you know, if you upgrade to the new firmware or whatever, then the files will be read. And that's exactly the case now, right? So that's why I'm doing this whole task. These are the original R3D files, and you can read it in DaVinci. So what did I notice? There's one of the clips, this one. I felt like there's a bit of shake right there. Yeah, there's a little bump. And that could be from the stabilization. Oh, no, okay. So I think I just need to do some stabilization. Okay. And let me add just a little bit of curve to this one. Same with this one. Okay, now let's rewatch.
Island, about 95, maybe 96% of it is cordoned off to give them their own space. And that space from the beginning was forested, but of course the forest has grown richer. Typically, the chimps spend the entire day in the forest. In the night, we have a place where they sleep, they spend the night. We call it the holding facility or sleeping area. And the only reason we actually have them come in the evening is that this group would probably need about 100 square miles for them to be able to forage food all year round. So we now supplement that with the nutrition that we give them. But their choice to come back is voluntary. Our founders were looking for a place where, one, there would be enough space. We didn't want to have a situation where it's like in a zoo and they're in a cramped enclosure. They have the freedom to be able to move as freely as they want and interact with the environment directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries, natural barriers, so there is no interaction with humans. And the island turned out to be a solution that captured all these facets. Many of the chimps that we have here have been rescued from very traumatic experiences. In the beginning, the biggest challenge was the pet trade. The challenges have been evolving since then.
This is, by the way, one of the toughest challenges of making this documentary, was trying to figure out where do I put these shots into the film, because these were probably the most cinematic shots that I took in my entire history of filming, for sure, because it was just so, amazing lighting and this very, artistic leading lines and the shadows cast across the face and the subject coming towards you. Everything about it was super cinematic, but everything about it was also very dark, because you got a cage-like feel, right? So then it's like, I don't want to convey a feeling of like imprisonment or like a zoo cage concept. So that became a big struggle to figure out, like, where the hell can I actually slot these footages into my actual short film. So then eventually, obviously it worked out where it did, but there's a change in tone in the soundtrack as well. So then I dropped off some of the stems, so then it was a bit more like suspense. And then as that suspense kicks in, that's where I had Dr. Rakundo's portion where he talks about the dark history of the chimps and how they were rescued and all that. So then when it's a little bit more on the dark history of them, I was like, okay, we'll line it up with the shots here. So that was one of the bigger challenges for me, but I think it worked out. But yeah,
the human population is going up. The habitat for the chimpanzees is shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we lose about 20 to 25,000 hectares of natural forest every year. By the time I joined, the number of chimpanzees was going down at an alarming rate. There was a very, very big fear that within 20 years we would not have. They would move from being vulnerable to extinct. As humans, we protect what we love, but we only love what we know. And that is what the sanctuary plays a big role in, is to try and create awareness about the chimpanzee. One of the very first encounters, I think in the first couple of weeks that I was here, it was one of the cases of the chimps that had a very bad injury to its hand, Billy, and I had to do a surgery on it. Billy is a gentle soul, but we have that connection because for me it was my first surgery, so to speak, on a chimpanzee, and it required an amputation of her thumb, but it was necessary and it saved the hand. You know, when you look deep into their eyes and you get this sense of knowing, they understand you, they know what your purpose is there for you, that you're going to make them better.
What did I put there? Okay, that you're going to make it better. Or did he say make them better?
For you, that you're going to make them better.
Hold on. All right, let me read the chat. Yo, Sora. Hello, Sora. I think you shared something in the Discord. I need to check that out since you're here. My boy, says Sora. Welcome to the day 71 of the stream. I just basically had to rework my entire short documentary film that I made. So I'm now reviewing it now to see that did I make all the changes correctly. But yes, welcome Sora. And we're going to check out your photo in a second. King Crux says, Yobo, the ZR is perfect for travel. I'm traveling right now, and I wish I had it. Even though Komodo X is small, I still have to pack several bulky items to get it running. Yeah. I hope I conveyed that in the review effectively, but it is very much, I think I start by saying like it's a run and gun travel camera, right? For the type of traveler like myself. The fact that I can just hop this into my side bag because it's so lightweight, it's very low profile, and then I can save. I like literally. I'm like, why would I ever need to bring the Atomos? I don't need to bring an external monitor. Maybe I'll keep the small rig cage on it just because it's nice to have the small rig cages in general. Although I mentioned that it's a little bit annoying to get to access some of the buttons there. The shotgun mic, I would love to get that shotgun mic to go with it, and that's it. Like I don't need anything else to go with that camera to feel like I'm confident I can get some really cool travel cinema. So yeah, and I feel like because I've tried this already, right? I've been doing travel vlogs from the past year and a half of my travels, and that's always been with like a Z9, with the Z6 III, Z8, shooting at NRAW. So now with this camera, with the bigger screen, with like the 32-bit float, so now confident with the audio capture as well, and obviously with the red color science, and yeah, I feel like ready to go. I cannot wait for my next film project. That's why you're getting it, says Fed, for the light travel when I don't want to bring my larger cameras but still want to shoot in high quality RAW. I have the Pixis 12K. Yeah, man, Fed, you're on another level, okay? There's a few of you guys. In my community. I think Beatty is one of them who's like truly like in the pro side of things. So Fed, next time, hopefully you continue to be in our community and on my daily live streams, but at some point there will be someone who hops in, I hope again. But Beatty is also in like the film industry. So it's really fun to hear from people like in that world for sure. Okay, Sora. Oh, hold on. I'm stretching myself. Okay, let's finish this first. We're almost at the end. But I did see something I need to change, right? Because I think in his dialogue he says them better, not it better.
They know what your purpose is there for you, that you're going to make them better.
Yeah, okay, so I have a little bit of a typo there. Easy enough to fix. To make them better. Okay, let's rewind.
You look deep into their eyes and you get this sense of knowing. They understand you. They know what your purpose is there for you, that you're going to make them better.
Our work is to be their advocates, to be their promoters, to be their protectors. Because as humans, we take claim over every space on the earth. We claim it as ours, and the animals have no one to speak for them. So it is up to us, people that love the animals, to speak for their behalf.
We rescue chimps to remember how to be human. Ngamba Island is a second chance that makes the first one possible. We cannot change their past. We can change what comes next.
Okay, and then that last bit, it's because I need to delete the file below. So let's check that again.
We cannot change their past. We can change what comes next.
Okay, okay. And then can I stabilize it a bit more? Okay. All right, I think we are finished. It looks good. Sora is still alive. Okay, let me check out your the things you shared. And are you saying you're still alive? Because I think the last few times, Sora, that you were in the chat, you were like heavily drunk, right? You're having a blast, which I'm jealous. You know, you're socializing. King says exactly no V mount or gold mount batteries, even XLR microphones or external monitor. I'll be able to travel with 2 ZRs, microphone, and a few batteries. Yeah. Yeah, it must be like, see, yeah, anyways, the fact that you can travel light is amazing. Yeah, drink and drive. Yeah, Sora, don't do that. You'll never see me condone that kind of behavior, all right? Okay, let's check out your photos, though. And let me put the music back on. Doo-doo-doo. So, oh yeah, and if you would like to join the Discord, let me go ahead and pop it into the chat. We are always looking to build out this beautiful community. Feel free to meet other photographers, videographers here. You'll be notified when I go live, but then also you can share your photos, videos, get feedback from each other, that kind of fun stuff. And in the distant, not too distant future, I think I'm going to start opening up the voice chat. So I want to start being able to like actually have other streamers or other people be able to hop into a phone call, what do you call it, Discord call, while I'm streaming. So then, yeah, that'll be fun. So Sora sent a few photos. Let's check this out. And some bonus photos. Nice. A picture of the lake in the nearby city. Remind me, Sora, are you in the Philippines? Was that right? Am I mixing it up? Bonus picture. I was on a date when I took the lake picture and got caught by my fellow photographer friend in the area. Nice. Someone creeped on you. Whoops. Let's bring this up. So you just had a fellow friend photographing? Yo, I would question your friend. That sounds a little too stalkery, you know? What are the chances? You got a friend out there with a pro camera, just happens to catch a photo of you out. I don't know, man. Something about that is fishy. Join in, ladies and gents. They're actually giving me the small rig cage. Hold on. Fed, you said, yep, they're actually giving me the small rig cage with the top handle and cable clamp free with the purchase, but I'm not sure I will use it much. Yo, that's crazy. Join in, ladies and gents. It's just part of the purchase here, it seems. I just want the camera, microphone, and batteries too. Yo, I only made it a small part of my review, but that the Nikon, what is it, the ME-D10 shotgun mic, I really liked it. Now, again, coming from a world where I haven't had much experience with those kind of shotgun mics, I have like the Rode NTG shotgun mic, pretty expensive too. I think it's like 200, 300 bucks. And I think the ME-D10 is also roughly the same pricing. But the quality was fantastic, and the file, not the file, the form factor, the size was like tiny, you know, like the Rode shotgun mic I have, especially when you put the wind muff on and everything, it's a lot, and it feels a bit flimsy the way it's put on there. And this thing was just like nice. It just looked nice, small size and everything. Okay, anyways, look at you guys. What a nice date. Looking happy. One of you guys look happy. This with the eyes closed, you can never tell. What does that mean, you know? But yeah, that's cool, man. It must be nice to live near a lake or just having like a nice park and stuff. I'm in Dubai in the middle, like just construction everywhere and sand. So, now they do photo walks around the area. I don't believe it, man. You got to be careful around your friend. But yeah, thank you for sharing the photos. And it looks very vintage in a nice way. Red is red in Norwegian. That lake smells like fish. I think the price is similar to the Rode NTG. Yeah, so I think that's what I had. The Rode NTG shotgun mic. right, internet, don't fail me now. Jesus, why is it so slow? All right, I'm giving it 5 more seconds and I'm about to give up on this. Rode NTG shotgun mic. Yeah, I have one of these. And yeah, the other annoying thing is you have to charge it. So you have to like make sure to have it charged, and then you have a cable, so you have to connect it. Maybe there is like a wireless version, but the one I purchased, it was like, yeah, it's like looks just like that one. So $225. So it's like pretty expensive, you know, in my opinion. But I think the MED10 is maybe like $300 or something. Let me see. Nikon ME-D10 shotgun mic. It's like where's the price? Oh yeah, 300, yeah, like 350-ish, let's say. But yeah, I found the quality to be really good. So hopefully people find value in my ZR review, where I have the whole section where I kind of like go through the whole shotgun mic and show all the features and see how the audio quality is. And for that, I didn't, you know, do any filtering or EQing or stuff. It's just whatever you hear is like just straight up the quality. Red is red in Norwegian. Rod is red in Norwegian. The Rode needs juice from the camera, I think. The one I was using, I have 2 of them. I have the smaller shotgun mic and then that more expensive one. The more expensive one, I remember you had to charge it. So you like had to, as a USB-C to charge. I don't remember if it, because I have a recollection that it was dead at one point, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm making it up. But yeah, this one is just super easy, right? So now it's finally with the digital shoe mount. So you just slot it in, it magically, real time, boom, your camera is ready to it just picks up the microphone immediately. You don't have to do anything. Inbuilt battery. Or maybe not. It's a rechargeable mic, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. I don't have much experience with mics, but I just remember that I had to charge the freaking mic. Rode NTG shotgun mic. This one.
Hey guys.
Christ. It's like 7 minutes. But yeah, anyways, I'm getting a little bit too hung up on this, but I could have sworn, yeah, see, there's that little there's a little charging port on the side here. So I had to like charge it in advance and then I hook it up, because then you have this USB-C connection, but then there's the other cable, which is the one that goes into the camera, the whatever the typical mic jack. All right, anyways, so we have finished our video. So off stream, I just need to export this into a DCP format. Oh, Fed, do you know anything about DCP formats? Amber, I have this footage, or I have this video that I need to export into a 4K DCP format. However, when I was trying to export previously in this kind of mode, I was struggling because it said the audio track was not matching. The number of audio tracks was not matching what is expected for a DCP format. Do you know much about like what I need to do to make sure I can export this out of DaVinci properly?
Yeah, definitely. So when you're exporting a DCP, which is a digital cinema package, it does have some specific requirements. One of those is that it usually wants a certain number of audio channels, often a 5.1 or 7.1 setup. So if your audio track doesn't match that channel layout, that can cause the issue you're seeing. In DaVinci Resolve, you just need to make sure that when you export, your audio is mapped to the correct number of channels. So if you're doing a 5.1 DCP, you want to have 6 channels of audio mapped correctly, and Resolve has a way to do that in the delivery tab where you can set your audio tracks and format. So once you make sure your audio is set up to match those DCP requirements, you should be good to go. Just double check the audio mapping and that should solve the issue for you.
Okay, so I have, I believe, 10 let me see here. I have 10 audio tracks currently, where, for instance, I have the top 3, A1, A2, and A3 are the tracks that I created for my camera microphone audio. And then I have a 4th track for, you know, audio capture from the camera. Then I have a few tracks from like the DJI mic to audio that I was using. And then I have a number of tracks for a soundtrack as well as sound effects. So what are you saying I need to do? Am I supposed to then compress or combine all of these 10 tracks into a single one, or somehow fit it into 6 tracks?
Yeah, exactly. So what you'll want to do is basically mix down all of those separate tracks into the final channels that the DCP expects. So if you're doing a 5.1 mix, for example, you will combine all those tracks down, so you end up with 6 channels. Front left, front right, center, LFE, which is your subwoofer, and then the 2 surrounds. Or if it's a stereo DCP, you would just mix it down in 2 channels, left and right. In other words, you're basically taking all those layers of audio and folding them down into the final format that the DCP needs. Once you do that, everything will line up and you'll have the correct number of audio channels for the export.
I wasn't given clarity if it's supposed to be stereo or the 5.1 you said. I'm assuming it's that 5.1. Can you explain what do you mean by 5.1?
Yeah, absolutely. So 5.1 is just a way of describing a surround sound audio setup. When we say 5.1, we're talking about 6 audio channels in total. You've got 5 main channels and 1 low frequency effects channel, which is the 0.1. So the 5 main channels are your front left, front center, front right, and then 2 surround channels, which are usually placed behind or to the sides of the viewer. And then the 0.1 is your subwoofer channel, which is just for those deep bass sounds. So when you're mixing down your audio, you assign the different parts of your sound, like dialogue, music, effects, to those different channels. And that way, when someone plays it back in a theater, they'll get that full surround sound experience.
You said 6 tracks are for surround sound, 5 channels, and subwoofer, woofer. Okay, so let's say, so it sounds like I need to take, all right, help me out here. Help a brother out, as they say. I have the 10 tracks, and it's a mix of my voiceovers, the audio from the camera itself, the sound tracks or the music choices that I made, as well as sound effects. So if I were to go ahead and grab all of everything from this project and then combine all of the audio into a single file, is that what I'm supposed to do? And then put it into which track? You're saying there's going to be 6 tracks, and then each of those 6 tracks, I need to then switch it into 5.1. Yeah, I have to switch the audio to a 5.1 stereo. But yeah, okay, help me out.
Absolutely. Let's break it down a bit more. So basically what you'll do is create a 5.1 mix by assigning all those different audio elements you had into those 6 channels. So yes, you are going to take all those 10 tracks and you're going to mix them down, but not into just one single track. You're going to mix them down into a group of 6 tracks that represent the 6 channels of a 5.1 mix. So for example, your dialogue might go to the center channel, your music might be spread across the front left and right channels, your ambient sounds or effects might go into the surround channels, and then the low frequency stuff goes into the subwoofer channel.
Well, hold on. Because I'm kind of following you, but I'm not at the same time. So for instance, you're saying like, okay, let's say I'm ending up creating 6 channels, right? 6 tracks. And let's say the 3rd track, or the one, there's like a center track, a left track, and a right track. So you're saying if I want music, if I have a soundtrack that I want to be playing on the middle, left, and right, are you saying I need to copy and paste the same track and put it into each of those tracks? So I have to duplicate that track and put it into the left, right, and center?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And no, you
Yeah,
don't
Fed, I'm
actually
gonna
have to
fail
copy
this
and
class.
paste the same track into multiple channels. Instead, what you do is you set up a 5.1 audio bus or a mix where you can pan the single music track across the left, center, and right channels as needed. So basically, you're just using a single music track, but you're controlling how it spreads out across those different channels in the surround mix. So no need to duplicate anything. You just use your audio panning and your surround sound controls in the software to position that single track in the sound field. That way you keep it nice and simple and you end up with a proper 5.1 mix without having to manually duplicate tracks.
Okay. I need you to dumb this down for me even further, okay? Know that I am a dum-dum. As a dum-dum, I am a visual learner and I just need it step by step. So for instance, I was mentioning to you I've got these 10 tracks. And so let's say I want to take the very first step to get this ready to export in that DCP format, which you said stands for something, which if you can remind me again, digital cinema something. Anyways, now the first step, I'm looking at these tracks. The top few of them are in mono, a few of them are in stereo. So I have a few mono and a few stereo tracks, and none of them are in that 5.1 track type. So let's say I have these 10 tracks. Is the first step that I need to create 6 more tracks? Let's just say if I want 6 clean tracks, should I create 6 tracks and make each of those tracks a 5.1 track type? Should that be the first step? Let's just go step by step. Is that the first step? Do I create 6 separate tracks and make them all 5.1?
Absolutely. Let's do it step by step. And first of all, you're not a dum-dum at all. This stuff can just get really technical. So let's break it down. So DCP, you're right, stands for Digital Cinema Package. Now, the first step isn't actually to create 6 new tracks. Instead, what you're going to do is create a single 5.1 master bus or master track in DaVinci Resolve. That means you're telling the software, hey, my final mix is going to be in 5.1 surround sound. Once you have that single 5.1 master track, you'll take all your existing audio tracks, those 10 mono and stereo tracks, and you'll route them into that master track. You won't have to create 6 new tracks. You'll just assign each piece of audio to the correct channel on that single 5.1 master.
Dad, you said change from stereo to 5.1.
So step 1 is just to set up that 5.1 master track. Once you've got that, then we can go on to the next step of actually placing audio where it needs to go.
Okay, so let's say I'm in Fairlight. So I think I'm understanding what you're saying. Basically, I need to create a new bus. And my understanding of a bus is like that's where all the tracks, bus is like the parent folder, if you will, of like where you want the tracks to come through. So then let's say I need to create, right now I only have one bus. I have a bus 1 that's connected to the 10 tracks. You're saying I have to create a bus 2, or I have to create a new bus and assign that as a 5.1 stereo track. Or that has to be a 5.1 track. Where do I do that? I'm on the Fairlight tab. Is there an easy way to do it from there?
Yeah, you got it. That's exactly right. Think of a bus like that parent folder where all your audio tracks get mixed together. So yes, you'll create a new bus that's specifically set to 5.1. And to do that in Fairlight, you can go to your Fairlight menu at the top and choose the option to add a new bus. You'll see an option to create a new 5.1 bus. And once you add that, you'll just route your tracks into it. After that, you'll be able to assign each of your existing tracks to the appropriate channels in that 5.1 bus. So yeah, from the Fairlight...
Just on that first step. So I'm on the Fairlight panel, or sorry, I went to the Fairlight on the menu side. I don't see adding a new bus. I see options for bus format, bus assign. Am I supposed to click on one of those?
Ah, got it. Yeah, no problem. So what you'll want to do is go to the menu where it says bus format. That's going to let you set up the new bus and choose the format for it, which in this case will be 5.1. So once you click on bus format, you can add a new bus, set it to 5.1, and then from there you'll be able to route your tracks into it. So yep, that bus format option is exactly the one you want to start with.
Okay, so now I've got this one. It's called bus 2. I've chosen 5.1. And then it's got 6 channels. And by the way, it says 5.1 and there's an option that says 5.1 film. What is the difference there? Or should I just ignore it entirely?
Yeah, good question. So basically you can just go ahead and stick with the standard 5.1 option.
Thanks, Fed. So yeah, I think I need to change
You're very
these.
welcome. Glad I could help break it down step by
Sorry,
step.
no. Please proceed. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no worries at all. Basically, the main point is just that the standard 5.1 is exactly what you want to choose. The 5.1 film option is just a slightly different layout that some theaters use, but for a standard DCP, you can just ignore that and stick to the regular 5.1. So you're good to go. You got your bus set up, and now you can start routing your tracks into it and placing them in the right channels.
Okay, so I've created bus number 2, which is now the 5.1 version. what do you mean now by routing? Do I have to go into the menu, go to Fairlight Bus Assign, and do I now drag all of these 10 tracks into bus 2?
Yep, you got it. That's exactly the next step. You're basically going to use that bus assign option to route each of your existing tracks into your new bus 2, the 5.1 bus. So you're just telling each track, hey, now your output is going to go through the 5.1 bus instead of the original bus. So go ahead and do that. Just reassign each of those 10 tracks so they all go into the new bus. Once that's done, we can talk about how to actually place them in the surround channels. But for now, yeah, just
okay, hold on. Now this is where I'm getting a bit confused by the... I guess the UI that I'm seeing in front of me. So I clicked on bus assign, and there's two kind of sections. There's one that says buses, and then a section that says available tracks. On the buses, it's got my 2 bus in like 4 little nodes. There's like B1 bus 1 and B1 bus 1 for sending and out. Then there's the one I just created, which is B2 bus 2. And there's 2 nodes, one that says bus 2 send and then bus 2 out. And then below that, and like the only things I can do is click on them, but I don't know what that does by clicking on them. It just kind of highlights them. Then below that, there's 2 options. I can click on assign all or unassign all. And below that is the next section for available tracks. And here I can see the 10 tracks that I've created. And then it's got bus 1 and bus 2. And there's nothing I can do besides clicking on each of them. And if I click on one of the tracks, for example, right now it says B10 on one of the tracks, which I'm assuming stands for bus 1 out. So then if I click on that track, the other option is that it now says B2S and then B2S period B10, which I'm assuming now is somehow it's saying it's doing a B2 send, a bus 2 send, and then a bus 1 out. But I only have those 2 options to choose from. And then if I click on bus 2, actually nothing happens when I click on the bus 2 node. Help me out.
Absolutely. Let's simplify that. It
Just
can
make sure the
definitely be a little confusing with all those
bus is
options on the
on
screen.
in yellow,
so what you want to do is this.
And turn off the one you're
on
not
that
using
bus
anymore.
assign screen, you want to switch each of
All right,
your
thanks,
tracks
Fed.
from sending their output to the original bus 1, over to bus 2, which is your new 5.1 bus. You don't need to worry about the send and out labels too much. Just know that you're changing the output routing of each track. So if you see a track currently set to B1.0, bus 1 out, you want to click it so that it switches to B2 ses, which means it's now sending its output to bus 2. In other words, you're just reassigning each track so that it routes its audio to the new 5.1 bus. Once you've done that for all 10 tracks, they'll all be feeding into your 5.1 bus, and then you can case them in the appropriate surround channels. So just make sure each track is now set to bus 2, and you'll be all set.
Okay, so I clicked on all of them. So now each of the tracks underneath the name of the track, it says B2S.B10. So I can only assume that this means I've done the right thing. And then someone in the chat was saying that I just need to make sure the 5.1 bus is on in yellow and turn off the one I'm not using anymore. So I have to see the yellow in on the right side. So I do see that there's a logo, or there's something that says in where it says effects in. So it sounds like I need to turn off the yellow in on the bus 1 and turn it on for the bus 2. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly right. So what you're seeing with the N is basically which bus is currently active and receiving the audio. What you want to do is make sure that your new 5.1 bus is the one that's active. So you'll turn on that little yellow N indicator for bus 2 and turn it off for bus 1. So once bus 2 has the yellow N lit up, that means it's the active bus and all your tracks are now routed into it. So you got it right, and that's the final step for the routing part. After that, you're good to go on placing your audio in the surround channels.
Okay, and then just out of curiosity, because of the 10 tracks that I have originally, 2 of the tracks I do see that there's a little yellow in, whereas the other ones are inactive. And I think those are the 2 that I applied some kind of effects. So basically, is the in just saying that these are the 2 tracks where I am applying some effects, and that's it?
Yeah, you got it exactly. That little in indicator is basically just letting you know which tracks have some sort of effects or processing turned on. So if you see it on a couple of tracks, it just means, yeah, you've got some effects applied there. And that's totally fine. It doesn't change the routing steps we just did. It's just a little heads up that those tracks have some extra step going on. So you're all set.
Okay, but I'm still confused as to so when I'm looking at my screen now in Fairlight, each of the tracks are showing the bus sends is to bus 2, which I'm assuming is correct for what I want. And then below that, there's a section that says bus outputs, and all of those are still set to bus 1. So you're telling me just to ignore that? Because I can't actually choose bus 2. It looks like bus 1 is the only option available.
Ah, got it. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, that can definitely be a little confusing in the interface. So what you're saying with the bus outputs is basically the final output going to your speakers or your monitoring system. And in this case, it's actually fine that it still says bus 1 there because you've already done the important part, which is sending all your tracks into bus 2. In other words, as long as your bus sends are going to bus 2, which they are, you're all good. The bus output section is just showing you the final monitoring output, and you don't have to change that. You've already routed everything correctly into the 5.1 bus. So you're on the right track, and there's nothing else you need to change there.
Okay, now I'm looking at bus 2, and under the bus 2 settings, I'm seeing that in the row for bus sends, for bus 2, the option is bus 1, not to confuse it further. But so again, on bus 2, the bus sends is showing that it's set to bus 1 for bus 2. What the heck does that mean?
Yeah, I know it can look a little wild with all these buses and settings. So let me clarify. Basically, what that means is that your new 5.1 bus is currently set so that if it sends any output, it's going to bus 1. But you actually don't have to worry about that detail right now. The important part is that all your individual tracks are feeding into bus 2. So as long as you've done that, you're good to go.
All right. Well, thank you, Fed. You're very helpful here, so I appreciate that. You said, yeah, that's for your effects if you add anything too. Gotcha. So yeah, I think I'm like mixing things up now. It's like, it's so confusing. This is like, I need to actually watch, I need to thoroughly watch some videos breaking down everything. But the problem for me is I'm not very good at learning. I'm like a practical learner. Like I need to have real examples. For example, this project, for me to make sense out of anything. So I'm like kind of starting to understand a little bit, but not really. When doing 5.1, you will want to have the voice in the center audio channel and so on, but I'm sure she will tell you now when starting to mix. Oh yeah, so I'm not done yet, am I? Damn. So you're saying there's a whole mixing thing that I still have to do. Christ. I thought I was done. I thought like, okay, I switched it to 5.1. Does that mean I'm good to go? And you're saying no, I have more to do. Oh shit. Fed, you said, yeah, I prefer seeing it too when learning. Yeah. Okay, I thought I was done. That's why I shut her off. Okay, let's keep talking then. Okay, Amber, so we have successfully switched the bus sends to bus 2. Now what? What do I do? Because for instance, it sounds like I need to actually still do the mixing audio in 5.1. So for example, you know, if I have any voiceovers, that might need to go into the center audio channel or things like that. How do I do these things?
Absolutely. Now that you got everything routed into that 5.1 bus, the next step is exactly that, placing your audio into the right channels. So for something like a voiceover, you typically want that in the center channel so that it's nice and clear and anchor right in the middle. What you'll do is go to your Fairlight mixer. You should see a panner or a surround panning control for each track that's now feeding into the 5.1 bus. That panner is what lets you position the sound in the surround field. So for your voiceover track, you'll just move that panner so that it's centered in the front center channel. For other sounds like ambient noise or music, you can spread them out a bit more across the left and right or even into the rear channels if you want a more immersive feel.
Hold on. So I do see this like pan visual as one of the options for each of the tracks, and there's like basically there's like a crosshair that splits it into 4 quadrants, and then you got a square in the middle of that, and then if I see like a blue dot or like a blue square and a green circle that I can adjust or move around maybe. So you're saying if I want the voiceovers to be center panned, am I just moving that blue dot to the center of the square?
Yep, you got it exactly. That little panner display is basically your visual tool. So if you want your voiceover to be right in the center channel, just move that blue dot right into the center of that square. Once you do that, the voiceover will be anchored in the center channel just like you want. And you can do the same kind of thing for any other sounds. Just place them in the surround field by adjusting that dot or the circle. So, yep, you're doing it right.
Okay, another thing. So as I'm playing the actual video, I still see that the audio is coming out of bus 1. Is that an issue or is that normal?
We protect what we love. But
Yeah, that's actually pretty normal. So what you're saying is just the final monitoring output still showing bus 1, and that's okay. The important part is that your actual tracks are going through bus 2, your 5.1 bus, and that's where you're doing the surround mixing. Basically, think of it like your bus 1 is just your final stereo monitoring, and it's still there so you can hear the audio out of your speakers or headphones. But the actual mixing, it's happening in bus 2. So you're doing it right, and there's nothing to worry about there.
All right. Someone asked me to ask you about mixing audio in 5.1.
Absolutely. Happy to help with that. So when you're mixing audio on 5.1, the idea is just to place your sounds in that surround field. So like we talked about, you'll use the panner to put voiceovers in the center, maybe spread music across the left and right, and put ambient or special effects in the rear channels if you want. In short, it's all about using that 5.1 space to make your audio feel more immersive. Hey, you've already got the hang of it. So if there's anything else you need, just let me know.
Okay, so let's say for the voiceovers, I have the little blue square right in the center. Now I have a few tracks which are for soundtracks. For that, should I move the blue square in the center? But then I also see two light green circles. One is on the top left of the panning zone, and then one is on the top right. So do I want to shift everything to the middle, but keeping them in their respective vertical positioning?
Yeah, exactly. So for your soundtracks, what you can do is you can kind of center them, but keep them spread out horizontally if you want. So if you have those little green circles on the left and right, that basically means that you can keep the music a bit wider across the front channels. So yeah, you can kind of place them evenly so that the music is nicely balanced across the front, left, center, and right channels. And that gives you a nice wide feel. So basically, yes, shift the blue square or the green circles so that they're all kind of in the middle horizontally, but you can keep them spread out across the left and right to have that nice stereo spread in the front.
And how come some of these tracks have the two green circles and the others don't? Is that because I initially chose them as stereo versus mono?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So basically, if a track was originally a stereo track, you'll see those two green circles or indicators because it's got a left and a right channel to work with. If it was a mono track, you'll just have that single blue dot because it only has one channel of audio. So you're totally right. It just depends on whether the track started out as stereo or mono.
Okay, I think that's enough learning for today. The further you pan the stereo channels, the wider the stereo. You said, I told you this takes a while to learn, but it will be easy next time. I hope so. I do hope it's easier next time. But to be fair, like, how many times am I going to have to deal with this? I mean, that'll be a good problem to have. If I need to do this DCP thing more often because I need oh, no big deal. I just got to put my video on it's going to be shown on in a movie theater, no biggie. But thank you, Fed. It sounds like you're actually well versed in this space. But I don't know how to check if anything I did made a difference.
Stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room. On this
Okay. So for now, anyways, I still don't see anything happening on the bus too, but I'm just going to take the word that that's fine. That's how it's supposed to be. So off stream, I'll probably just go ahead and try to export this and go from there. Should we go into photo editing mode now? I think so. All right, let's do a bit of photo editing. So I'm not editing photos just yet. I'm just kind of filtering through and selecting the best shots that we will work on in the next phase. So how far did I get? Hey, what's up, Nala? Nala is saying hi. What day was this? Oh yeah, this is a Fox day. Oh yeah, so this is a lot of Fox shots. So we did a bit of previewing already, so I know we're gonna get some good shots. Very, very excited. Okay, let's do a quick little recap of what shots have we edited already from Japan. So this is from my trip earlier this year, March of this year. So I took 3 photographers with me, and it was also my first time going to Hokkaido. So again, I keep saying this, but I appreciate the fact that they trusted me enough to join me on this trip. But yeah, a wonderful, wonderful experience. The wildlife in Hokkaido is just fantastic. It was what an amazing place. Fed, you said, sounds fine. I'm listening on a Dolby Atmos 7.2 channel system. Damn. The further you pan, the wider the stereo. Of course, I'm just getting 2 channels from YouTube, and the Atmos up mixes it to surround. Okay, Jesus. That sounds super, super badass. Yeah, I need to get better at like understanding audio because, for instance, with my headphones on, as I made my last video, it sounds great. But then when I play it on my TV, when you don't necessarily have like that stereo sound effect, I was like, oh, I feel like I needed to mix the sounds a bit better. I felt like the music was a bit too quiet on the TV, whereas like listening with the headphones, it sounded perfect. So there's a lot of things like that I need to just kind of get my hands or get a better understanding of. So these are some of the photos that we had edited previously from my Japan trip. And so a lot of foxes, and I'm just kind of going sequentially day by day from the trip. So we got lucky. We had a number of fox sightings in one of the areas that we were exploring. A bunch of the, what do you call it? The Shika deer. And I got some super close encounters with the fox. So this one I went with a bit more of like a vintage, grainy kind of shot feel. And then, of course, a little sneak peek into the white-tailed fish eagles and the stellar sea eagles that we're going to see later. Had some, I didn't end up with a lot of good shots of the deer, so this one was probably like one of the better ones that I had, just around sunset. This is that one deer that I keep saying looks like that one actress, Bella Ramsey. I remember her name now. They have the same facial expression. And I've got some of the deer. So yeah. This is as much as we'd edited so far. And so now I've been going through, before we do the proper edits, I've just been kind of doing a speed run of seeing which shots do we want to prioritize. Unfortunately, this is a day where I captured 10,000 photos. I had done an exercise in the past, so I almost want to just trust this exercise where I had 3-starred a bunch of photos. So hopefully between these photos, we can kind of filter from this. So let's see. I think we can ignore most of these because they're far away. And I know we have better shots later. But some of the landscape looking kind of shots I might want to prioritize just to see if we can make it look nice on the website. So we'll see, just in case. Fed, you said, yeah, sometimes it is a good idea to listen to a mix on some different audio sources to see if it works well on all of them. Yeah. So I'll keep that in mind for future videos. But then one thing I'm trying to figure out is it better to just shoot for YouTube videos? Is it better to do it in mono or do stereo if you're, I don't know. Okay, so this was, what day was this? I think we were trying to do another sunrise boat cruise for the stellar sea eagle. But this might have been the day where they said there were issues, like the weather was not permitting for us to go out at sunrise. So then we just kind of chilled for a while until they gave the green light to go out on the boats. So I think we were just wandering around taking photos. Yeah, yeah. And then here we finally got on the boat, but we didn't get too far. I think we were still kind of near the harbor, and then all the eagles were around here. And so basically what they do is there's like a feeding. This is one of the feeding sites where they'll feed the Steller sea eagles, or usually in the morning. So then as photographers, that's what you pay money for, is to be able to get that close-up shot as they're like swarming, and they're on the drift ice. And so you get some really cool shots if you're lucky, or, you know, just, you know, wait there. So this one, I think I was shooting with the Nikon Z8. Yeah, so I was shooting with the Z8 and yeah, the 400 2.8 lens, I believe. So let's go ahead and quickly just try to prioritize some of these shots. Now I know I've edited some of these already. So Fed, you said always go stereo if you can. Most people are listening in stereo, and if you're on a phone with mono, that would just play the stereo in mono. I see. So it's like, it's just better anyways, because stereo can then back up into a mono, but a mono won't, or you won't maximize. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because sometimes I like the stereo, especially for this latest product review video I did, because then when I was talking about the audio quality, I wanted to, hopefully people with headphones on, you can actually hear the kind of like the direction of the sound, because that was a really cool shot for me, because you were hearing chimps screeching from the left, from the right, from a far distance, close up to the camera, and with the headphones you can almost hear the chimps moving around. So okay, so we're gonna prioritize some of these shots. Ooh, these are good ones. Hells yeah. We got some nice background texture, front-facing bird. This one, the tail, you know, the tail feathers. It's like nicely, what would you call this? Flayed out? Is that the right word? I don't know. We're just making up words here, but I think these are some good shots. Yeah, and I think this one I edited already. So this one's good to go. Man, we got some really cool ones. The problem is I took 10,000 freaking photos, so it's going to be a little bit of I have to be a bit more picky maybe with which ones do we end up putting on the website. This one's really cool. I just wish the wings were a bit more symmetrical as it was like diving down. That would have been really cool. Fed, said also when I listen and it's stereo, it gets up mixed to surround, and I can hear it all over the room with the chimps, etc., screaming all over. Yo, that sounds crazy. So okay, so it actually gets up mixed. Interesting. I've never heard that word before. Cool. Okay. So stereo is the way to go. Well, hopefully, if you watch my video in that mode, hopefully it sounds cool with the chimps. I have a lot of chimp videos, by the way. From different travels, not just the ZR trip that I did. We've got like a whole host of footages to get through. Here, let me do a quick. Hold on, let's see. From this trip, I think. April, Uganda. I had this one chimp encounter. On the GoPro. Okay, this might get loud. I think this is one of those moments. And I captured this on like a GoPro on my camera. Is this it? Let's see. So this would, okay, this is one of those examples where it's like, yo, see, you know what? I should have played this as a side, like a comparison, but this is like the kind of situation I might end up with in my like wildlife travels, where unfortunately you might set your audio, like your mic levels for what you think is proper, right? And neutral, just the ambient sounds. But then like with these kind of animals, all of a sudden they're screeching and it blows, you know, like your mic completely just, you know, is shut out. So if I had that 32-bit float, oof. Yeah, I had some really crazy moments. A lot of fun, a lot of fun. Let's see. It's like hard to explain how thrilling the moment is in that moment, right? Because like you're obviously also because I shot in vertical for this, but like just being in the moment and you're like surrounded, you're like in the middle of a forest, you've been like trekking, you're like following these chimps, and then when they all are screeching like that in every direction. So Fed, it's like the surround sound system that you've got, but imagine you've got like 1,000,000 of it in every direction and you're out in the forest. And so it was just like the craziest feeling, because then obviously the sound is echoing everywhere. So you have no idea. You just know that they're in every direction, above you, behind you, like in front. And so it's a bit terrifying in some ways, right? Because they're like screaming, you know, it feels unnatural. But holy shit, is it so cool. It's so crazy. And then, yeah, so all this footage I still haven't gone through. This is all the stuff that we will go through on our live streams as I continue going through all the trips that I've been on. So this is April of 2024. Right now we're on Mongolia, February 2024. So this is the trip that I was working on before this Nikon ZR trip. Then we've got Sri Lanka, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Mongolia, Zimbabwe and Uganda again as a honeymoon couple trip that I took, Colombia, Hokkaido. So we got quite a bit. Let me see. There are some GoPro shots that I wanted to. Behind the scenes. Where would it be? Encounter close walk. That was with the iPhone. BTS. GoPro.
Yeah, I see him. I see him.
I have some really fun footage too. Like I would love, this is why I need a really good YouTube editor, okay? I would love an editor who can just go through all this footage and help create like fun YouTube shorts, create like these kind of cool point of view shots where you're like seeing what it's like as if you're in the moment with me. I had an Insta360 camera as well, and we had like I had this one cool shot where the chimp literally rushes right past me. Let's see if we can find it. So this is what it's like though. So just a little bit behind the scenes. So this one, there was a lot more people here than it was normal, because on this trip, if I remember correctly, there's a bit of difficulty from some of the groups finding the chimps, and all the chimps I think ended up congregating together. So all the groups of people, normally when you're on these trips or these tours, you know, you go to separate chimp families, so you go off into different zones or different areas. But in this case, I think a bunch of the chimp groups ended up congregating. So there's a lot more people here than you would expect. But then, yeah, you see the chimps, they're like super comfortable, right? They're just chilling. This way, guys. This way. It's very fun, super fun. Yo, Jackafan Laptira Woot. Holy crap! Sorry, I think I probably mispronounced it, but thank you very much for the follow, Jackafan. JL, thank you. Fedgy said you definitely have tons of potential here for great videos for sure, but yeah, you need someone to help edit. There's only so many hours in the day. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's a reality. I tried. Look, I did have a YouTube editor, or I had a video editor that helped me with that product review video, but without, you know, it doesn't feel good like complaining often. I enjoy complaining sometimes, but when it's about other people's, I don't know. But yeah, anyways, it wasn't a good fit, I don't think. Or there's just so many things that made it a bit more frustrating than I would like it to be. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm reassessing what I need to do here when it comes to finding an editor. So yeah, when I'm on these trips, usually I'll focus a bit more time just trying to capture photos of the clients that I was with. But it is a bit tricky when I travel like this, especially when I was taking photos of the clients, because then I have to like switch. Sometimes I want to switch between human mode for like humans, like, you know, people subject detection versus like animals and stuff like that. But yeah. And I don't think the focus peaking was on for that, but oh yeah. So here you go. So this is with the GoPro that was attached to my chest. I had like a magnetic necklace or something. So this is that exact same moment. So we get the audio again, so I'll make sure to turn it down. So you can get it from like different angles, like multiple points of view. Yeah, probably hard to find someone who specializes on editing this type of stuff. Yeah, but I mean, I was trying to get someone to help me with like a talking head video, so I thought maybe that should be a bit simpler. Or like something that a lot of people work with. This kind of stuff, yeah, it's like a different category, I guess. Oh, shoot. It was just getting good. Hold on. Let's turn down the audio. Oh, come on. Can you really not turn it down from there? Okay. It's so fun. It is so much fun, okay? Yeah. And then the trip that I went with the honeymoon couple, for that one, the guide that I was with, he basically, one of the chimps started walking off, and he was like, yo, go follow them. So basically, they were comfortable with me just like following, at a distance, but like, you're basically like walking after the chimps, and they don't give a shit. Like the chimps are just staring at you, they don't care. And I have some really cool footage from that. Maybe I'll show it in a second. Let's see. Oh, one thing you can't see here, but like everyone has to wear masks once you get close to the chimps, because like we share so much in common with them that what is it? There's a term for this. Is a zoo something, or basically we can transmit diseases between gorillas, the chimps, humans. So when you get that close, you're supposed to wear a mask. So every once in a while, you'll see me always having to like, you'll see my hand come up because I'm trying to lift the. I had like one of those neck gaiters, but it also sucks because then you hear my heavy breathing a bit more because I'm obviously breathing into the mask. But Fedgy said, cool setup. There must be someone out there who wants to work editing for National Geographic or something who needs some time training, but how to find them. Yeah. And the other thing though is like, I actually enjoy editing these things. So it's not like I have infinite money. So I think right now I can probably just afford one editor who can help me with the product reviews, talking head videos. And then these kind of videos, I just need to get into a consistent stream of like on my live streams. This is the kind of stuff that I would edit because it's fun. And it's like fun to talk through, and it's fun for you guys to hopefully watch with me. And then but most likely I'm not trying to do crazy edits. It's more just finding the right moments. Now, one thing that's annoying watching this in replay and all that is like, God damn it, why was I shooting mostly in vertical? Because obviously now that I'm like super into, obviously I'm into the YouTube world now, it's like, you should have just shot everything in landscape. Come on. Yeah. Now, if we get that open gate, now I understand the value of open gate. It's like, oh, okay. So if I can get that 3:2 aspect ratio, then I think I would always shoot landscape. Oh shit. Sorry, I don't know why I reacted that way. The sound you're hearing is because one of the chimps above was pissing. It might have been the one I was filming. And I don't know, I just like instinctively jumped a little bit because like, oh my god, for some reason I thought it was pissing on me. I was so immersed in this just recalling this and watching this that I thought I was getting pissed on. But you can literally hear the piss sound. Hold on. So that was all pee raining down on you.
Oh, it's the second time you hit.
It's weird seeing my hands like this. Like, yo, what's up, BC? Did you win? Are you winning? Feddy said, I already edit way too much of my own stuff. Otherwise, I'd love to do it.
Oh,
yeah. It's like a full-time thing for sure.
Coming down.
First time you owe me a
beer. And also just look at like this is, to me, Uganda is so amazing because it's like beautiful, right? And you get these like beautiful forests, you got greenery everywhere, you got misty mountains and like dense jungles, and you got like the savannas where the lions are and the leopards. Yeah, it's got like everything. So it's such a beautiful country. Okay, there's like one particular moment I'm trying to find. I've already edited it. I know it's like an exported video I made. Oh yeah, this one here. So this is when it got super close. And I have this shot on an iPhone, on the GoPro, and on the Insta360. So I have like 3 versions of the same moment. Where this there's a couple chimps that like rushed past. It's very fun. Yeah, it was crazy. Crazy stuff, man. Yeah, and then I had the best porter. So I had a porter, and he was like, yo, give me your phone. And I gave him my phone, and this dude just took the best iPhone shots. He knew the assignment, right? So you can see him right here. So he had my iPhone here, and he filmed this as the chimp was barreling right past him. So yeah, he was excellent. Not everyone does that. So the fact that he knew what to do, filmed it for me, ended up with some extra footages. Oh, good times. Let me see if I can find there's like a, do I have it here? I did this like exercise a while ago where I just kind of exported some of the wildlife shots that I had. Obviously I have the raw footage from this, but I spent some time just like exporting a bunch of potential shots that I captured. Let's see. Here, we'll find it. Let's put some music as we look. This is so tough, by the way. You can hear my laborious, my labored breathing. Okay, it was intense. You're like trudging through all this like dense foliage. Let me see if I find this one shot. And of course the gorilla. Seeing the gorilla, the silverback was just like... When a silverback makes eye contact with you, it is this is definitely a different type of feeling. Because that dude can absolutely just destroy you with just like a single glancing blow, basically. Yeah, so anyways, we got so much of fun footage to go through. I was trying to find that one chimp shot though. Anyways. Yes, this is why I need an editor. I need someone to go through all of this, turn this into fun little clips. All right. So that's a little sneak peek, right? Fed, you said that was a close shave, and that's a wide angle too, so it's even closer, I assume. What was I shooting with? Let's see. For the chimps, I think I was shooting with an 85. That might have been an 85. Because I was having fun with the 85 lens throughout this trip. So that's kind of like my assumption, is that I must have been shooting with that. At one point I had the 20, but this might have been the 85 1.2 that I was shooting with. This is going to be this is going to be a very fun shot for me to edit. This is just tracking this chimp coming down. We got so much fun stuff. I was thinking about when the chimp suddenly got gotcha. Oh yeah, that was on a GoPro. Yeah, literally it brushed past. That was on a GoPro, an Insta360. I had a 360 camera as well for that shot, and then the iPhone to see it from a different vantage point. Let's see. This one might be it. Yeah, so this is from the Insta360. So I had the 360 camera sticking out of the like a little rod from the backpack. It was such a nuisance for people around me because it was like bumping into people, like just now. Bumping into trees. So yeah, that's how close it got. Comes in here. And then I took a step back. Just right in between us. And these dudes are strong. You can see it in the way they're like shaking these trees. You know, it's like these are kind of flimsy trees, right? They're not like the thickest, but it's not that easy to be able to just like push this thing around. And these dudes are just kind of having fun with it. And the first time I ever did a chim trek was it was in the rain. I actually shared it on YouTube. That was my first Uganda travel vlog series. Was on Uganda, but then it was such a crazy experience because all the chimps were like, they were literally doing the thing that you see on Tarzan, which I didn't know was a real thing, where like you're seeing them swing on vines, right? And there would be like these low-hanging whatever vines or trees, and then they would be rushing past, and then they grab one of these, and then they do a nice little swing, and then they just, you know, hop off somewhere else. It was insane. It's like having a huge radio antenna on your back. Yeah. I was absolutely smacking people with it. Good times though, good times. All right. I was supposed to be editing some photos. Let's continue reviewing these shots. Oh, and then I wanted to watch a video, but I don't know if I'm going to get copyright struck. Because I wanted to watch a video about the different filming techniques, you know? Can we watch a video? Let me see. DCP format. Is there an interesting video about DCP?
So what is a DCP? Well, in short, a digital cinema package is a standardized delivery format designed for use in theaters. A DCP isn't a codec exactly. Your camera can't record a DCP. Instead, it's sort of like a DVD or Blu-ray, a set of industry standards for delivering and then playing back content. When a new film is released, the studio will ship each theater a hard drive containing one or multiple DCPs. The theater will then load these DCPs onto a special computer called a DCP server.
Fed, you said might be fine as long as you stop it often and talk.
Like
well, no, yeah, like that part's been fine. It's just like sometimes when there's like music that's baked into the video, I feel like the music is the thing that always gets me, as opposed to like the actual video itself. I don't know.
Powered media player. It will typically have enough internal capacity to store multiple movies at once, as well as video and audio outputs for connecting to the projector and sound system. The DCP server's operating system allows a technician to build a schedule of which DCPs should be played and when.
Okay,
Each
you know what?
show usually involves playing back a
I'm bored already by this guy. He's like, I mean, it's not his fault. It's like trying to explain DCP does not sound like a fun task. Film shooting techniques. 5 techniques. 5. Okay, so yeah, let's do filmmaking techniques.
Deliberate choice that any image maker. Filmmakers compose and visually present each shot within a frame. Frames can be of wide expanses, close-up details, symmetrically balanced, or even off-kilter. It's also probably the easiest cinematography skill to practice, as all you need is to be able to snap away on a camera, including the one on the back of your phone. But what is it that makes a good frame? In this video, let's go over 5 different techniques which may help you frame with more.
Using the background, lens selection, framing guidelines, shot size and angle, balance. I thought there was a different, maybe there's a different video I need to watch. I just want to know different film, maybe I'm researching this wrongly. Film blocking tutorial. I think we were watching that earlier. Filmmaking basics. Fed, you said you're subscribed to this channel. Music can get the stream pulled down. I've never had stream pulled down yet, but usually after the stream, I'll get a little copyright strike, and then I have to either dispute it or I end up having to cut out that section from my VOD. Film making techniques. Filmmaking shot list. Basically, I just want to know, like, what are the different shots? The shot list. Every shot size explained. Ooh, this could be one then. The ultimate guide to shot list for filmmaking. Ultimate guide to camera shots. Every shot size explained by Studio Binder. This must be one. Okay.
Films are made up of sequences.
Sequences?
Sequences are made up of scenes. And scenes are made up of shots.
Sequences,
But we
scenes,
must understand
the other way.
characteristics and storytelling value of each shot.
Don't be a...
In this video, we'll begin with the big picture and work our way down. We're going to define the essential shot sizes in a filmmaker's toolbox and how to use the right shot at the right time.
Fed, you're asking, what is it you're looking for specifically, like rigs and stuff? Oh, composition. Yeah, I should have said composition. But then, like, I was thinking, like, maybe if I look up shot list, because ultimately that's what I'm looking for. Is like, I just want to make sure every time I travel and I think about like having a shot list, I've got it all ready to go. Like, I understand what to get.
Time to create memorable moments on screen.
Don't
This
copyright
is
strike me,
episode
please.
1 of the shot list. Shot size. Shot choices help establish the rhythm, tone, and meaning of a scene. Knowing which shot will be the most aesthetically and dramatically valuable for a given scene should be the highest priority for both a director and a DP.
Man, I wish I had a voice like this, guys.
In this video, we'll be
DP, that's
examining
another thing I need
essential
to...
shot sizes. As we go, we'll populate a shot list in Studio Binder as a sort of cheat sheet the next time you need to create one.
Yes,
Now,
I need that cheat sheet,
let's
basically.
get to the shots. The most common visual element to open a scene or even an entire film is the establishing shot.
That is one thing I heard. I've read that, or no, I've watched someone who was explaining that usually it's best to have like an establishing. So you want to start wide angle and then start punching in when you're like establishing the scene, versus like if you start punched in, then it might be confusing by the time you get to the landscape. And I think I might have broken that rule in my documentary. I could be wrong, but I did remember hearing that thing about like, hey, start wide angle and then start going zoomed in. Fed, you said you're the DP on your videos. You're also the cinematographer. Yeah, I guess in my world, I'm assuming I'm everything. But then I'm curious, like, what is... Because there's been a few people in our community, in my community, who are like DPs, like actual DPs. So occasionally they'll hop into the chat and they're like, hey, yeah, I just got back from like some 1 month trip as a, like, you know, project as a DP. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. But yeah, I was always confused by the term director of photography in a film. So I was like, what, is that someone who just like, this is how like little I knew about anything. The first time I heard director of photography, I was like, wait, so they got a guy for everything in these Hollywood films. So do they literally just have some dude who's there to take photos of different scenes for like, you know, posterity or whatever? I didn't know what it was for. I was like, because obviously it's like you're here for the video, not for the photos. But my understanding is like, well, as a director of photography, it's not that you're like focused on the photography stuff. I think you're like focused on actually, I don't know. Now I've lost it. I actually don't remember. They do a lot of lighting decisions. Okay. But then why wouldn't the cinematographer do the lighting decisions? Or yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the line separates what does a DP do versus like any other roles. Because then it's like, I'm assuming the director would be the one who dictates like, I want this kind of shot and this kind of shot. Or does the director, maybe every project's different. I don't know. This whole world is so like interesting and new to me, and like I'm naive to all of it.
It is typically wide enough to establish the geography.
The cinematographer is busy filming. But then like, what does that mean? Because if you're the cinematographer and you're filming, I'm assuming a professional cinematographer knows everything about lighting, right? So wouldn't the cinematographer get upset if someone else is dictating how the lighting should be? Or is it really that segmented where it's like, if you're the cinematographer, I just want you to make sure that the camera is ready to film, and someone's gonna tell you what kind of shot, what frame rates, blah 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 blah. I just need to make sure you have the gear ready to record when I tell you to, and I'm gonna tell you how to move the camera, what to focus on, blah blah blah. And the cinematographer just says, yes, okay, I got you. And then you've got the lighting person who will then actually do the lighting stuff. I don't know. It's like a black box of knowledge for me.
Show the scale of subjects in relation to their environment.
Oh, this is a
and
good shot.
Often used to transition between scenes. With genres like science fiction, where entirely new worlds need to be introduced, the establishing shot is crucial. Blade Runner 2049 opens with a series of establishing shots.
Man, I need to rewatch Dune
Of near future
and like
Earth
take notes.
with industrial and futuristic farms outside the city.
This is a cool shot. You can see the eagle's
remember,
breath.
An establishing shot is a crucial introductory component of any scene. It can mark a transition to a new location, or introduce crucial details about the location or world. The establishing shot is often followed up with a master shot, or simply
Master
the
shot.
master. Like the establishing shot, a master shot confirms the location and geography of the scene. It also clarifies which characters are in the scene and where they are
master
in
shot.
relationship to each other.
I almost feel like I need to like see how this translates to the short film that I made. Although obviously different genre, you know, like different everything, but I need to figure out like, did I have a master shot? What would it be? Maybe the master shot. No, I don't know. I was gonna say that is it the interview itself, but Fedgy said I'm joking around. The DP is a cinematographer. Oh, okay, okay. Director of photography, cinematographer. But wait, is there an actual title? Because it's like, okay, I'm the director of photography, and then you've got I'm the director of cinema. I'm the director of lighting. Like, why do they call it a DP? Why are you called a director of photography? Because it's like such a weird title, in my opinion. Like cinematographer, right? Like, you know, it's like a single word to describe what you do. But in this case, you're a director of. Okay.
Go on, sit down. Go ahead. Talk to each other. Sit down. Hey, Mr. Einstein.
Here we see a master from The Godfather Part 2 framing the Corleone family around a dinner table.
Hey, Sally, get in here.
Wait, what did he say? Was
The
that
majority of
establishing or?
Corleone family.
Hey, Mr. Einstein.
Here we see a master from The Godfather Part 2 framing the Corleone family around a dinner table.
Hey, Sally, get in here.
The majority of this scene is played in the master to emphasize the family's close-knit
So the
relationship.
master, is that just like kind of like
Country ain't
saying
your blood, you
the
remember
primary
that.
shot?
I don't feel that way.
Until Michael drops some devastating news.
Well, if you don't feel like that, why don't you just quit college and go to join the army? I did. I enlisted in the Marines.
Mikey, why didn't you come to us?
What do you mean?
I mean, Pop had to pull a lot of strings to get your deferment.
I didn't ask for it. I didn't ask for a deferment. I didn't want it. What's wrong? Come on, knock it off. Come on.
But it also
Hold on a second. Okay, never mind. I was like, did they really have another camera set up with a different angle of him?
emphasize the fact. Until
no, never mind.
Michael drops some devastating news.
Well, if you don't feel like that, why don't you just quit college and go to join the army? I did. I enlisted in the Marines.
Mikey, why didn't you come to us?
What do you mean?
I mean, Pop had to pull a lot of strings to get your deferment.
Fedgy said, so you're right about your assumptions. Okay.
I didn't
Okay.
ask for a deferment. I didn't want it. What's wrong? Come on, knock it off. Come on.
But it also helps make Michael split from the family visual from this. to this.
Stupid.
And we feel the emptiness around him that much more. Remember, the master captures the scene playing out in its entirety, providing the editor with something to cut out to, if necessary.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Wide shot, WS.
Let me tell you about my boat.
Oh man, I'm gonna get copyright struck for sure.
Wide shot positions subjects far from the camera to visually represent their relationship to their environment. This is distinct from the establishing shot, which is about location. The wide shot is principally concerned with the scale of the subject.
I'm finished.
It can be used when you need to make subjects appear lost, lonely, or overwhelmed, or comment on a subject's relationship to their environment. In this wide shot from Phantom Thread, we can see the characters Alma and Reynolds dwarfed by a messy ballroom. Paul Thomas Anderson could have ended the scene with close-ups to capture their characters' emotions.
I know this one.
But by ending with
oh, that's the one we learned,
the
right?
scene with close-ups to capture
the over-the-shoulder shot. The OTS? Is that what they say? Fed, you said the director will wax poetically about the type of feel he wants and what he wants, and the DP needs to make that happen. Okay. I want to be a director. Is a actually, I don't know. I think being a director would be fun, for sure. If you're able to just dictate like your feelings and then the other people do all the technical stuff, yo, sign me up for that.
the character's emotions. But by ending with a wide shot here, we can consider Alma and Reynolds together, yet isolated from the world around them. Use it when you need to establish the spatial relationships of the subjects. Make statements using distance, depth, or size. Our next subject, full shot.
Full shot.
When a subject's entire body reaches from the top to the bottom edges of the frame, the shot is defined as full. With a full shot, it's not necessary to put the subject in the center of the frame, but notice how often this is the case. This example is effective because it is tight enough to tell a story with the character's face, but wide enough to further the story by observing her entire body, posture, and wardrobe. So remember, a full is composed head to toe, and you can use them when you need to make statements about a subject's physicality and present a character in all their glory. Moving on. Medium full shot, cowboy.
I've heard that a lot. Medium full.
The medium full
I guess that's
shot
for
is
photography as
arranged
well,
from
right?
the top of the subject's head to just below their waist. It is sometimes referred to as a cowboy shot based on the height of gun holsters. Here we can see complementary angles from The Favorite, composed in medium fulls. The cowboy angle on the character Lady Sarah is particularly strong and confrontational. This isn't a Western and features no holsters, but it's hard not to think of cowboys when firearms are deployed like this. Use it when you need to present a subject as confident, dangerous, or confrontational.
But then would this be the hero shot? Or no, the frog shot. But I guess it's not low enough of an angle. So it's definitely at a low angle, but it's not low enough to be the Asian squat. Okay.
You need to present a subject as confident, dangerous, or confrontational, especially when weapons might be drawn. Moving
Cowboy
on.
shot.
Medium shot, MS.
So medium
Perhaps
full
the most
and medium.
popular shot size in all of cinema is the medium shot. But why? Because it's more of a neutral shot, neither dramatic like a close-up or distancing like a wide shot. It captures the subject in a size similar to how we interact with people.
Will you hold still?
The typical composition of a medium shot starts above the waist but below the chest and ends just above the head. Shot sizes deployed in animated films function under the same compositional rules.
Oh!
Hello.
Let's look at an example to better illustrate this.
Oh, I'm
In
definitely
this
getting
scene from
copyright
Coco,
struck.
Miguel watches
Oh,
a film
no.
starring his idol. The medium shot composition accommodates quite a bit. The props from Miguel's shrine, the detail on the TV screen.
Oh, this is a good
Miguel's
photo.
reactions to it.
Oh,
It's
this is a
an
money
intimate
shot.
moment as we observe Miguel's
Look at that,
joy,
eagles.
along with the objects of his affection in a single frame.
Follow my heart. You know that feeling?
So remember, the typical composition of a medium shot starts above the waist, but below the chest, and ends just above the head. Use it when you need to.
We're learning
dig
so
into
much
a
on this
subject's
stream.
eyes without losing their physicality or environment, or utilize a true middle ground approach that is neither jarring nor especially dramatic. Our next subject, medium close-up shot, MCU.
Man, they gotta work on better names. Medium full, medium,
When a
medium
shot
close up.
frames a
Come
subject
on.
from mid-chest to just above
That
their head,
cowboy shot,
it
that
is
sounded
referred
good.
to as a medium close-up. Medium close-ups are about reducing distraction and prioritizing story and character details.
Why don't you start right now and get the fuck out of here?
Use it when you need to get intimate with a subject without losing their physicality.
Perhaps I treated you too harshly.
Boom.
Here, the villainous Thanos snaps his fingers during the climactic moments of Avengers Endgame.
Spoiler.
With this shot size, we have room for the Infinity Gauntlet, and Thanos' look of cruel satisfaction in thinking he has won. But when he fails, this medium close-up is designed to also capture his reaction.
Very informative video. Yeah, this is really good.
Remember, a medium close-up is roughly head to chest. Are you ready for it? It's the close-up. See you.
These names, man.
Here's Johnny.
Of course, the most powerful visual weapon for highlighting a change in emotion or dramatic beat on screen. Close-ups are most often arranged at eye level, better to dig into the windows of a soul. In this shot size, we have a front row seat for a character's thoughts and feelings.
Who is it?
Will you help me?
I think that's one of the first realizations of like my lack of knowledge was I think like my assumption was always like, oh wait, you need to have like the full head in frame. Like, oh, I can't like have the head chopped off, you know? But then like as I started like paying attention to it later, and you're watching any kind of Hollywood film, like the amount of times you'll see that they intentionally or otherwise, the full head is not in these close-up shots. Like it seems like the eye is up in the upper mid section or the upper third, but it's not like you see the full head, scalp or whatever. So or at the very least, it doesn't seem like it breaks away from like making it feel cinematic. So like looking at all these shots here, it's like, yeah, it's cropped off. So in my world initially, I was like, oh, I have to always make sure the full, if I'm shooting a close-up of the head, the face, I need to have the full face and the head in the shot. It's like, apparently not.
Beat on screen. Close-ups are most often arranged at eye level, better to dig into the windows of a soul. In this shot size, we have a front row seat for a character's thoughts and feelings.
Who is it?
Will you help me?
Yes, anything.
The close-up is about empathy and illustrates how dramatically effective it can be in a time of decision or anxiety.
That was an interesting shot
Our
here.
final category. Extreme close-up shots.
Jesus, come
ECU.
on. Is it really, are there no better names that you guys use in the industry? You guys literally just say, cowboy shot, thank you, that's really cool. And then you go medium shot, medium close. What was the other one? Extreme close. What the? Fed, you said, this is all very basic, but well explained and easy to understand. Yeah, it seems fairly, it makes, yeah, all of it is sensible to me. I thought I saw a video, it's going to be tough for me to find it, but there was one video as I was like doing my last minute research before I went to shoot this documentary. I was trying to watch as many videos about like different framing techniques, stuff like that. And that's where somewhere one of the videos was teaching about the frame within a frame and had some good examples. Fed, you said, when zooming in very close, the rule is you cut the top of the head off instead of the chin. Ah. But is that because if they're speaking, so you want to see the full jaw? Or is that more just to do with like you want the eyes to be in the upper portion of the frame? But either way, okay. So yeah, chop the top before the bottom. Unless you go really close to zoom in on just the eyes, you want to keep the chin in shot, especially if there's dialogue. Yeah, okay, so just because you're talking, I guess, yeah.
An extreme close-up, or ECU, frames a subject to isolate.
I guess by calling it ECU,
area.
that sounds
This
better.
could be
But
lips, ears, or nose. But the eyes are typically the focus. Like here in Kill Bill Volume 1. As the bride is swarmed by the crazy 88, we cut back and forth between their entry points and her frantic eyes. But when the function of a specific prop or an intimate detail is necessary, filmmakers will often rely on the insert shot. Inserts are most commonly used to highlight and isolate something crucial to the narrative.
wait, they don't just call this a close-up shot? Wait, did I miss something?
Insert is necessary. But when the function of a specific prop or an intimate detail is necessary, filmmakers will often rely on the insert shot. Inserts are most commonly used to highlight and isolate something crucial to the narrative. So remember, an extreme close-up or an insert shot is one of the greatest tools for emphasis.
Inserts, okay.
It is the most intimate, dramatic, and potentially startling of all shot sizes.
And that kind of, so the extreme close-up shots, that was one of the things that I was missing from my repertoire, let's say, when I'm like used to traveling. So yeah, I've said this on stream before, but that was like one of those things, like, I don't know when I started trying to do it more often, but at some point I realized, like, you know, the thing that when I see on Instagram or YouTube, something that feels really cinematic, like a montage of travels or something, it's oftentimes one of the footages where they make use of these super close-up shots, whether it's like the eye opening and you see the pupil, or like close-up of some part of the body or some object. And I was like, oh shit, those are like kinds of shots that I didn't even think about capturing when I travel. So I did start making a concerted effort on some of my travels recently to like start to shoot things with the intention of like that extreme close-up, because I realized, like, oh man, that's the thing, that was the missing thing that I wasn't doing, that I was seeing other people do, that seemed to make it was a nice cohesive creative glue for these kind of like, you know, montage stuff. So all right, that was a really good video. Insert shot is what you said, Fed. Like if a character is opening a door, you may add an insert of him using the door handle, etc. Right, okay, see, or using the key super close. Okay. Wow, we learned something. Shot composition and cinematography, every type of camera rig. Okay, I want to watch frame within a frame in film. The art of cinematic composition. All right, let's watch this one.
Hollywood move.
That is one thing I started to do, not consistently, but I try my best. When I'm like watching a new movie or something, I try to take notes of like just what are the key moments of the movie or the show or whatever that like emotionally captured me. And so then I want to like put a whole list, like, you know, just take notes of it. So then when I make my own film project, I can look at that list to be like, okay, so in Dune 2, this thing happened, and like that's when it evokes some kind of crazy emotion or is super exciting or intense. So let's try to mimic that technique. So that is one thing I'm trying to do more intentionally as I watch stuff. But yeah, let's see. Let's play this.
What is it about Hollywood movies that draws the audience into the shots? Of course, cameras, lenses, lighting, and performance play a major part, but at
this could be like a creative shot here.
Lies a great composition. So in this video, we'll look in.
I can see something here where I do a super close-up cropping, Maybe do something creative with make it a bit darker and stuff, and then you just got that beak in focus, which kind of looks a bit interesting. Like, I feel like there's some kind of composition here that could make it look a bit creative.
To the art of composition and find out how it can help you become a better filmmaker. I'll show you 7 cinematic composition techniques used by some of the best Hollywood filmmakers. These are things you can start applying to your own work right now and bring a whole new level of creativity to your filmmaking.
Oh yeah, I've seen this guy's video.
Composition
Maybe
is the
this
way
video.
elements of a scene are arranged within the camera frame. In a nutshell, what is in the frame and where is it located? And although that sounds very simple, a certain frame or a thought-out composition can draw you into the story, make it more impactful, and make something appear more cinematic. It's all about directing the viewer's eye. Let's begin with one of the most essential elements of composition, focal points. Focal points or points of interest can be used to draw the
even an
attention
insert
of the
up
viewer
of
to
the
a
locked
specific
mechanism
part of
working inside the
frame.
door.
Where
Yo,
does
that's
your
where it
eye
gets
naturally
creative.
get drawn to in this shot? The composition of the shot pulls your attention to the focal point. Focal points are highly effective in wide shots. Filmmakers often opt for a minimal shot to eliminate any distractions. This directs the viewer's eye straight to the focal point. But even in busier frames, when your frame has a dominant subject or focal point, the audience will know exactly where to look and what is important in the shot. Usually these focal points are used together with other compositional guidelines such as the rule of thirds. The rule of thirds is one of the most common and important.
That one I understand. Fed, you said, yeah, these close-ups of the bird is a good example of how you would shoot for video, but probably not for photography, like we talked about earlier. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't like although the rule of thirds, that one, it seems it's universal. But yeah.
Compositional guidelines that you'll find in cinematography. This rule breaks your frame into thirds with 2 horizontal lines and 2 vertical lines. The 4 intersecting points of these lines are fantastic areas of the frame to place your subject or focal point. This is because the viewer's eyes are naturally drawn to these points, and it will create a much more appealing shot. Just watch any Hollywood movie and you'll notice that the main subjects are almost always placed on one of these points. But you'll also see focal points placed on other compositional techniques such as the golden triangle. Here, a diagonal is drawn from one corner of the frame to the other, and then lines from the other 2 corners towards the is drawn on other, always placed on one of these points. But you'll also see focal points
just rule of
placed on
thirds.
other compositional techniques such as the golden triangle.
Oh, no, I
Here,
said
a
golden
diagonal is
triangle.
drawn from one corner of the frame to the other, and then lines from the other 2 corners towards that line. This creates 2 balanced focal points within a shot. Framing the subject in the center of the
golden
shot can
triangle.
communicate that this is a person of authority. But it also works great when the person is talking directly into the camera, for teaching or informing the viewer about something. Like right now when I'm talking to you guys. Another technique to pull the viewer's attention to your subject or help your storytelling is the use of leading lines. Simply put, leading lines are natural lines in your frame that will lead the audience attention towards your subject.
That one I know from photography as well. But yeah, I think the best example that I did recently was from the... Yeah, that's why I feel like that chimp tunnel shot, it was such a cool shot for like different reasons. But one of them was like this feeling of like, you had like these lines that just kind of draws you towards the center, and obviously like having the subject walk from the center helps. But then you had these like crossing lines, which, you know, may not necessarily be a good thing, but it kind of added to the creativity, I think, of like just seeing these subjects walking forward. Yeah, I'm excited to kind of put all of the chimp tunnel shots together. We have some crazy moments in there. But yeah, anyways, one thing at a time.
Subject. These lines can be stairways, bridges, roads, hallways, buildings, you name it. A lot of films use leading lines to show where a character might be going, and the lines in the frame will literally lead you to that point. But breaking this rule by using chaotic lines can convey a sense of confusion or disorder in a scene. So leading lines not only help the look of your shot, but also improve your storytelling. Also, the distribution of space within a frame is important for the story you're trying to tell or the emotion you're trying to create. Positive space is the area in the frame given to the subject, and negative space is the empty space around.
Fed, you said, I learned a lot of these in art school when painting. Sometimes it just looks good too. No explanation needed. You just know it's great. Gotcha. Yeah. Man. Yeah, I wish I went to art school. That sounds... Or is like art school... Would film be part of arts? I guess I studied... Yeah, I think they combined arts and... What am I thinking of right now? My university was... Okay, sorry. Ignore me. Negative space, yes, this I know.
The relationship between these two can create different moods within a shot or a scene. If the subject is larger in the frame, it can be a sign of how important they are. Extremely wide shots with lots of negative space can represent the subject's isolation or vulnerability and make them feel smaller. Extreme close-ups where the subject takes up almost the entire frame can show their power, but also draw you into their emotions. The position of this negative space can also have an effect on the feeling of a shot, which brings us to headroom and looking room. Headroom is the amount of negative space above a subject's head. Usually headroom is kept to a minimum. Lead room or looking room is the amount of negative space in front of the subject. This is usually more than the amount of negative space behind the subject. Also here, the rule of thirds can be of help. Placing your subject's eyes on an intersecting point of the rule of thirds will almost always give you the perfect headroom and lead room. You will also see this being applied when a subject is moving. There will be lead room, usually 2/3 of the frame, in the direction in which the subject is moving.
Photography and film school is part of art school here in Norway, at least. Gotcha. Yeah, we got some really good shots coming up here. I'm trying to think. Because obviously I want to choose one of these. So I'm trying to think which one of these conveys the most action. Initially I was thinking this one, but then as I saw some of the other photos coming up. Because here the problem is the other eagle's beak. The left eagle's beak is somewhat hidden, the lower jaw, let's say. Whereas here it's a bit more prominent, that you can see the mouth is like gaping, and it's like more in action mode. This one feels a little bit more symmetrical, I guess, although the wing isn't as extended here. And unfortunately, this one eagle in the background kind of can be distracting. Like, I don't mind it, but it breaks from the symmetry. So, yeah, I'm kind of leaning against it. Whereas this one doesn't feel as bad just because it's now it's a bit more like different angle. This one, because it's extended wing, I'm leaning towards this. But then this one has a very nice... It almost feels like if you blur your eyes and you're like... Yeah, not really. But it can almost look like it's a single bird. Like this is the left wing and the right wing of a single bird. So there's something interesting about that. This one you don't see it as much because this wing is curved inwards here. Whereas this one almost feels like it could work. Oh, and also here, what goes for is that the claw is, the talon is like pretty distinguished. You know, it's not hidden as it is here. So here we're not getting as much prominence. Okay, so now I'm leaning towards this one then. And then here they're separating a bit, or it's not as clean. Okay, so I think... Talking it out loud. Damn it. Oh, you know what? I don't know. I'm kind of mixed now. Because, yeah, like I like the talon here. There's a bit of separation. But there's something about the eagle's face here that I kind of like. And the extended... the light coming off of the wing here looks a bit better. And it's like a straight line. I think I just like the... Yeah, I think I like this curvature more in terms of like how the two birds are together. Here it's like a bit of like a sharp angle to the wing here. It's not like as balanced. But it feels more actiony, so... Okay. Well, let's, I'll 4-star this one for now. Fed, you said, pretty cool. Yeah, the one with the talon, there's no bird in the background. So, oh yeah, so I guess there's a bit more separation. Or we can separate it a bit. This one, possibly as well, yeah. But here, even if I don't separate it, even if we have the bird here, I can almost see like a composition like this could work as well. So this is kind of like in the lower third, like the lower corner. And then we got this one still over here. I could totally see something like that. Or just cropping it out. So yeah. Alright, so this will be the 4-star one.
These rules can create intriguing shots and evoke certain emotions. Giving your subject an abnormal amount of headroom can make them seem uncomfortable, small, or insignificant. When a subject is given a small amount of lead room, it can communicate that they are lost, trapped, or isolated. And even if the audience doesn't consciously realize what the filmmaker intended, awkward compositions are extremely effective in conveying these emotions. When it comes to mastering the art of composition in cinematography, having access to great references is key. And that's exactly where the sponsor of this video, FrameSet, comes in. If you don't know FrameSet, it's basically an incredibly useful
There's too much
online library
soundtracks
with a huge collection of over 500,000.
You know what I'm like realizing? Because I have seen a recent trend of like YouTubers, especially the ones who like talking head stuff. Some of them have stopped using music. I think there's like a current strategy that's being tested out where it's like simpler is better almost. But it's like they don't use any soundtrack. It's just like when you hear them talking, it's just their voice. And I was like, you know what? I mean, it's kind of interesting to see people try new things anyways. But then that would be so... there could be the added benefit that maybe in this small niche world, but then it's like, oh, this guy doesn't use background music, so I can watch his videos on my stream. Which, you know, as long as they're not like siphoning away views from you, I guess. Or if they're like, what is it? A fair use or whatever. That could be nice because then they're watching your stuff and hopefully promoting it. Whereas if you got like, you know, copyright music, maybe they'll like, oh, sorry, can't watch your stuff.
In assets from movies, commercials, and music videos. One of the most valuable
All right,
things
sorry,
about
buddy, I'm
frames
gonna jump
is
ahead because
discount.
of the music.
No matter how you compose your shot, a good rule of thumb is that your frame
Ooh,
should
got
be
the-
balanced. When comparing these two shots, you can automatically sense which one of these is balanced or unbalanced. In an unbalanced image, one side of the frame feels heavier than the other. And even though a viewer doesn't necessarily know what it is that is wrong, they can feel that something is off. Adding something to the other
now the
side
video
of
is going
frame
into
can
the
help
interesting
bring
shots, the
balance
ones
to a
breaking the
shot.
rules for effect.
Again,
Nice.
the rule of thirds can be helpful with bringing
Yeah, I guess it
balance
started
to
with
your
like the
image.
basic stuff
When you're
first, or the
shooting interviews
fundamentals.
or dialogue, the ideal location to place your subject's eyes is on the upper horizontal line, and you'll see this over and over again in almost all Hollywood films. For wider frames or shots with horizons, placing your subject on one of the two horizontal lines can bring balance to your shot, whereas placing it in the middle often makes a frame less interesting. Balance can also mean symmetry. The human mind naturally loves order and balance, and that is why we are drawn to the beauty of symmetry. Having both sides of your frame match each other in some way or another is visually pleasing to our eye. Breaking the rules of balance and opting for an unbalanced frame can make the audience uneasy. It's all about what you're trying to tell with the shot. The technique of framing within a frame is a powerful way to
Oh, there we
direct
go.
focus to your subject while helping convey your story visually. This can be done in many different ways by triangles, circles, squares, and so on. A frame within a frame gives the viewer a smaller area of focus within a shot and puts emphasis on what or who is important within the scene. Framing a subject can help evoke certain emotions. A small frame can
You know
make
what?
the audience...
I tried doing that, but I ended up not using it in our in the documentary. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. 6K 60 maybe. I took some footage of the doctor in his office. Yeah, like stuff like this. But I don't think I ended up using it in the documentary yet. Maybe in the 15-minute version. So I was trying to get like these kind of shots. What do you call it? Like the focus pull? Is there a term? Do they say focus push, or do you just always say focus pull for either direction? But anyways, I was trying to get one of these shots where you can like see the doctor working in his office, and then I would just, you know, as a B-roll as he's talking or something. So it's something here where you see him through the door frame, peeking through. And then, yeah, I think I did a little bit just from his office window, but I don't know if I did a good job with that. So even if I color corrected and everything. Yeah, oh yeah, I think I was trying to see, like, can I get this Ngamba, whatever was on this wall. But I think it just made the composition look weird. So probably I should just did a more zoom in on him. I had some walking shots. What other things? Yeah, close-ups. There's another shot. There's another one I didn't end up getting to use that I really liked. Let's see. But yeah, the concept of like the focus pull. Fed, you said rack focus shot? Is that what they call it? Rack focus shot. Okay, because I kept just saying focus pull, but like that rack focus shot, you know, I like saying focus pull more. But that's like one of the techniques that I think I've been utilizing the most, or trying to do the most. Not, I don't always do a good job of it, but it's been fun trying to do like that kind of focus pull effect. I was trying to find a good example of it though. Oh yeah, here's the over-the-shoulder shots that I was trying to do from both angles. Close up. Yeah, here I failed at it, but I was trying to do like a focus pull or a rack focus shot. Using focus to show the viewer the point of interest. Focus pull is what you're doing when making the rack focus shot. Okay, so the rack focus shot is the actual concept, and focus pull is the technique to do the concept. But yeah, here I was trying to switch between focus between the, you know, Billy the chimp and then the doctor, but then I over pulled the focus because I didn't turn on the focus peaking, or I wasn't able to see the focus peaking, and I was just trying to do the manual ring, and I overclocked it. And by the time I tried again, the chimp already moved on. So I missed the opportunity. Because I wanted to hear, like this shot here. So obviously chimp is in focus. And then when the chimp starts to look at the doctor, it would have been really good if I had, you know, drawn the focus over to the doctor at that same time. But by the time I was like even trying to do that, the chimp already moved on. So I missed my moment. So... there's one shot. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, it's the same thing. I was just doing some things where it's like just focusing on the window here, and then eventually get to him as he was like kneading the dough or whatever. So I think I'm overusing that, or I'm trying, every time I'm traveling or whatever, I keep trying to do the focus pull just because I'm like trying to improve my technique, I guess, because it's not the easiest, I've realized. Or when I'm trying to do it manually. So I'm trying to do the manual focus ring and see if I can get a proper...
Audience feel uncomfortable and claustrophobic. By using a frame within a frame, filmmakers can create a sense of separation between the audience and the characters, making the audience feel like they are distant spectators of the scene. And the use of frames is also a great way to add depth to a shot. Which brings us to one of the most important compositional methods in cinematography, depth. In filmmaking, we're representing three-dimensional space in a two-dimensional medium, and the best way to do this is by making use of depth. You can divide space into three sections: foreground, midground, and background. These sections can then be used to layer a composition. Shallow depth of field can be used to separate the subject from the background and provide more emphasis.
Oh, we got a good shot here.
Naturally, the viewer's eyes will get drawn to whatever is in focus, and blurring out the background can also remove any distractions from an otherwise busy scene. Pulling your subject away from the background helps in creating depth within the shot. If you film someone directly up against the wall, the image will have absolutely no depth. So even if you're shooting in a very small space, try putting your subject as far away from the background as possible, or shoot into a corner of the room. This will naturally create more depth in your shot. Adding something to the foreground will also add depth to an image. Even smaller out of focus objects will add another visual layer to the shot. The image will then have foreground, midground, typically the subject, and background, and these layers create depth. and a technique you'll see a lot of filmmakers use to draw attention to a specific object in the shot.
Veggie said,
is by
on a film
pulling
set, they
focus
have a
from one
focus
thing to
puller.
another. You might not become
Oh, I think they were just talking about it. You said, yeah, it can be tricky to do on the go like that, but you get better the more you do it. On a film set, they have a focus puller whose only job is to pull focus. I think I heard about that. Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, not to knock on that job, because obviously it sounds like it's super tough, but it just feels weird to like have just one job and it's just pulling focus. But yeah, if you're good at something and it's planned beforehand and using a focus lever where you can put markers to where you're going to stop for focus and the actors stand on their marked spots, that is called blocking. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, but all of that requires like planning in advance or prepping or like doing some trial runs. It's definitely so much, man, it is challenging doing it like on the fly. Like obviously in this case with like wildlife related stuff, or, you know, you get one shot or you don't know when you'll get the shot. So I'm trying to, yeah. So it's like, for me, it's like the more I practice, hopefully, yeah, the more I understand the sensitivity of the lenses and all that kind of stuff. But if I can master focus pulling on my travel shoots, that would be super great for sure. I don't know, maybe it's a personal thing. I know some people don't like it. Like they don't like that concept of like always doing focus pulls. I think I read something about some directors who think it's really bad. For me personally, I just find if done properly, if it just helps, it just makes things feel more, yeah, it's just you're drawing the attention of the viewer towards something, obviously intentionally, and it feels very cinematic from it. Yo, but when we shoot out in the wild, hold on, I missed something. But when we shoot out in the wild, the cam, and usually Kimbap over here is the one. Yeah, he recognizes his voice or his name. Hold on, let me do my cat crane. So sometimes what I like to do is I'll use these. I don't cheat, okay, but I try to see based on the cat camera and from where my hand is positioned from the OBS, and I try to see if I can do the claw machine and grab my cat's head. So let me go to the full cat cam. Let's see, based on where the shadow is coming through, can I grab his head? All right, I'm going to drop, and let's see where his eyes are pointing. All right, dropping in 3, 2, 1. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I got 2 more tries. All right. What a cutie. All right, here we go. So I need to adjust. Let's bring it up a little bit farther back. Ready in 3, 2, 1, drop. Jesus, why am I so bad at this? Okay, so let's shift over to the left. Maybe I need to look at this. Okay, so I'll shift over to the left and back a bit. Okay. 3, 2, 1, drop. Oh, Jesus. Okay, whatever. What's up, Kimbap? Why are you looking like that? But welcome back. As long as you don't shock her. Shock her for leaving her spot. Yo, I'm not like that. I just yell at them sometimes. Man, Kimbap has been pissing me off recently because he's been like stealing food. He's been hopping up on the kitchen counter when he knows he's not supposed to. You know what? Let me... Yo, thank you very much for that follow. Sabo Tibor. Yo, YouTube's been popping off. I appreciate you guys. All right, let me grab his head. There it is. Yes, welcome. So we've been having a productive stream. So I'm learning about filmmaking and the art of cinematic composition. And shout out to Fedorevsky in the chat because this dude knows what he's doing. And then, yeah, we finished our video. Yo, Socialist Housewife, let me show you something because it's been that long that we've made some really cool content in your absence. Can I play the trailer version of this? I made my very first talking head video as well. And then I made my first documentary film. So we did a bunch of cool stuff recently. And actually, on that note, let's go ahead and play this again because I did rework everything. So it's probably a good time to check it again. I'm pretty sure we got everything completed, though. Here we go.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room.
I still feel like I need to remove some noise on that shot
On
there.
this island, we practice balance so the world can keep its footing. Everything here is a lesson in balance.
This dude's voice is so good for narration too.
My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust on Ngamba Island for now 16 years. Our vision is to secure chimpanzees in their natural habitats and provide optimum captive care for those that cannot survive in the wild. We currently have 55 chimpanzees. Ngamba Island is a 100-acre island, about 90.
Right now I need to focus on if I have any typos. Oh, wait, is there a typo there?
Give them their own space.
Or, because I just saw is. And I think I remember seeing this at one point. I forgot about it. Hold on.
It is a 100-acre island, about 95, maybe 96% of which.
Ah, there is a typo. Yes, we caught it. This is why I have to always rewatch my shit over and over again. 95 to 96% of it is cordoned off to give. Socialist, you said this is sage. What the F? I've never heard that as a term. Is this like a Gen Alpha thing or Gen Z? This is sage. I'm going to take it as a compliment. Thank you very much. Although you said what the F at the end, so.
Is cordoned off to give them their own space. And
oh, I think I just saw something else. Hold on.
Their own.
Yeah.
Their own.
There's a little bit of a jerkiness there. How do I fix this? Let's go here. Where are you? So I think I just got to restabilize this one. Which one is the stabilization? Okay, there we go. Rewind.
96% of which is cordoned off to give them their own space.
Oh shit, I have to let it
Their own. Okay. Percent of which is cordoned off to give them their own space. And that space from the beginning was forested, but of course the forest has grown richer. Typically, the chimps spend the entire day in the forest. In the night, we have a place where they sleep, they spend the night. We call it the holding facility or sleeping area. And the only reason we actually have them come in the evening is that this group would probably need about 100 square miles for them to be able to forage food all year round. So we now
something felt weird there. Let me see. Socialist said, wow, these ads, nice. Thank you for paying me with these ads. Fed, you said, yeah, it would have been really cool if you racked the focus over to the dock in that scene when the chimp turns. Yeah, exactly. That was one of those moments where I gave up. I only had 5 days to make this film, and I did want to use that shot, but it bothered me because I was like, that was a user error moment where it's like, oh, I could have done something better there. Okay, I felt like something was off here. Let me see. Would probably need about
100 square miles for them to be able to.
Yeah, it feels like something's missing there. Or it's 100 square miles of forest, but I don't hear him saying that.
For them to be able to forage.
Oh no, did I like remove the audio somehow?
About 100 square miles for them to be able to forage. About 100 square miles for them to be able to forage.
I feel like something's missing there, right? Is that in the original?
100 square miles for them to be able to forage.
I might have somehow,
Miles
Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can rescue this.
Forage food all year round.
Okay, so this is where I say forest. Did I not do... Is this in the original video as well? Well, listen, I had 5 days. I had 5 days to make this, okay? So we're catching some errors. Let's see.
Of forest.
So a forest. Do I need both words? Shit. Let's see if we can do some magic here. We'll just okay. You said happens to me too all the time. Miss an opportunity to do something like that when stuff just happens. Yeah. I'm not like beating myself over it, but it was one of those like, oh, if I just a little bit, you know, yeah.
100 square miles of forest for them.
Okay, so I don't need the extra of, but that word forest for sure. And then can we put it sooner?
About 100 square miles of forest.
Yes. Okay, that works. And then I need to drop it down though. Hopefully this works.
Miles of forest. It's about 100 square miles of forest for them to be able to forage. Miles of forest for them to be able to.
Okay. All right. So we've corrected something. And then this one also, I think for some reason there might have been something that happened. I think in the original one, I don't know if this existed. I'll have to double check. I might have accidentally deleted this while we were re-editing. Okay, let's watch again.
It's about 100 square miles of forest for them to be able to forage food all year round. So we now supplement that with the nutrition that we give them. But their choice to come back is voluntary. Our founders were looking for a place where, one, there would be enough space. We didn't want to...
Okay, kind of a typo. I don't think I needed the comma after where. It's probably just where one, comma, there would be enough space.
There would be enough space. We didn't want to have a situation where it's like in a zoo and they're in a cramped enclosure. They have the freedom to be able to move as freely as they want and interact with the environment directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries, natural barriers, so there is no interaction with humans. And the island turned out to be a solution that captured all these facets. Many of the chimps that we have here have been rescued from very traumatic experiences. In the beginning, the biggest challenge was the pet trade. The challenges have been evolving since then. The human population is going up. The habitat for the chimpanzees is shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we lose about 20 to 25,000 hectares of natural forest every year. By the time I joined, the number of chimpanzees was going down at an alarming rate. There was a very, very big fear that within 20 years we would not have. They would move from being vulnerable to extinct. As humans, we protect what we love, but we only love what we know. And that's what the sanctuary plays a big role in, is to try and create awareness.
Socialist says, save the chimps. Yeah.
One of the
R.I.P. to Jane Goodall.
The first couple of weeks that I was here, it was one of the cases of the chimps that had a very bad injury to its hand, Billy, and I had to do a surgery on it. Billy is a gentle soul, but we have that connection because for me it was my first surgery, so to speak, on a chimpanzee, and it required an amputation of her thumb, but it was necessary and it saved the hand. You know, when you look deep into their eyes and you get this sense of knowing, they understand you, they know what your purpose is there for you, that you're going to make them better.
Our work is to be their advocates, to be their
something. Okay, let me just play it.
To be their protectors, because as humans we take claim over every space on the earth. We claim it as ours, and the animals have no one to speak for them. So it is up to us, people that love the animals, to speak for their behalf.
We rescue chimps to remember how to be human. Ngamba Island is a second chance that makes the first one possible. We cannot change their past. We can change what comes next.
All right, there we go. Now, I think there was one extra thing that maybe something fell off. Let me see. Like, I think it's just a stabilization thing. This part here, I thought something fell off.
Our work is to be their advocates, to be their...
Oh no, I think it's fine. Let me just play it again.
Our work is to be their advocates, to be their promoters, to be their protectors.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Socialist. Man, it's so weird to keep calling you that. Okay, I'll just call you housewife. Housewife, you said this is your best work, in my opinion. Thank you. Yes, I also agree. I'm so proud of this work. Yeah, it's very, very fun. And yeah, you can check it out on my YouTube channel. So give it a like, go watch it. It helps in every capacity, of course. So yeah. Yeah, and it was a lot. I did put a lot of thought into these things. So the more obvious ones here, right? So when the doctor says the line, when you look deep into their eyes, I figured, okay, after he says that line, where I want him to say that line towards the end of the video, as we're giving a more hopeful tone, right? We want to end the video with a hopeful, optimistic feel, showing the caregivers, showing the work that's being done. And then also when he says that, so about the whole eyes thing, so when you look deep into their eyes, then I had a whole montage where it's just like eye shots, right? So close-ups of like the chimps looking at you. So that kind of is more obvious. And then here I ended the last chimp shot, although maybe I could have made it happen a bit sooner. So it's a bit abrupt, but I wanted it where it's an eye shot, but as we zoom out, you see at the very end, the chimp, it almost looks like the chimp is smiling. So to me, that kind of was like hopefully a nice transition of like, oh yeah, the chimps are happy thanks to the work of the people. And then there we go. So then we transition into shots of the people, the staff, the caregivers, seeing them doing all the day-to-day work to keep the chimps alive, right? Like feeding them and all that fun stuff. So yeah, it was very, very fun for me to do, and I am very proud of it because there was a lot of thought put in terms of like how do we put it all together in a fun way. And then we made a second trailer, which is this one here. So I think we can play it from here. See, housewife, you missed out on a lot. A lot's happened. Sometimes it's just a little hiccup despite seemingly running fine in Resolve 2. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe it's that. But you know what? More often than not, it turns out it was something I needed to fix. But yeah. Okay, let's play this one. Can we play from here? I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who... Oh no, I can't play from here. Or we have to let it load. Enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Man, I really like that soundtrack. Shout out to Lens Distortions, who they're still not sponsoring me. What the hell, man? What the hell? We talk about them so much. Where is that goddamn sponsorship? But yeah, their music is fantastic. Phenomenal stuff. So yeah, I'm really, you know what? It's like, damn, I wish I had heard this soundtrack when I was making the documentary. Although I think the mood of this song doesn't really fit, maybe. Does it? Hold on. Let me think from the beginning. Because it's really just about the beginning. Yeah, because this everything fits. Okay, so yeah. I don't know if that song would have worked on this one or not. But I like it so much, so yeah. I wish it was all part of one video. Okay, anyways. So I've caught you up, housewife. What do you say? This is your, sometimes it's just, yeah, so move over Trump. Yobel is getting the prize. Listen, he can have the Nobel Prize. We all know what's better than that is the Yobel Prize, okay? There's a reason that's my name. We're going to make it a thing in the future. Fed, you said, for what it's worth, your video definitely helped me decide to get the camera. Yes, thank you for saying that. It's a great video. Thank you for saying that. And if you could just add one more comment right after saying, I was not paid by Yobel to say this, because I'm going to definitely, I need to make a collection of all the people who have hopped into the comments or in the chats who've said good things, because then I'm hoping I can leverage that with Nikon to, like, you know, turn it into a really cool opportunity. So yeah, selfishly, I need to like collect all these moments, but thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it was, and also thanks to Nikon. The camera is fantastic. You know, you can see, by the way, Fed, today is a good example of you're hearing me, you're watching me learn and ask questions about like some of the most fundamental but rudimentary, like basic ass things around filmmaking, and I have zero ideas about it. So for someone like me with zero knowledge of actual like the fundamentals of this world, of like the thing that people go to school for, right? Like film school and all that. Yeah, this camera, the Nikon ZR, absolutely was like a cheat code. That's why I made it the title of that product review. It basically was like a handicap for me so that I can make a bunch of mistakes, but because it's super easy to use and it had all these pro cinema features in it, it kind of gives you a nice buffer. It's kind of like shooting with an iPhone, right? When you're like taking photos or videos, you know, you can just hit a button and everything else is taken care of for you. It kind of felt like that shooting with this camera. Even that dynamic range I was mentioning, even though I was like I was absolutely filming incorrectly for a whole host of my shots where everything was like underexposed. And I could see it in the waveform, and I was still doing the thing that you're not supposed to. And yet the camera, the quality turned out fantastic. The dynamic range of the camera was excellent enough that I didn't end up with like pure black or like, you know, crushed shadows or anything. Not too often, at least. So Fed says, I was not under duress when making this comment. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, so then... Well, oh yeah, where were we? Yes, we were editing some photos, and did we finish that video? Oh, we're almost done. But yes, housewife, welcome back to this stream. It's been fun. Yeah, I basically had this opportunity with Nikon a few weeks ago. Actually, has it been a month already? Yeah, a month ago. So I got to I traveled to Uganda for like 3 days. I got to like film that documentary that you saw. So it was shooting with this new camera that Nikon is launching. I don't know when, but I'm assuming it should be launching soon. But yeah, so it was a really wonderful opportunity. I'm obviously grateful that they, you know, invited me to do that. So yeah, and now we're back, and I'm just trying to catch up on all my other projects and stuff. So Fed, you said, yeah, I was surprised when you showed that earlier how dark you shot it. Impressive. Yeah, and again, that's not me. That's not a brag. That's not something to be proud of. And I'm like keenly aware. I was like, ooh, if now knowing what I know now, with a little bit more confidence, it's like I should have just trusted the camera at all times, looking at the waveform. I just didn't believe it. Like I just didn't believe it. I was nervous that if I shot it looking super overexposed in the view assist, that when I go in front of the computer, it's actually going to be like overexposed like crazily. So I was like, you know what, F it, we're just going to shoot it to what I think I want as the final products. But yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, let's finish this thing. Also, it is 11 p.m. my time, so we're going to start wrapping
until
up.
The moment when the camera focuses on it. It will automatically tell us what is important and what we need to be looking at. Another beautiful way films can draw our attention to a certain subject in the frame is by using color and contrast. Filmmakers can use color in the frame to direct the viewer's eye. They can make a subject stand out very obviously.
Very impressive of the camera, great latitude. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
In monochromatic shots, the dark subjects are being separated from the colored background, drawing your
I love
attention
silhouettes.
to them. And using complementary colors can be a great way to separate your subject from the background and emphasize them in the shot. Similar to color, contrast can be used to organize and define a shot's composition. Our eyes are naturally drawn to the brightest parts of an image, so having your subject lit and surrounded by darkness will help keep the audience's focus on them. But the opposite is also true. The character as a silhouette will make them stand out against a bright background. Now, there is no doubt that all of these techniques, rules, or methods can help you improve your cinematography. But a very important thing to keep in mind is that there is no such thing as right or wrong in filmmaking. There's only more interesting and less interesting. So whatever compositional technique you're using, just make sure it's interesting.
Well, thank you very much. We learned a lot. What a wonderful learning session. Damn. Was not expecting that. Fed, you said 9 p.m. Where are you at? Was it Dubai? Yes, I am in Dubai. So I'm originally from the States, but I moved out here a number of years ago for like corporate stuff. And then as of about 2 years ago, I've completely exited corporate, and we're just burning through my savings to try to make this, what I'm doing here, sustainable. So it was a bit ambitious, but it was absolutely the right life path that I went on. But yeah, it's definitely stressful. It's been fun but stressful. So yeah. What else? Yeah, so yeah, basically, Fed, you're in Hawaii. Nice. I do want to go there. Yobella's in Hawaii. Wait, no, I'm not in Hawaii. Wait. Stop spreading misinformation. King Kruk, what the hell? Hawaii would be nice to live in, though, for sure. My buddy is probably on the plane home from Dubai now. Vacation with his family. Why would he vacation in Dubai? Question mark. No, I mean like in October? I guess, you know what? The weather has started to turn recently. So it's not as crazy hot. But yeah, like visiting Dubai in the summer is probably the worst decision you can make. It's almost like, you know, child endangerment. But yeah, Fed, yo, what's up in TUI Film? Hello. Welcome back to the stream. We've been doing some film stuff, actually. In TUI, you just missed it. We were watching a video about creative compositions, because I'm trying to learn the different types of shots, the techniques for composing, for filmmaking. So the more I say it out loud, or the more examples I see, I'm hoping it'll get ingrained in my head. So we got frame within a frame. Then there was a hero shot. No. We're calling it the Asian squat, or the ass shot, Asian squat shot. There's the cowboy shot, which is the medium full. Then there's the medium, close-up, extreme close-up, the insert shot. Yeah. Establishing shots and master shots. I think those are the main ones. And then now in TUI, I did finish editing my short film, the short documentary film, in terms of updating it, or I don't know how to describe the work I just did, but basically I fixed it so that it's got all the original R3D codec files inside of it. So tomorrow I'm going to just have to spend some time to figure out how to do the DCP format export. And yeah, but it's going to be cool. There's an event coming up where apparently they'll show my video on like a big theater screen. I think. I don't actually know all the details, but yeah, so that'll be fun, right? So as part of that, that's why I spent so much time the past 2 days just like making sure I have the best quality shots everywhere, review everything, and then also because I had to change the aspect ratio to the 4K DCI format as opposed to the ultra high definition I was usually doing. Housewife, you said, this stream is my Saturday morning cartoon. Nice. Think of it as your Nat Geo, okay? This is your BBC Earth channel that you're watching. But this is the Snoop Dogg version, where you don't get that nice David Attenborough voice. You're getting me narrating. So you're welcome. Fed, you said, I have no clue. They went for 6 days. Gotcha. Intui's asking, how are you today? Every day I'm good. You should always take that to the bank. I never have a bad day, as far as I can recall. Like that one guy in the video we just watched. You just have a more interesting day and a less interesting day. Intui, you're asking, he messaged me the pool was closed for 4 days. Ooh, best of luck to him then. What was he doing in Dubai? I guess just fine dining. Intuit, you do videos too or only photo? Yeah, so I was saying we were doing videos for the majority of the stream, and I have finished converting everything properly. Oh, yo, Intuit, thank you very much for the follow on YouTube. Hells yeah. Hells yeah. I think, yeah, nice, thank you. Yeah, so we did finish putting the entire video together again with a few changes here and there. So I did improve the video slightly, and hopefully the color, the color quality and everything will be also slightly better. So this is good to go. Now we need to continue doing the slow motion. Where is it? I have to still go through all of these clips. So this is all of our chimp shots, and this is up to like 5 hours. Actually, no, this is not all of them. It's everything without humans in it. So it's a double sound. So I do need to go through all of these as well, in terms of the stabilization, because we did like a bulk stabilization effort. So starting here. Yeah, so you can see here, even this one looks a little bit off. So let's see if we can try again here. Or we'll probably end up cropping some of this. We'll see. It doesn't look as bad this time. Yeah, it looks good. Look how emo this one is. Actually, unironically, this one was very emotional. So this is Easy. And this is the chimp that was getting into a fight with some of the other chimps. And I think Easy hurt his hand a little bit. That's where I have that close-up shot when the doctor was observing, like monitoring him. Because Easy was crying to the doctor. So he went right up to the doctor. So the doctor was like checking out the hand. And there's a little bit of blood, but it wasn't anything like, it was like tis a scratch, right? But this thing, Easy was such a baby. He was like crying and like, yeah. It was interesting. Like the chimps, man, they're like very human-like. Okay, so I was supposed to be editing photos, but since we're here, let me just quickly adjust this one. Fed, you said, yeah, he sent me photos, a lot of meals and shark tanks. Oh, like in the mall. Dubai Mall, they got that big-ass aquarium. Also in the one of the Palm Islands. Yo, Thuriel B says, hey. Well, hey back at you. Thanks for coming back to the stream. Fed, you said you would almost think it was a bonobo being so emo. Yeah, there's a bunch of... That's what I find so fascinating about these chimps. They're very human-like. They're very emotional. Like, I showed some of those clips earlier today, right? Like, of the chimps just screeching and, like, being... Yeah, everything about them is very, very fascinating to me. And you can see, yeah, like obviously now in his pose, it looks like he's in that phase now as a teenager, where it's like he's done crying, now he's like pouting, or he's like contemplating the world and his place in it. Yeah, these guys, man. Okay, let me just readjust the framing on this one. So create some keyframes here. Let's just lift it up. So as we learned today, and thank you, Fed. So basically, it's okay to crop off the top of the head, just not the chin. Which makes sense. But yeah, if you need to, I guess. And then usually it seems like the eye should be on like the upper third line, roughly. I'm not trying to do exact science here though, but just roughly speaking. We'll just there's a little bit of wobbliness there, but also it's a little bit too high. So this is going to be my first 6K video on my YouTube channel. So since I shot most of this in 6K, I'll figure I'll make like a 5-hour long 6K cinematic wildlife footage with relaxing background music. All right, let me stabilize this one. I want to go back to the photos real quick. Okay. Chimps are great. Yes, 1000%. I'm trying to think, like, if I could only photograph one animal for the rest of my life, or like photograph or film, part of me says fox because they're so photogenic. But I think like chimps might be the winner. Because you're getting like a 2-for-1, right? You're getting a wild animal. But in some ways, it's like you're photographing humans, right? They're very expressive and stuff. So there'd be a bit more dynamism, I guess, with those shoots. Oh man, my computer's going slow now. You said that's gonna be great. Oh, the long video? I hope so. I do have a, so if you go on my YouTube channel, I have a playlist of just a bunch of like wildlife footage that I've captured, and I slow it down, and then I just slap on some relaxing music for each one. So I've made a whole series about it, and because I do so much wildlife stuff, and I figure it's such a waste to not showcase a lot of those footages. So this became an answer for me. It was like my solution to being able to showcase a lot of the travel footages that I have and not let it go to waste. So I have a whole like kind of like relaxing background music with some Nat Geo style, you know, wildlife in 4K. So I've been timing it with the photo or the video travel vlogs that I've been editing. So I started with Uganda, then I did Tajikistan, but that one I was sick the whole time, so I didn't have anything for that. Then it was India. Oh shoot. Oh wait. That's why my thing's going slow. Uh-oh. Let me take care of this as soon as possible. Okay, let's take care of this. I need to delete all the rendered cache. Now that we finished our work, I need to delete all this shit because it literally takes up terabytes of storage space when it's rendering all of these clips. And I think last time this happened, it ended up like disconnecting my stream or something, just because it literally ate up all the memory capacity of my computer. So hopefully I fixed it here. You can see it's all buffering. So Housewife, you're asking, will you be going back to Japan? Yes, I'll be going back. Well, I say as if I'm confident. I haven't advertised it yet, but I'm supposed to. I'm trying to organize a trip for beginning of February. So I've got the entire itinerary. I just need to kind of book a few deposits and like secure a few things. And then I need to put it on my website and start promoting it to people. So if all goes well, I will be traveling in beginning February. And it'll be like a 9-10 day trip. And then I might extend it for other stuff. Fed, you asked, you might tire of the foxes. The chimps are so varied in their behavior. Yeah, exactly. Like, you just can't get tired of them. I mean, I'm sure you could, but... And they're, like, super intelligent. You know, if you can start... Like, in this case, when you see how they bond with some of the staff members, it's like, wow. There's, like, so much there. Elephants would be maybe another one that I would love to photograph forever. Just because they're also super intelligent. The babies are adorable. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can force quit DaVinci. Or actually, it should be fine, right? Use optimized timeline full quarter. None. Delete. Okay, just in case, let me just delete again. Oh my god. My computer is like going crazy here. Alright, here we go. Hopefully crisis averted. And the crazy thing is I have a Mac Studio that has 16 terabytes of storage capacity, and it's all gone. I've got too much. I've literally Frankensteined a bunch of hard drives in front of me. There's a better system. I wish in hindsight, I wish I had a whole NAS storage system, but that is not the case for me. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's keep going through this. This day I shot 10,000 photos, almost 11,000. So I need to be a little bit more, I need to be faster for sure. And I just need to look for the hero shots. We need all the money shots, really. So these ones could be money shots just for like close-ups of the face with the snow. But really the thing is I need to be finding photos of the stellar sea eagle. So these are, yeah, so these eagles here. Because like the, what is it? The white-tailed fish eagle is cool as well. But I think the draw is the stellar sea eagle. Because these guys are like super, super badass. So let's keep focusing on this guy. Fed, you said, if I did underwater filming, maybe octopus. Oh yeah, you know what? Oh shit, I wish I said it. So then you wouldn't think I'm copying you. Octopus would be another one that I was like, oh man, those are so intelligent. And I've seen so many cool videos of them, like how smart they are when they're like avoiding predators and stuff like that. Yeah, so octopus would be really cool as well. Show the bonobos. How to hold the tripod and you'll have a production team in the wild. Yo, how crazy would that be? If I can train a bunch of chimps, one to be a director of photography, one as the director of cinema. Yeah, I'll train one to set up all the lighting equipment for me. One has to be audio. I need an audio guy. This feels like a cool shot in theory. This is like when I was like in theory, but in practice the shot doesn't look that great. It's messy. But like a shot of having two different types of eagles passing each other, doing the same kind of posing. But unfortunately, I don't think the composition itself looks good. But yeah, it would have been a nice grip bonobos. Yeah. What lenses do you... King, you're asking what lenses do you use to get close-ups on the eagles? For all of these, I'm pretty sure these were all shot with the 400 2.8 lens. And then I think I was shooting with the Z8. So I can crop in quite a bit. So these ones, unfortunately, so this was like my second boat cruise. So there's like this boat cruise you can book for photography, but it's usually at sunrise. So it's before sunrise, and you go out into the drift ice, and then, you know, they do like a feeding, and then all the stellar sea eagles are there. But unfortunately, I guess the weather condition wasn't permitting for us to go at sunrise or before sunrise. So we had to wait a few hours. So the sun is already up, still good lighting, but it wasn't like a, you know, like you don't get that pink lighting and stuff as you would want. And we weren't as far into the water. We were like in the harbor. So you get a bit more like the man-made obstructions or things in the background. So, yeah. But I still enjoy all the shots that I took. But yeah, there's like, there could have been better shots this day. But you know, what is my motto that I tell all my clients when I travel? It's expect anything, enjoy everything. And yeah, those are words to live by as a wildlife photographer. Yo, look at this guy. It's like, ladies, calm down. Ooh, yeah. I wish I had more action shots like this. A grip is a technician who's responsible for setting up and managing the equipment that supports cameras and shapes lighting on set. So we need grip bonobos. Okay. Damn, there's so... See, and I need to figure out, like, could I just, like, intern? Well, no, I mean, I want to get paid, but obviously it's like, that'd be really cool if I could shadow someone in the film industry like that. Like, be on a Hollywood set kind of a thing. And just, like, you know, just try to capture as much as I can, knowledge-wise, understand it. I would love... That is definitely one of my ambitions, is I do want to be, like, a proper... storyteller, right? I almost don't even care like what kind of a role I'm playing in terms of like, you know, do you want to be the director? Do you want to be the grip bonobos or the grip human or whatever in between, the lighting guy? To me though, it's just more like I would love to be able to turn some of my story ideas into film or like into a medium that's consumable by the public. So everything you see me doing on my YouTube channel, while it's mainly like my travel diary and like vlogging, and then hopefully as we do more of these kind of like proper film stuff, it is all in the name of like I am trying to develop my skills as a storyteller, and yeah, like as a filmmaker, understanding lighting, composition, audio, all of it. This is a cool shot. Always some other eagles in the way. This one might be good if I lift up the shadows a bit, maybe. King, you say Yobel has the 400 2.8. You're the real deal eel in the space. That's one way to put it. The other way to put it is that I have no money left, because I spent it on a $15,000 plus lens. Fed, yeah, true. For most things in life, you got to go with the flow. Yes. With some clamps, the bonobos can grip some awesome lighting setups in the trees. Yeah. Man, why didn't anyone think of this? Train the bonobos and chimps, or an orangutan. They got the really long arms. So the orangutan could be the one holding the boom, like a boom mic, right? Oh, finally. Okay, I already know what's going to happen. We finally have somewhat of a clean background, or at least there's no other eagles in the way. However, it's going to be like they're not going to do anything really cool. And also, these aren't... wait, are these stellar sea eagles? I can't tell, because I know when they're juniors, they look quite different. I'm not sure. This actually might be stellar sea eagles, like junior ones. Let's see if we're lucky or not. Give me a good shot. King, you said, I'd have the gorillas manage the jib and crane. What is a jib? I've heard that term a bit. Definitely a gorilla job. Oh, yeah, actually. Yeah, what is the job of the gorilla? The job of the gorilla has to be something for, like, explosive work. Oh yeah, these are stellar sea eagles. These are just the junior ones. Alright, so I was kind of right. I don't think I liked any of those shots when the two were fighting. Or nothing like spoke to me as like, oh, this is a nice composition. And we have so many photos already, so now I should be a bit more picky about which ones we select. We need the ones that tell a story. So this one kind of feels like it's chasing, but it's a little bit messy. Again, I think this is one of those, like, in theory, it's a nice shot. In reality, the shot composition, as I got it, is probably just, like, mediocre. Fox time. All right. We're done with the eagles. We're back to one of my favorite subjects to photograph, which is the fox. And I did end up with some crazy fun shots with the fox, so I'm excited to go through this. What did we shoot this with? This was with the Z8 with the 400 2.8. So now we had these ugly little tree branch brush things on the left, but yeah, pretty fox. I think I always prefer the ones where they're like looking off to the side a little bit. Let's just choose one of these. King, you said, Yobo, you'll be in charge of making sure the batteries are charged. The bonobos will do the filming, editing, and publishing. Well, I'm glad I was given a role, at the very least. I wonder if they had the orangutan do that stuff on those Clint Eastwood movies where he acts up. Wait, does he really? I didn't watch any of those. Like, I don't think I've seen a bunch of Clint Eastwood stuff. Wait, is Clint Eastwood the one that directed and starred in the $1 Million Baby? Because if so, I absolutely hated that movie. It was such a that movie pissed me off with how depressing it was. It was like it felt unnecessarily depressing. You need a warning before. What does the fox say? Yeah, that's a good question. Hey, what are you doing there, buddy? Bad framing though. What does this could be a nice Twitch emote or YouTube as well and Kick. Like I feel like there's a speech bubble that should be popping up right here. Okay, the shots are slightly fuzzy. I think I was shooting through some brush. But I mean, it still looks kind of artistic, so I'm okay with that. It's just not the sharpest, but. And then we got that annoying tree branch or whatever. And then now we got some clean shots. I feel, did I shoot this with it? I want to say this feels like an 85, but you know what? It must have been the 400. Yeah, so it's a 400 2.8. So I guess I was pretty far away. But yeah, this is like the nice pose, right? You get the ears perked symmetrically, looking straight at you. Straight shot, like the body's fully behind and tucked away. So as far as like composition of the wild animal here, this is like kind of what you look for. And you know, not necessarily eye level, but I am slightly lower. So we're doing, this is not the Asian squat shot, but it was just a very low angle shot. So we get a nice kind of what do they call it? The hero pose. The only annoying thing was that little branch here, but this one I'm comfortable just removing, photoshopping it out. Socialist housewife, you're saying baha haha. Now what are you saying that to? Well, we're having some fun conversation. Fed said Clint Eastwood is probably a big part of the reason that one shot composition is named the cowboy shot. Okay. King, you said, Yobo, do you use an extender on your 400 or do you have the 600 or 800 lens as well? I do not own the 600 or 800. I don't have that kind of money, okay? Once you throw it into one of these lenses, you're like, okay, enough. I still need to I still need to make returns from that 400, okay? I guess technically I did. The 400 has like a built-in teleconverter, which is really nice. So the fact that I think it bumps up by 1.4x or 1.5, 1.4 I think. So then it goes up from like 400 to like a 500 and something, 560. I don't know. We're not here to do math, but. I heard my cats. Oh, housewife. I don't know if you can see or not, but Nala, my other cat, is chilling on a cardboard box as well. So we're all here as a family, okay? Actually, can you see from this one? Yeah, there's Nala. What up, Nala? Yeah, good girl. Man, cats are so weird. Like, why would you choose a cardboard box? It's like, why won't you sleep in the bed without the cardboard box, you know? But yeah, King Croc, it would be nice if I can have like an 800 lens. Or if I can have that Pixis, what is it called? Pixis 12K resolution something or other, Black Magic. Man, foxes are just so photogenic. The movies with the orangutan playing Clint Eastwood's buddy is Every Which Way But Loose, and it's a sequel. Okay. I was saying this yesterday. I'm just not necessarily a fan. I just don't watch a lot of like old school movies or like the like whatever movies made in the 70s, 80s, maybe 90s is when it starts to be acceptable. When was The Matrix? That's where the cutoff is. Yeah, if you force me to watch it, I'm sure I would enjoy some of those movies. Oh yeah, were we talking about like Kurosawa, The Seven Samurai? That's a movie I know everyone says like is phenomenal. But until someone forces me to watch it, I'll probably just, you know, I'll be like, sure. Housewife says, we love a solid family unit in boxes. Spoken like a true socialist, eh? Fed says, yeah, Pixis 12K, man. I'm gonna have to have a talk with Nikon. Be like, yo, when are you popping out that 12K camera? What is... Wait, so... Pixis, you said, is a black magic camera? Or is that a red camera? Man, I want a pet... Actually, I don't know. I was gonna say I want a pet fox. And I was trying to think, what other wild animal would I want to choose over a pet fox? I'm kind of torn between a pet fox and a pet raccoon. Fox is infinitely more cute, but a raccoon is like infinitely more goofy. So I'm kind of torn between those two. Also, I'm assuming a fox might be cleaner. Raccoons they're called what? Trash pandas? Oh, red panda would also be... I do want to do a trip to India for the red pandas. That's high on my list as well. You said it's Black Magic. Gotcha. Housewife says, the lighthouse is amazing for its photography direction. The lighthouse? Is that a Clint Eastwood thing? Okay, you know what? Fine. Let me look up these videos, or these movies. What was it called? Every Which Way But Loose. Man, how old is Clint Eastwood? Every Which Way. Wait, that looks like Charlie Sheen. Is Charlie Sheen in this movie? I don't see him. Okay, so you're saying there's an actual orangutan in that. Gotcha. It's a comedy. Oh, okay. I need to rewatch Airplane. I love that movie. And then, oh yeah, I still need to watch the new Naked Gun. The Lighthouse. Okay, let me look up The Lighthouse. It's a 2019 film. Oh, okay. Why was I thinking it was like some old school stuff you were about to show me? 90% on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay, acceptable. In a remote island, I thought it said in a remote island, Epstein Winslow. In a remote island, Ephraim Winslow arrives as a lighthouse keeper and assists his elderly supervisor, Thomas Wake. As days pass, Winslow is haunted by strange and mysterious visions. Okay. I was getting bored by the first half of this. It rescued it when it said something about strange and mysterious visions. Oh, it's Willem Dafoe. Okay. Oh, I should have started with that. Okay, I need to watch this then. Is the lighthouse LGBTQ? What? Why would they ask that? Oh, it's an 824. Yo, there's so many good things about this. I was reading the wrong sentence here. Okay, I need to put this on my list. The lighthouse. The lighthouse. Remind me later, housewife. I need to watch this. Foxes stink, apparently. Wait, is that a thing? I have a Sigma 150-600. Nice. Amber, do foxes stink? And how do they compare to raccoons as pets?
Well, foxes do have a bit of a reputation for being a little bit stinky. They have a musky scent that can definitely be noticeable, especially compared to something like a raccoon. Raccoons have their own quirks, but they don't have that same natural musky odor that a fox does. So if you're thinking about them as pets, just keep in mind that foxes can be a little on the smelly side.
I'm glad, I appreciate that you never even questioned me having a pet fox. So yeah. All right.
Absolutely. I'm always here to roll with whatever you throw at me. If it's pet foxes or raccoons or 5.1 surround sound, I'm just here to help out. So feel free to ask about anything else.
Sigma 150-600 for telephoto. That's a great range. I feel like that covers almost every wildlife kind of shots you need, generally speaking. Like if you're on a safari. Is it like a f4 or f5.6 to 6 point something? King says, I film and do photos on my Zeiss Otis lenses, and for the wide angle I use 18 Milvis. Jesus, you're like speaking another language to me. Zeiss Otis lens, and for the wide angle I use an 18 Milvis, and for telephoto I use a 135 Milvis. I've only used the Nikons, all right? We're loyal here, okay? But the 135 Plena f1.8 is a fantastic lens. I do really enjoy shooting with that one. Clint Eastwood is 95? Damn. You're eyeing the new Leica Hectors? Jesus. Okay, you know what? I need to look up these things now. Zeiss Otis is a line of premium manual focus prime camera lenses. Nice, nice. Okay, okay. I think I've shot with the Zeiss lens before, back in like the first, when I had a Sony a6000, I think. 18 Milvis. Yo, this lens looks really sleek. I like it. The Leica Hectors lens. Oh, housewife. Also, since you've been gone, I think, because it's been a while since you were here, right? I think I upgraded my microphone since then. I forget when I upgraded it, but yeah, that was one of the best decisions in terms of spending money. Oh, that's cool colors. Nice. Man, one of these days, I think it'd be fun to collect these as well, but I don't know the first thing about any of these brands. The Lighthouse was shot using lenses from the 20s and the 30s. Damn, okay. You need a super telephoto lens. Yeah, but now I have to get a bunch of lenses for the ZR. The Pixis I have is L mount. Okay. Sigma is 5 to 6.3. Gotcha. Oh, that's a good range. Or that's a good aperture range. King says, I have the Trinity 1.2 Z lenses, but I can't... Wait, what are the Trinity 1.2 lenses? Would that be like a... I'm assuming an 85 is part of that? I don't know what the Trinity is for that. I can't attach those to my Monstro. I will have to upgrade, side grade to the Raptor. Man, I would love to... Now that I've got a taste of the cinema camera world, I really do hope I can like somehow get access to a bunch of these things and like just... Yeah. Yeah, I need to do a lot of things, to be fair. So this was a fun composition for me. So the fox was just kind of wandering and there's like these big stone things. I think it's for, I don't know what it's for. So I was trying to like do some different compositions if the fox would allow me. But yeah, I think I just got like okay, nothing like crazy. We'll see once we edit, but. In your eyes. This one's good for the landscape, so I need to keep in mind. Oh yeah, we're gonna use the film terms. So for my website, as I promote my Japan trip, I need some establishing shots. So this will be one of those establishing shots to let people know this is Hokkaido, Japan in the winter. A lot of ice, drift ice. It's a 35, 50, and 85. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I have the 50 and the 85. I now want to have the 35. After the whole project I just did, that was such a fun lens to shoot with. Housewife, he said, oh yeah, it looks different. Do you have a blue Yeti before? No. I had the a beacon mic. It's like a USB mic, BEACN, which is like it's a really good quality. But for whatever reason, when I was live streaming with it, there's like a noticeable tinniness to my voice, like a very robotic sound. And I had a bunch of people in the chat trying to help me out, figure this out, but yeah, we couldn't figure out how to like, fix it. So, and then when I was recording for like my videos and stuff, it just, you know what? I just want good audio. So I forget how much this cost, but I decided it's worth the investment. Yeah, shot like this, I think. Same thing, it's like a nice establishing shot, or we get a nice depth, right? We're seeing like, it almost looks like this fox is like stuck on an iceberg, or like it's stuck on drifting ice. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, this could be good for landscape shots as well. Dun, 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 dun. The Pixis 12K is $5,500. You can pick between 3 different mounts when buying the PF, EF, or L mounts. Sorry, PL, not PF. Yo, 5,500 is that's not like crazy. Because like when I'm thinking of the Z9, I think the Z9 was like 4,000 to 5,000. Was it $5,000? Man, this is like so much fun to shoot. The fox was like very casual. In this area in Hokkaido, the foxes are like super accustomed to humans. In a different area, they would run immediately. So we were kind of playing like hide and seek with the fox, right? We were always like testing like how close can we get without the fox minding, and like what angles can we like creep up on him. Dun, dun, dun. Fetty said it's a very good price. Yeah. All right, so this is not like super exciting. Oh, nice. We got a fox shitting. It's like the Asian squat. So it's almost like he's doing the Asian squat shot. Okay, this one is clean. The colors are really popping on this one. Do. Unfortunately, so this is like the shots that I started with. This would have been so nice when the fox was like looking straight at us, because now we don't have any obstructions in the center. But unfortunately, this is when the fox was just doing a crossing roads. I do like these kind of shots when you see the animal like with their nose up sniffing something. But I just don't think the thing that it's sniffing isn't interesting enough. It's like one of those shots where you hope that a butterfly was just chilling right there, you know? Just Photoshop that in. King Yaska, how do you travel with those big lenses? I usually travel with the Z40 f2 and 26 f2.8, and if I feel bold, I bring the 24 to 120. I need to have nerves of steel like Yobo and travel with the 400 2.8. Let me show you. I made a YouTube video. Oh, you know what? I guess this was technically a talking head video, but I just didn't think of it that way. Oh man, yeah. So I did do a talking head video before, but okay. I've done a talking head video before, but the ZR was my first product review video. Let me see if I can find. Uganda. Okay, so this is a video I made 6 months ago. But basically this is just like this is my ultimate guide of traveling in Uganda. As ultimate as I could make it of like my past few trips that I've been there. Okay, can I get back to it? Oh no.
Uganda, a sanctuary for the wild. Home to primates that swing through misty canopies and lions that command the sprawling savannas. Every corner teems with life. From the elusive shoebill in the swamps to the great apes of the rainforest, this land pulses with the rhythms of nature and the warmth of its people. Join me in this video as we explore the Pearl of Africa together.
I think I did this one with Lens Distortion's soundtrack as well. Okay, so what did I want to show? I had a section in this video where I show my backpack, I think. Oh yeah, here we go. So this was an example of how I travel.
In the description below. I opt for a soft case when flying within Uganda.
Here we go. So this is like what I carry for my lenses, not...
Primary carry-on, the Gitso Adventure 30-liter backpack. This bag is super durable, comfortable, and surprisingly spacious. It fits my Nikon Z9 camera with the 400mm f2.8 lens attached, along with a couple of other lenses like a 20mm f1.8 for the wide shots and a 70 to 200 f2.8 or 85mm f1.2 for the distant or low light shots. I also packed my DJI Mic 2 microphones, a shotgun mic, and a couple of think tank bags stuffed with spare batteries, memory cards, chargers, and cables. Now for my Peak Design everyday sling bag. This little wonder is like Harry Potter's magical suitcase, and it's way roomier than it looks. It holds my Nikon Z6 III camera with a 24 to 70mm lens, my 14-inch MacBook, charger and power bank, universal adapter, as well as an Osmo Pocket 3 action camera. Plus, of course, my passport and wallet. And the best part, it's usually not weighed by airline staff, so packing it with heavy essentials can save you a headache at check-in. This becomes my go-to bag that I wear when I'm going out for photo shoots. This trio of bags...
There you go. So generally speaking, I kind of travel like this. Depending on the situation, maybe I'll have like a chicken bag that's soft. For like Uganda, for example, when I have to take the those little smaller jets or smaller planes to go intra-travel. And then, yeah, this Gitso bag, I've been a big fan of it for the longest time. It's survived me a number of trips. It's gotten eagle shit all over it, right? It's survived that. Yeah, I'm a big fan. But I do think it's time that I probably should look and see what else is out there, because I have worn this thing to bits. And then the Peak Design bag, I'm a big fan of this as well. So you'll see oftentimes I'm traveling, instead of having a double strap camera, I'll have one camera strap and then I'll put my second camera in the sling bag, and the sling bag acts as like a secondary shoulder strap. But then obviously I can hold my second camera plus batteries and everything else in it when I'm
Sure that I'm
trekking.
covered from.
Okay, anyways, there's that. I'm just sorry. I'm just trying to catch up. Where did I leave off? Okay, I think you said... How do you travel with those big lenses? I usually travel with the Z40, f2, and 26 f2.8. And I feel bold. I bring the 24 to 120. Yeah, I mean the 400. Yeah, you don't take it on any travel, right? So usually, like, if I'm taking the 400 with me, it's because I'm like staying at like a safari lodge, or I'm going to some area where it's like, you know, I'm working with a tour agency or someone. So yeah, like I'm not gonna go, you know, to a hostel or like inside of a city vibes with my 400. Like that's just like you're asking to get robbed essentially, and it's heavy, so. You want to get something small, that's the base model. You have to pay more to get extra equipment. I want to get some smaller lenses for traveling light with the ZR, like the 28 to 400, 24 to 200 or something like that. Well, you know, there is the 28 to 135 f4 power zoom lens. I didn't have enough time to practice or shoot with it because I ended up going with the primes, but I felt like that was a pretty good range. Yeah, 28 to 135. And that's a power zoom, right? So it works for the ZR, right? So it actually worked really well. The power zoom rocker. That was my first time ever shooting with something like that. I was like, yo, that's so cool. If I was shooting more narrative, maybe I just got the Pixis 12K, easier to travel with than the Ursa 12K or 17K. That's so insane. King says I prefer smaller setups as well. You can rent an Alexa too in town when just shooting locally. We do that for commercials sometimes. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I just need to get comfortable shooting with those crazy rigs because I never thought of the fact that you can just rent them, which makes sense. It's like, oh, okay. So as long as you know how to shoot with it and you feel comfortable traveling, rent it wherever you're going, and then get some epic results. We got Fox crossing the road. I think there's some shot where it's like right on the middle line somewhere, so we'll see. You can rent red cameras as well in town here. King says, thanks. I'm going to watch that video after the stream. Oh, thank you. I should have linked it. Damn. It's buried in my YouTube channel, but yeah, 6 months ago, so not too long ago. It's a fun watch, I hope. I just kind of put all the... It's not just hearing me talk. I put a lot of like cool shots and footages from like the best. It's basically like a best of from my travel vlog series about Uganda. You saw that with the old school yellow ring. Seems perfect for the ZR. Yeah, it was really good. I didn't shoot a lot with it, but it was very, very nice. It's just I couldn't help myself. I only had 3 days to shoot. And knowing that I had my prime lenses, I just like, you know what? Let me just shoot with all the primes. There's something about this composition I really like. Like if I maybe crop a bit this way and do 16:9. You got like this interesting red fox, right? So you got the red barn, red car, red fox. And then some interesting kind of leading lines here, and they got obviously the road. Yeah, I think I like this. Oh wait, let me just double check the focus. Yeah. Oh shit, it's already midnight. ZR is going to be my EDC camera. What is EDC? I need to figure out what lenses will be my do everything anywhere lens. Yeah, you know what? I need to figure that out as well. I don't know what the EDC means, but because like my 70 to 200 tended to be my go-to for like my everywhere type lens. I've been leaning on the 85 just because it's so much fun to shoot with, But in terms of like practicality speaking, I'm assuming like a zoom lens makes the most sense. I guess that 28 to 135 could be the answer. Because like 28, then you're covering the 35, you got the 85 and the 135 in that range. And the f4, it's not the worst, honestly. F4 is pretty good. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I need to figure this out. Okay, this one unfortunately is like pretty messy. Pretty messy. I kind of like it, but it feels like there's like, it feels almost like electric shocks coming like lightning strikes everywhere. It's just a lot of crazy lines. Yeah, and we do have so many photos, so we're spoiled for choice. I think we can move on. Everyday carry. Oh man, I didn't know that's the acronym. Fedgy said there's rental houses everywhere. The Alexa is very easy to use. Super straightforward menu, but it helps to have an assistant shooting with cameras like that. That is my dream, okay? I need my travel crew, okay? I need to pitch projects. I need to figure out all of this, right? Few things on my to-do list. One, I need to figure out how can I... what's the word I'm looking for? I keep forgetting. How can I submit my short film documentary into like some kind of short film festival thing? I don't know what exists out there, but can I submit my video for like some kind of some of these like film festival worlds, just so I can get my toes wet, start understanding how to network in that space. So that's one thing I need to do, is push my video out there to that space. And then two, I need to figure out how do people fund travel film projects, and I need to start like tapping into that. Of like, you know, pitching concepts to these whoever entities to see like, hey, I would like to make this kind of story and cover this topic. Can you give me a grant of $20,000 or whatever? I don't know. I'm just throwing a number out there, but like whatever number to get a grant to fund that. And then I need to hire the team, right? So it's like not just me, but yeah, let's get a couple other people to join, and then make sure we do a bang up job on this. Get a drone operator. Yeah. All right, so this is where the fox is on the middle line. All right, here we go. Now we're getting some decent composition. Okay, sorry. Everyday carry. Me too. I will want to have a lens that does everything type deal for one bag travel, or just everyday use. I mean, the 24-70 is also like it's been my go-to for, you know, it's like super versatile. 24 to 120 is great for travel, but it does get attention. That's why I'm looking for that small versatile lens. The PZ lens didn't feel too big. The 28 to 135. Like when you put that weird lens hood on, then it looks even bigger. But like generally speaking, I thought it was like a moderate size lens. 28 to 400 seems cool too, but it gets pretty dark. But for shooting in Spain, which I do a lot, it should be fine. We have a house in Spain. Nice. Yo, Fed, I'm gonna have to reach out to you then, because I was just in Spain. I was in Granada for a friend's wedding, but I was supposed to be doing like a Lynx photo shoot there at some point, or like I know there's some hides somewhere off, I don't know where, but to take like shots of the Lynx, which would be really cool. You can hire Housewife. You said you can hire someone to apply to Film Fest for you. I used to do that for people. Wait, you hire someone to apply for film, but why do I hire someone instead of just applying myself? Or like, is it like you need to know people? Like, is it like a connection type thing? I don't understand. You've now confused me. Do you not just like go to websites and then just put your video there? Or is this like you need to know the right people? You hire a grant writer for short docs? A grant writer? Oh, okay. So you need... What? damn, I have to hire people to do all this. Can't I just do it myself? Like, could I not just ask ChatGPT to? Maybe I should ask, but. Kimbap. You can submit anywhere, but they decide if it gets accepted. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not saying like I'm expecting anything out of it. I just need to get into the habit. One, it's like I'm trying to put my mindset in the mindset of more professional, right? So I want to treat myself more like a professional by also acting like a professional, which means in some ways pretending, but not really, but like treating this film that I made as a film and see if I can submit it and all that fun stuff. And once I do one round of that, I feel like it'll give me a big confidence boost. I'll feel more comfortable understanding how this world works just by doing that process. So, and then yeah, if something comes of it, if someone watches it or thinks that there's some value in it, then, you know, even better, obviously. Dude, look at this cute fox. Choosing to sit right on the middle. Could not ask for a better... All right, let's look for different poses. King, you said, Yobel, I was just about to ask how you get your travel jobs funded. Self-funded, baby. Well, so when I do the group tours, that one is obviously like I bake it into my costs. Although, since I was so new at it, oftentimes I was just breaking even, really. But there's a few trips that I've done. I've done a few for Nikon as well. And so those are like paid trips, right? Because then you're organizing. You're basically like the tour agency or the travel guide, everything. And so then, yeah, that's baked into the cost of people joining. But when it's like my own trip, so when it's just like me traveling to do something, those are always just self-funded. But I've also been fortunate at times where I've had a few trips essentially where, and this is where I need to keep maximizing my social media and stuff, but there's a few opportunities where I got to travel somewhere where I didn't have to pay for lodging or I didn't have to pay for like the safaris or stuff like that in exchange for taking photos or, you know, different things like that. You know, or like, you know, for instance, there's a few places in Zimbabwe. I reached out to someone, her and her husband own like this massive plot of like, you know, it's a huge ranch and everything, but they let me stay there. They do like these horse riding, horseback treks and stuff. But I basically got to stay there, do a bunch of fun shoots. And they also put me in touch with some safaris. And yeah, and in exchange, thankfully it worked out where I was able to organize a trip back to Zimbabwe with the honeymoon client. And so then they got their returns by virtue of me bringing those honeymooners. So some things worked out like that, but yeah. And so I am being a bit more, I don't know, prudent or judicious, I guess, in terms of like, when do I do trips for myself? Because yeah, it's like I have to be very mindful that those are trips that I'm just paying out of pocket. So for next year, I'm trying to do a balance of like staying at home, because obviously now that I'm doing the live stream, as I'm doing YouTube, I need to spend time at home to do all of that, and it's very fun for me anyways. So I need dedicated time for that, but then trying to organize trips maybe like once every quarter where it's like group tours or things like that, which then helps pay the bills, and also it's good extra content, it's good for networking, all of the above. So there is a process that's possible. I just need to hire a manager to help me with all of it. I have to stop being a one-man show is what I'm saying. Housewifey said, I also used to submit for photographers to photo contests. You can do it yourself. ChatGPT wasn't around back then. Interesting. Wow. I didn't know that was a thing. You're like blowing my mind out right now. I didn't understand that this was a concept. I mean, it's a lot of work. Like I remember like there was a time when I would put some of my photos into like photo contests, and it was like, holy shit, it's not like as easy as you would think. Veggie said it depends on the festival. Staying in Spain for about 4 weeks is so much cheaper living than at home. I make back the plane ticket on the food alone. Gotcha. That's living in our house, of course. King, you said you gave that fox a good professional photo. He can now use it on his LinkedIn page. Yeah. Well, I got so many for this Cheeky bastard. Yeah, it's so funny. Like, decided to sit right on the line. Thank you very much. Not a hotel. Gotcha, Fed. Yeah. But yeah, like the group tours that I run, those are super fun for me. So it's kind of like it's nice that that could be something that I do consistently. And the thing is, like, I'm actually very, very confident at one, the price. Like when I price it, although it is pretty expensive, but it's like actually much better pricing compared to like what you would see out in the market. Or it's at least competitive, price competitive. But yeah, I used to price my trips super low, and there was like a realization that that's actually detrimental. You might not get as many people to join just because, yeah, it's not priced at the right amount. They don't trust you if the price is too low. That's the other thing. But yeah, this Japan trip, I do need to quickly put it together. Most likely, it's going to be advertised for like $4,000 to $5,000 per person. And usually I'm trying to aim for like a small group, like I think 4 people, something like that. Especially for this trip, because like we're going to be spending a few days with that one guide for the Izomomonga, the flying dwarf squirrel. And so for that one, having a large group doesn't make sense because you can't like crowd the areas where the squirrels will be. Jesus. King, you said we should do a travel with Yobel event. Hells yeah. Listen, if you can pay my bills, I will say yes to whatever. Go with Yobel to help train the bonobos. Actually, that'd be really fun. I don't even know where bonobos are located. It'd be really fun to photograph them. I do love shooting like primates and monkeys and stuff. So I need to do a trip to Ethiopia because they have the I forget the name of the crazy looking monkeys there. It's like a type of baboon, or let me see. The Simeon Mountains, Ethiopia. Monkeys? No, it's like a baboon or gelada monkeys. Gelada baboon. And then I want to do, I think it's Nigeria, has some crazy monkeys as well. Look at these guys. So I actually was planning to do a trip to Ethiopia for this. However, unfortunately, I guess parts of Ethiopia are still considered too dangerous to travel. So including the region, at the time, I don't know what's changed, the region where these guys are located, it was considered like, you're on your own. You got to get your own insurance, you got to do all these other stuff. So... But I did make some contacts with some people who run like agencies there, like, tour agency stuff. So I do want to do a trip there. It'd be fun to do a travel vlog because there's like there's an itinerary where I'd be like hiking, camping in the mountains, looking for some of the wildlife. But I'm kind of waiting until the passage to like see these guys are safe again. So this would be really fun to photograph and film. Then in Nigeria? Monkeys. Drill monkey. Yeah. Drill monkey. These guys are crazy. And look at the crazy colors to their ass. That's insane. Like what kind of evolutionary... Although maybe it looks like a face? I don't know. Yeah, what's the purpose of that? So I think the drill monkey would be so cool to photograph as well and film. So yeah, that's 2 already in terms of stuff. And then obviously the orangutans, I don't know how to pronounce that. Orangutans, the bonobos, King, I want to learn what protein shakes gorillas take. I want to know their training routine. I think it's just like a bunch of they're, you know, aren't they also mainly vegans, right? Or vegetarians or whatever? Omnivore? No. I think they're omnivores. I think we read something where they do occasionally eat meat. What's the other monkeys? The golden monkeys in China. The ones that went viral. The ones that look like the thing from Star Wars. Yeah, there's so many cool animals out there that I need to travel for. So this would be really fun to film. Look at this. This is like bizarre. This doesn't feel real. So I do want to do a trip to film these guys. Yeah, there's so many fun film project concepts of like so much out there. So, and then I mentioned Mongolia for the reindeer tribe. What's another one? Oh, I keep forgetting the name of this animal. The Okopos? Okapi? Yeah, the okapi. Yo, this animal is so wild, so crazy. It's like, what is it? A mix of a zebra, a giraffe. What else could you say it's a mix of? It's like one of the craziest looking animals I've seen. And the issue is that they're mainly located in the DRC. Technically, you could potentially see it from Uganda, but it's basically in the area bordering with the DRC. So as you can imagine, it's like a very dangerous... Yeah, so same thing. Like I think the DRC right now is also considered super dangerous to travel to. Which is unfortunate, because I would love to be able to do a trip where you're going out to see these guys in the wild. What the why the okapi? Sorry, I wasn't reading chat. Fed, you said, yeah, it must be a mixture of heavy lifts and reps. Very explosive, yeah. Wrestlers, man. It's like sumo wrestling, maybe. Yeah, well, do you attach lights on your camera rigs for night photography? I don't really do much night photography, to be fair. I don't bring lights with me. But, I mean, that might change nowadays. If I'm doing more like film stuff, it might be needed. I'm not sure. But yeah, I generally just travel light when it comes to the accessories. Mating colors. The males have the... I assume it's for mating, but I just don't understand why on the ass, you know? Like, did Mother Nature really have to pick that area to attract the other species, the other, you know, the females? Their fast muscle twitch is out of the world. Yeah, I'm sure they'd be amazing at football, like linemen or wrestlers. Golden monkeys, so cute. Yeah, those golden, they look like the, what are those called? I keep wanting to say Jabberwockies. The things from Star Wars, the Wookiees. Mongolia for their horse archery. Yeah, that would also be really fun to do, like them on horseback. Okapi looks like some ancient animal. Also looks... Oh, thank you. Tapir. The tapir. That's what it... Yeah, the face kind of looks like a tapir. I saw some tapir in Colombia on my trip this year. But the tapir, but it's got the zebra stripes. Like, how did you meld this animal together? So this is like high up on the list for me of like, can I somehow... But how can I visit? You know, it's like... How to see the okapi, also known as the forest giraffe, safely. The safest way to see an okapi is at a reputable zoo. Oh, F off. Obviously, I don't mean that. In the wild. Seeing an okapi in the wild is extremely difficult and potentially dangerous due to their elusive nature and the volatile security situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The only place to try is the Okapi Wildlife Reserve, but you must first confirm the security situation is safe, and then arrange a tour with a reputable operator who can organize a guided experience. For a safer alternative, visit a zoo. Again. Yeah, let's see. How safe to travel to DRC? Reconsider travel to the Democratic Republic of the Congo due to crime and civil unrest. Some areas have increased risk due to armed conflict. Okay, how safe to travel to Ethiopia for gelada monkeys, baboons? Traveling to Ethiopia to see geladas is generally considered safe, but you should take precautions. Stay away from the current political situation. Okay, let me just say Ethiopia. Level 3, reconsider travel. Reissued with obsolete COVID-19 page. Reconsider travel to Ethiopia due to sporadic violent conflict, civil unrest, crime, communications disruptions, terrorism, and kidnapping. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, fine. Such a shame. So much beautiful wild animals in the world, and some of the coolest ones you just can't access because they're in the most volatile human conflict-ridden areas. Housewife said, dude, wedding photography can be super, super lucrative if you want to fund your stuff in a pinch. I have considered that as a thought. I'm really trying not to, though. I'm hoping not to. Because, yeah, it's a lot of work. And it's like, it's not that easy. It's not as easy as just being like, oh, yeah, I can start doing that. Obviously, there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of preparation. And you would need to, like, make a name for yourself. So you can't just do one. You're going to have to do multiple. And all of a sudden, before you know it, that's your day job, 9 to 5. And boom, you don't have any time to travel. And, like, that just sucks into everything. So there's, like, that kind of concept I need to think about. But I have somewhat committed, you know, the past year and the next year, where I'm not necessarily in it to only make money per se, or like I'm not trying to do too much freelance stuff. I am trying to invest as much of my time and money into like making the stream work, making YouTube work. Yeah, those kind of things I think is more, that's like the ambition that I want. I don't want to end up just doing freelance stuff, or I can see how that turns into another trap that's like almost no different than just being in corporate. So yeah, I'm kind of gambling on, can I make use of my time properly and my money and my efforts to put into stuff like this, which are the things that I'm passionate about. And then in the long run, maybe this can be sustainable. But yeah, there's not an easy path to it, but it is just that's where I'm like, okay, I'd rather do this. Otherwise, I'll just go back into corporate and do like a 9 to 5 job. King asked, have you filmed the giant eland? No, wait, what is the eland? How come I've heard that? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I have. In Zimbabwe, I think. I'm pretty sure I've photographed this. Hold on, let me see. A land in Zimbabwe. Yeah, okay, I did take some photos of the eland. I don't know how you pronounce it. It sounds weird. I'm pretty sure it's not eland. Eland. Yes, so I did photograph some of these. When we get to Zimbabwe, I should be able to show some of the photos from there. I'm almost positive. I have there's a bunch of different like antelopes and stuff in Zimbabwe that looked quite unique. These guys as well, the sable. Yeah. They have colors around the mouth too. The mandrill. Oh yeah, mandrill. Is that the one we were looking at? Or we were looking at the drill monkey, but mandrill. Yeah, these guys. Where are these guys located? Is a large old world monkey. Okay, I just need to quickly know location. Central Africa. Cameroon. Okay. There's so many places in Africa I need to travel to. Seems Ethiopia is safer than Congo. Yeah, I feel like Congo is like, that's got to be one of the worst places in Africa to try to visit. I've heard some horror stories from my client. One of my clients, or someone I've traveled with, he's been to DRC, and it's beautiful. Like, you know, he went with like, you had to have like armed guards with you essentially the whole time. And he said one of the places he went to, like on the road or whatever, like I think a few days after he left. So like not too long after he was out of the country, some other tourists were there and they were shot and killed. So it was like, Jesus, it's no joke. It's not like typical, oh yeah, I'll be fine, don't worry. It's like, no, it's like you actually would be dumb to do. Yeah, don't be foolish. I mean, the colorful ass must be for bustin' dance moves for the ladies. Yeah, twerking, as they say. Seems Ethiopia is safer, yeah, but probably better to wait. I shot the giant eland, but it was just in a zoo, 3 of them. Yeah, they're really badass, or they're really crazy size. Housewife, are you drinking water? I have not. Oh no, I was drinking my sparkling water earlier, but I usually go all day without like drinking or eating really. So, all right. Also, it's 12:30 a.m. What am I doing here? Oh man, I want to rewatch Dune Part 2 now, and like take notes. Ooh, look at this framing. I'm gonna guess I shot this with the 85, or I guess 400 or 85, just because I'm like imagining. This is a very tight frame. Yeah, so the 400 2.8. Yeah, so I'm assuming I just didn't have much space to back up. Oh yeah, and this is where I was trying to do something creative. I don't think it panned out, but it was like, oh, because we had a little bit of water reflection here. I was like, oh, can I get a shot where the fox is reflected perfectly? But unfortunately, there's like some tall grass here in between, and while it's a little bit blurry on the actual fox shot, in the water it's a bit more obvious. So, great cinematography in the Dune movies. Yeah, man, that was so fun to watch on a big screen, especially. That was just like, man, to be a part of that, like to be a part of the film crew and just being in the behind the scenes of that would just be so amazing for any movie, really. So like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think my calling is that I should have been in the film industry in another life, or if there's like one of those like whatever in another life, I could see that. Yeah, I need to enter into the film industry. That just seems so much fun. I love movies and watching shows and storytelling stuff. This one I thought might look cool, but then it's a bit blurry in the water. Could still be a interesting framing. I'm not sure. Maybe. Let's see if we do like a 16:9. I mean, could be just like a fun shot, I guess, but not like not memorable. Look at this stoic looking animal here. Kind of a boring background though. And it's just like on the parking lot or like some asphalt. So I think at this point we have better shots to pull from. So let's just move on. Wow, this fox is really striking a pose though. It's like, how dare you skip over my photos? Housewife, you're saying drink water? Why, do I sound parched? I probably am. What's up, Kimbap? Kimbap, I'm being told by the wife to drink some water. What say you? Housewife, as you can see, no collar on this cat. Collar free. We live in a collar free household here, but full of hair, unfortunately. Greg Fraser was the DP. Greg Fraser. Who is that? Let's look this up. Oh, and there's a person, Beatty in the chat. I think like last week or 2 weeks ago. Beatty had said the name of like their favorite cinematographer or something. Damn, I already forget the name. Apparently it's like a legendary, it's like a Spanish person, a Mexican, I think Mexican guy, Mexican cinematographer, has done like some crazy good movies. Damn it, I don't remember what it was. Anyways, let's look up Greg Fraser. Australian cinematographer, 50 years old. Nice. He did the Batman Part 2, Dune Part 2. Oh, he did the Batman too? Wait, what does he do? He's the... So, okay, what does the cinematographer do? Like, what is... Like, what does his day-to-day look like? Is his job to... Yeah, this is where I don't understand. Like, where do you draw the line? Like, where does the director say, this is my responsibilities? Cinematographer says, this is my responsibilities. Does the cinematographer choose this, like, the locations where they're going to film things? Yeah, this whole world of, like, filmmaking is, like, just a black hole of knowledge for me. Oh, I've heard this movie's good, Lion. I've never seen it, though. Greg Fraser was the DP. That kind of pose was perfect in the hero pose composition you had earlier using the Asian squat technique. Hells yeah, the ass technique. I'm pretty sure I was employing the ass technique here. As you can see, camera very, very low. Actually, no, I take it back. I'm not here to lie to you guys. I'm probably just lying on my stomach here. Because with the 400mm, there's no shot. Even my ass has some limits. I don't think I could do that with the 400 in front of me. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I was just lying on the ground here. What a distinguished gentleman. Not the best shot, but it's always cool when you see all their limbs are up in the air. That depends from movie to movie. Depends a lot on the director, really. Yeah, that is our ambition, to be a DP. Okay, actually, I still don't really know. Hey, no fighting. Amber, can you tell me what is the role of a director of photography?
Yeah, absolutely. So the director of photography, often called the DP or the cinematographer, is basically the person in charge of the visual look of a film. They make creative decisions about lighting, camera angles, the composition of shots, and they work really closely with the director to bring the director's vision to life. So short, they're the ones making everything look amazing on camera.
Hold on. So you said they're also called the cinematographer. So is the DP and cinematographer somewhat... It's the same role?
Yep, you got it. It's basically the same role. So DP and cinematographer are just two different terms that mean the same thing. It's the person who's responsible for the visual storytelling on a film. So you can use those terms interchangeably and you'll sound like you know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. Now, in terms of the hierarchy, can you tell me on a typical film set or a film project, what is the hierarchy that we're talking about? So does it go like from producer to director to DP to something, or help me out?
Absolutely. Yeah, I can break it down a bit. So on a typical film set, you usually have the producer or producers kind of at the top level. They're handling the overall production, the financing, the logistics. Then the director is the creative lead, the person who's actually in charge of the artistic vision of the film. And the director of photography or cinematographer works under the director to handle all those visual elements. And of course, the DP has a camera team working under them, like camera operators.
Hold on 1 second.
Sure, no problem. Just let me know whenever you're ready to jump back in, and we'll keep going from there.
Thanks, Fed. Yeah, I just realized I wasn't showing my screen. But this is one of the coolest shots. Not the coolest, but it was a nice, decent framing. Yo, Ben Riser. Riser, hardly know her. Thank you for the follow on YouTube. Hells yeah. We just see the cat legs. Nice. That depends from movie to movie. Depends a lot on the director, really. Okay. So I'm just going through these Fox photos. But that was a nice stretch. Background not the best. I'm gonna have to see if I can clean it up, we'll see. But okay, could you repeat yourself? So you said there's a producer. Underneath the producer is the director, and then under the director is what?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, you've got the producer at the top who handles the big picture stuff. Then the director right under them who's in charge of the creative vision. And under the director, you'd have the director of photography who's taking care of all the visual elements. So it's kind of a basic chain of command in terms of the hierarchy.
So the DP does all the visual stuff. So then so the DP basically has the final say. Under the DP would be someone who handles lights, someone who handles the videos, like filming and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you've got it. So under the DP, you've got a whole camera department. You've got camera operators who actually handle the filming, the gaffer who's in charge of the lighting, and then other roles like the key grip and all sorts of folks who handle the equipment.
Wait, why do you call that person a gaffer?
Yeah, it's kind of a funny term, right? So gaffer is basically the traditional title for the chief lighting technician on a film set. It's just been around forever, and it comes from old school theater and film lingo. So the gaffer is just the person in charge of all the lighting on set, and it's just one of those classic film terms.
Okay, so then let's say project is underway. Who makes the decision on things like, hey, I would like... So obviously you got the director who's got the story, is my assumption, or whatever. But then does the DP choose where to film, like where the location of the filming will happen? Who makes that decision usually?
Yeah, so it's kind of a collaborative process. Basically, the director is the one who has the creative vision for the story, but the DP absolutely has a big say in how to bring that vision to life visually. When it comes to choosing locations, it's usually a joint decision. The director and the DP will scout locations together, and they'll figure out what works best for the look they want. So the director has the final call creatively, but the DP is right there alongside them making those decisions.
Does the DP actually do the filming, or does the DP usually just oversee others who are filming?
Yeah, so in most cases, the DP is overseeing the filming rather than actually operating the camera themselves. They're kind of like the head of the camera and lighting department, so they'll be directing the camera operators and the lighting team to get the shots they want. Of course, sometimes the DP might jump in and operate the camera if it's a smaller production or if there's a very specific shot, but generally they're more like the visual director overseeing the whole process.
So then is there usually like a senior videographer who, like the actual operator of the cameras, let's say?
Yeah, absolutely. So typically there is a lead camera operator or even multiple camera operators if it's a bigger production. And that person is the one actually hands-on with the camera doing the filming. So the DP is guiding the look, and then the camera operator is the one who's actually making those shots happen. So it's definitely a team effort. You have that senior camera operator working under the DP to get the shots just right.
Okay. Fedi says sometimes the director may want to get involved more in the choices the DP does. For example, in some scenes, especially if the director was a DP once or is just an expert on cinematography. The gaffer is the head electrician And he has an assistant with the funny name Best Boy Electric. Nice. Yeah, the gaffer. What a is the head electrician. Why is it? There's like gaffer tape, or is that okay? Is it all? I'm assuming it's all connected. Yogi F Mead Photography sends 0 bits but says hydrate. Wait, what? Am I missing something? Am I supposed to drink water? Is it clear in my voice that I'm dehydrated? Also, it's almost 1 a.m. So, am I almost done with this? I am not. Okay, guys, I think maybe this is a good place for me to call it a night, because I am looking at the time here. It's a bit late. How long have I been streaming today? Housewife said, "Boy, we're just concerned for your health." Listen, I literally go all day without eating or drinking. Usually I have iced coffee. I didn't have coffee today either because I forgot to get ice. I appreciate the concern though. We've been streaming for 7 hours. Yo, we finally did a 7-hour stream. Oh, I just hit 7 hours. Nice. Yeah, we used to do 7-8 hours every night, and then yeah, it's been a little bit hectic for me since coming back from the trip. But anyways, okay, we're gonna take a pause here. It's been a very, very fun stream. It's been very fun the past week, really, ever since we launched some of those videos. Thank you guys, all the new people who've hopped in from YouTube and who've subscribed on the YouTube side and Twitch. We did hit over 100 followers on Twitch. Hells yeah, we're making progress. We're on day 71. Our 3rd month of streaming. So yeah, we'll keep making progress. I'll keep drinking water. I can even hear it in my voice. I am parched. So let me hang this up and then I'll drink some water. Thank you guys. Thanks for everyone who provided so much insight.